could see a very competitive Loud.
Chat, hello. How are you all doing?
If no roster change happens.
Yeah, but it's something you touched on, Emily. You said like the vibes need to stay up, right? You,
Yeah.
There
you
we
need
go.
to be
Ben's
still
working.
looking at things in a positive kind of manner. I don't feel like that's what we've seen from the veteran players here, because quite frankly,
Where's my bunny suit? I don't have a
after
bunny
last week's
suit.
loss, he blamed the loss on himself, which
I'm not in
cool,
costume.
you know, you're taking
I missed the memo. I
responsibility,
didn't realize.
That's still. That sets a tone. That sets a certain tone when you start going public with those kind of statements.
No,
What's wrong with me? See, I think the bunnies would
I've
find
had
it
those times
disrespectful.
where I've been in a best of 3 and I didn't put up stats that I'm used to, and it does, like, it's hard. It's hard feeling like you let down your team. But still, in those best of 3s, like in the live matches, as long as he is still doing his job, doing his comms, sticking to whatever game plan they kind of had going into it, I think. You know, you can't really be too hard on himself. Like, you're not
Sensi Seth, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for that.
God consistent player, right? Everyone has those matches, and I think for him that was just one of those best of 3s where he couldn't get anything going for himself. But I don't think that means that he maybe
There's already
didn't set
2
up
bunnies
team.
in this house,
I think he
exactly.
still did that well,
There's too
and,
many.
I hope he did, really.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're getting cozy here. We're getting
Will there be
comfortable
main
here,
studio
and,
for playoffs? Yeah, you would
vibes
imagine so,
check,
mate.
all right? Let's see,
I think this is the last weekend of this.
As he chatted to Riff a little earlier today.
I'm here with Kaunzine before the match today. It seems like you took the loss pretty hard in the previous games. What are you taking away from those
Any
games
tips to reduce the pain of bee stings? Mate, I'm not Google. I have no idea. Surely Google that. It would have been faster to Google that than come to my stream and type it.
I think there's a lot of tactical stuff we need to fix for the next split, but for today, we're just going to fix on the individual and try to do better than the last time.
All right, thanks so much. Good luck.
Is LEV NRG game and decide who goes to playoffs? Yeah, it's a big game. It's actually a big game. Loud or EG today? I'm a Loud believer, so I've gone with Loud. I think I've gone with all the underdogs today. I would imagine. I feel like everyone else should be favorites. Hello, Bagan. Sorry, hello, Yampy even. Hello, Yampy. How are we doing?
Who's there? We're going to run audio clips.
What did I eat? We just had lamb.
Oh, we're gonna play audio clips, right, of an agent's footsteps. And
Weird that Loud is considered the underdog? Not really. They haven't got a win yet.
Is our first clip.
I mean, that's too weird.
That's an easy one. That's a B.
Wait, is that a B?
That's a B for breach.
Is it a B or a D? It's a heavy one.
That's a B for breach. You're running
more
around.
util on him.
The
He has
arms
more
are like
util on
kind of
him,
hitting.
yeah.
Brim? That's
His
not
arms
Brim.
are heavy.
Okay,
It's a
we're
little bit
locking
tight.
You're right. It's breach.
Locking in breach.
I mean, you
I think it is breach. I think is it Brim's heavy, isn't it?
Brimstone doesn't have that heaviness.
Yeah.
What a bunny squad.
Boom!
Easy.
One big boom.
Easy.
5 big booms.
only an American can get so excited about winning a multiple choice question. Like,
Canadian.
Okay. Yeah, we're Canadian.
Oh, yeah, actually you are.
We're the Canadian
yeah,
duo.
well, no eagle here.
Come on.
Play me some beaver sounds.
What sound does a moose make?
No one wants to hear the beaver sounds. I want to hear some more agent footsteps
do it.
sounds. So let's listen.
Chamber.
Oh, she just knew it.
Damn, straight in with the chamber there.
Z, log in. I trust her. She spoke
There are
with
lighter
confidence.
Oh,
steps.
it's so fast.
Chamber is kind of like a silent assassin, but
Either
kind
Chamber
of close to Astra too.
No, now you're...
No.
Oh, wait, hold on. One more. Where? I think I heard the bell too. Chamber.
Yeah.
Chamber.
That's what she said. You got...
I agree. I was saying I agree.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Go team.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I think.
No
you know,
Luke so
I don't
today?
wanna
What do you mean?
streak.
Don't say that.
2 out of 2.
No, they got their normal team.
Take. I don't even want to take a third one. No chances taken on this one. Yeah, we're peaking.
We doing
we're
pick'ems for
somewhere
playoffs?
else.
Yeah.
What else can we look
Dude,
at? to be
our America's
good and
pick'em's
right
only ones
predictions?
that's like half
That has
decent.
never gone wrong for us.
America's feels like
Ever?
it's kind of easy
Right?
to predict.
Oh, okay.
Saying that, I've gone.
Okay.
Loud, eh?
Dude, only one NRG believer. Is that because he's on the podcast?
yeah,
Probably.
Hey, of course. Of course, Dre would go
Is
for
he in the
energy.
room with us?
Oh my God, we went Loud together.
Yeah.
I like that. Oh my God.
Okay, so why Loud for you, Zoe?
I don't trust a singular performance like that just because it was crew not showing up as much.
I'm going to go with a hot take on that one.
I think it still would have been close, but I think if crew is
Did I
playing
see
like
the
they
Baby
have-
Bay
like they
clip?
have
What's the
been
Baby Bay
previously,
clip?
I don't know. It could have gone either way for me. I don't think it was a full EG song.
I'm just going to say EG.
Of course
Okay.
you are.
Say what you will. Let's see how these ones age. It's time to close out stage 1 VCT.
That
America
podcast?
starts right
Wait, is this the
now.
NRG one? Is it that bad? Wait, what do you mean it's bad? In what way? It's horrendous? What do you mean bad? As in I have to watch this?
Você vai ganhar tudo que você participar, principalmente se você for competidor. Então é importante você não desistir. Uma hora, essa hora vai chegar. Tenho total certeza que a hora dos meninos ali vão chegar.
I think that they're going to take like a lot of individual like superstar plays. So that's what we have to be ready for, and we just played very well against it. So we need to double down on like that type of control in game against Loud.
I got told, Evan said that can't be a thing in Imi.
Psycho. He will just take first timing and fight you always. He's popping.
Adapt Everan, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for that.
That's just getting the team like hyped. All of them are very momentum based. Like DG Zen will heats up with Luxo and stuff like that. So that's what we have to stop early.
Go check out TMV.
Vencer
This
o
guy
último
done.
jogo agora contra o TG vai ser uma virada de chave, com certeza.
And Imi's here as well.
A gente
Imi's the
acredita que
biggest
pode ver a primeira
TMV here.
vitória mais da gente.
Surely it should be a bunny. Is this meant to be a bunny?
Well, welcome in. We have a beautiful
Is it a
day
bunny
in
or a
LA
cat?
today for a very big game. Two teams that have been on an excellent run all tournament long.
What is this cat? It's pretty good though.
To
be fair, whoever did it actually owned it.
Champions 2023 has delivered so far. The team.
Am I the only one who thinks this is done well? I feel like it's done very well. There's no way that he did this. Did he get it professionally done or something? Of course the professionals
He
in.
was on the show yesterday. It was crazy coming out to the Kia Forum, and now we have Osbos facing up against the rookie Demon One, who I know you were doubtful when he got picked up mid-season. One.
Absolutely, and to touch on Ben Affleck, perhaps a good omen for this game is the last time we saw him
Looks good.
Valorant viewer. It was watching
we're getting
Evil
straight into
Geniuses win at Champions.
Word on the street is he's not a good omen. He's a KO.
By the way, guys,
Okay,
it's
so all I
not
know is
just
that I need to watch the
2023.
NRG.
2 years later, these teams have
We're gonna be watching the
completely different
NRG
rosters and
podcast,
very different stakes
basically.
today. They both have their
12T,
position
thank you so much
locked,
for the
but
14
3G
months.
trying
I
to get
appreciate the
that
prime.
last win
Thank
on
you for
the
doing
board
that.
ahead of their playoffs
Anything
run.
crazy on
We're
this
starting
one?
with
No, everyone's playing their normal comps that they play.
Yeah, obviously we're gonna have Ye going back to the Clove on this map, but I did have a second to catch up with
Here's the clip.
because these teams aren't going to be moving in the standings. But I talked to
it
her
in the snack
backstage.
bar?
It was not in the snack bar. It was in a tiny little
We got time
kitchen
for this?
hidden away.
We got time
So,
for this.
no
Vitality has Trex on the bench, bro.
Yeah.
He's perma on the bench. Like he's not gonna get off that because they know that if they let him go, he's gonna make a competitor better. Same thing with Leo, dude. Fnatic will never let Leo go for the same reason. So like, Verno's having these pop-off moments, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think he understands how lucky he is and how fortunate he is that you guys were cool enough to actually let him go, join another team, and you even spoke really high.
Yeah, that's not a great one. I mean, not a great one. Trex is probably still under contract, and Leo is like definitely sick to the point where he just gets insanely tired when he plays. It's not a thing. Yeah, that's a rough one, man. Yeah, it's a rough one.
And it's going to be EG starting things off on the attack here.
I'm just better to not say things.
Stepped up in their last series was Icy for me. I think was doing a lot of great work.
Some
stiff competition on the
okay,
other side.
Loud on defense, EG on attack.
Also been very good this year.
I love when they've got Digizin on this Neon pivoting to that.
Wait, but Chad, is that why you guys were saying it was bad? Or is there more stuff? Because the thing that Imi said about their fundamentals being so good, is that true?
A little bit of a standoff here as the smokes fall. EG.
Ooh, nice shots. Wait, are they going to do this thing again where they just out-aim everyone?
Execing into B side at the same time. Right now it's just Icy that got past the buys wall, and I think EG are going to call the spike to loop back over to A. Just sort of leave Icy here to hear footsteps. He's hearing 2 people run through spawn right now.
Yeah, Loud have made a nice pivot here, reading the situation, expecting that those players on A could be pushing up, that they'll likely be finishing the execute there. Kalanzin has inserted himself.
Oh my
God,
goodness.
Lucio.
This guy's actually my guy.
I mean,
This guy's gonna be the next big thing, surely. He's just too good.
EG,
since
though,
joining Loud.
still in this one. Icy's gotten that kill, but the spike is in Luxio's hands. He's got 3 kills already. Yet to even take a lick of damage. And I think this just comes down to isolating a fight. It's a 2-on-1. Either way, Loud want to slice it. Cowanzine, how are they winning this round? Nature alone in a 1v2
Dude, Imi, I've been like ever since they I need to stop flaming this guy. But ever since they got rid of Vinny, I've been really on board with the Loud. Like good.
10 seconds. He needs both these kills. That's one. Swing in, trying to find the shot. Luxo dips back into the smoke. There's no time to plant, or he's running. He has
Does he do tap of the spike or commit?
Luxo's gonna push. Surely Luxo pushes.
Oh, okay. Fair play, Nature. He's absolutely owned this.
That is unbelievable.
He's absolutely
on
on this.
1v2 there. First of all, secret agent mission to get the first kill. And
Dude,
then
that was close though.
In, grab the spike, and then pulling off
Nemesis, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 2 months.
Clutch in the gunfight instead of on time getting the spike down.
By the way, a moment comes up where the post-mortem smoke is super valuable from running the Clove. Potter's already hyped up. I mean, look, we're only 1 round in, but that feels like they're about to carry some of the momentum in. Of course, perhaps speaking too early.
What if they put Ye in the middle?
1v2 clutch,
Maybe. You think it's a confidence thing?
Pretty nice.
Still, it was a 5v3 that turned into a 1v2 Red Bull clutch to win it.
Crazy.
I mean, you were talking about Luxo. That guy he has been so impressive and has truly come out of nowhere.
That 3-piece was insane. His
that Clove value? Dude, I didn't want to be the one to say it, but
last year, and I was
Clove value was through the roof there.
Not
getting that spike without that smoke.
Joining Loud, he's top fragged 5 out of 6
Blue Man Funky, thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate you, thank you. The problem with Loud is they keep doing this punish. There's no way this works. Every single time for an eco, they do the same strat.
Back in, well, Cowanzine in a pretty rough spot. He'll escape it though, and they only end up losing 1.
Yeah, EG's own wall sort of gave the escape for Kawa to slip into Baby Door. Fall back with a couple of his teammates. I think right now EG need to put down a little bit of pressure, maybe tap this door, threaten splitting into A and B at the same time. But B, I think, is where they're going to want to finish.
Might have to contend with Dujazine over there.
The opponents will never expect them to do it a 9th time. Dude, I remember, I can't remember if it was last year or not, Bacon was telling me that Foot ran the same pistol on Lotus like 5 times in a row.
He snuck up there, down to 20 seconds, but shouldn't be any pressure stopping the spike from being planted. EG with their guns can sort of take these forward lines without too much fear.
We're talking about outrageous performances from Luxo. I think it's time to call back to what Super
Main
was
cost sounds a
doing
little low.
last week for EG in that crew win.
Be a bit better now.
2-0 over the team who is now the #1 seed out of Alpha.
On this map, at some point, wasn't he like
Did it work though? No, I think it did work.
Yes.
Something obscene
I think he ended
along
like
those lines.
A 3.0 KD or something just unreal.
I'm glad to see him back at that level though, because I think he was one of the legit first-timer in VCT standouts of last year. It was a reason that EG looked like a contender. So I was a bit worried when he started slow here. I was hoping that there would not be a fall off and perhaps just a temporary lull in the high impact.
Yeah, I mean, if he can keep
Renegade 1195. Thank you so much for that as well, bro. I appreciate you. Chat, you reckon I can turn up a little bit more and it's fine? Let me.
It is funny because with EG, the narrative always seems to be: can X player hit their previous peak? Can we see Rise Superman come back into play? Can we see LCQ Derek? Can we see Peak Ye? Like, all these players have had these moments where they have been respected as some of the best, and all of them trying to find it again on this roster.
Yeah,
what is better for a team, a goated coach or a goated IGL? I mean, in theory, an IGL.
End up.
Yeah,
not by choice,
because the IGL can, in theory, see all the things that the coach could potentially be seeing if he's managing his time well. But
that are, fired up to prove that they
I think,
nice shot from
I don't know. Again, Valorant is the game where the coach can have the most impact out of any game in esports right now. At least that I have an understanding of. I don't know what like Rainbow Six and stuff is like, but.
You were waiting like 45 seconds.
You
guys wouldn't stop talking. It's not my fault.
When he said Leo is the most perfect game sense in the world. I mean, we've often said he's. I've always put him as #1 in my top whatever rankings. I believe he was like the closest we had to a perfect player.
Oh wow, great double face, shuts him down.
Yeah, and trying to get out of there actually meant that his teammates weren't able to play comfortable like trading lines with him either. So easy for EG. EG again going to go back to last round, tapping the door, but realistically threatening to split back to B.
Yeah, the timing on this lurk is impeccable. B side is pretty much open with the 3 players all full committing to an A rotate.
And I like that this time around, Nature's doing.
Okay, this is nice for EG though. Open B side, pressure over towards A. It's a hard retake.
To his teammate, then throws all his utility onto the site. Now he's the late lurk in the Rebel side.
Yeah, gets that power.
He might even be able to hammer smoke this once this door opens.
So well. How do they want to set up this post plan? I do have my eyes on Pancada.
Door's going to open. He's going to smoke this, right?
Find a time to open the door. Backstab while Loud making the noise.
Same spot again. He's been here twice before, and this time unsuccessful. Super's going to try and trade through, but Loud just they find success up there. Going to be able to take all these kills, and EG pushed really far back on this post plant now.
It's also a really ugly plant to play from over in Link here.
Yeah, dude, they prioritized like the wrong position, but
way too much to clear out with the ball line coming back on in.
Surely you want to keep these guns now. They're going to try and fight.
Okay, nicely done from Loud. Yeah, if I'm focusing on EG here, like this plant I'm focusing here is just a no-go. They gotta prioritize
against the Tahoe breach.
This a bit more.
You're so cooked. You're never getting back on the line to be able to get into fight when the spike is actually being tapped, and certainly not so when you're at a man disadvantage. It's legitimately hopeless.
Yeah, losing this player early definitely hurt them, but I think they just needed one of the 2 players they left on site to come up with something.
They needed a kill there, but Luke Show looking pretty nice already.
This round's going to be a bit quicker from EG. For their players leaning over towards C, opening mound. Last time Pancada got an opener here, and damage onto Ye. Can't quite achieve the kill this time.
Surprised he didn't get it. Yeah, he's down to 21 HP right now. Nature's about to
This is nice from EG though. Big important round to go on to that can't buy next. We got every single person from EG that can't buy next if they lose this. Pick up the orb, they get fades. Oh, and they got the... Ooh, but hold up. Okay. When does the tail ult go in? Because everyone does this tail ult to lock him in, and then you salvo at the top.
Because it took them a bit of time. Counting's over here. Oh, and he has
dude, they're all facing when we got tail ult. I'm not sure about this one.
4v4 now.
This is interesting as well. They had waterfall, and they all decide to group over towards heaven for a fast flood.
Has the annihilation.
EG are waiting for Superman's lurk to activate. He finally went through B. The rest of the team is going to follow in behind him.
I guess they had no actual info of how many are on site.
It's beautiful. A nice shot from him. Just a
dude,
volley
Loud
to
played
stall
this
out
incredibly weird.
That B site.
Spike planted.
You can see the Tuis and Digizine. They are so apprehensive because EG are on all of the angles positioned.
I would love to know when these 2 jawed, how many they saw.
Right now before they even think about going for a retake.
And this is why Super was so successful in the last time he played Lotus. It wasn't just because he was shooting.
Icy took 1 bullet there as well.
This macro where he was continually
EG, it is definitely a nice call from EG.
Exactly like this.
And I mean, they can do this a lot in terms of luck over towards B, especially when they're kind of getting freer kills on Vice for dueling like this.
Yep. Always going through B. With the Cypher lurks through B, Super would have the A lurk timings going down. I think this is very much her style of how to play.
It ends up being pretty costly though. Because they save 1, 2, 6, could drop. They could be tempted to force and 2 people take a hit on the guns. Okay, this is a good time for a timeout.
Tough spot.
I'd be super tempted to force this one.
A dilemma. I mean, nice from Ye to just be able to even get 1 in that situation, given he was sat at 21 HP after taking all that early round spam damage.
So how would you fix the economy?
You'll take it. How would I fix the economy here?
NRG quote from the podcast: "We are fundamentally too good, and that's hurting us."
My expert opinion.
That's a really wise take from you.
I don't know if you can be saying that kind of stuff.
For Loud, you know, there's been rumor mill about the future.
I don't know if you can be. Okay, I gotta watch this podcast.
We were memeing it up with like
this podcast sounds pretty fun.
Coming into this
I don't think they're fundamentally bad in every aspect, but I think if we're just focusing on post plants, they're fundamentally atrocious.
They don't want you to talk about 2023
That's at least one aspect of the game
that you're gonna go that way.
Completely wrong.
Keep them hidden. No. This Loud team have had a very strange 2025, though. They were shockingly good at kickoff after having an abysmal offseason.
They're talking about like trading and ideas and trying to get ults and stuff, then maybe, but...
I mentioned the Luke Show stat earlier where he's top fragged 5 out of their 6 maps since debuting. All their
You watched the
series
Rossi
are going
interview?
to
No,
3. Like,
I haven't watched the
they're
Rossi
winning
interview.
maps
Dude, I
that are keeping
need
it
to start
close,
watching this
but
stuff.
They cannot get it over the finish line at any point.
I need like
which
3
leads me to
hours of
believe
just
that
watching
they
all
are
this stuff.
on the cusp of being one of the really solid teams that we have.
Okay,
It's
Loud
just
decided to not
something
go for the
needs to
force.
click. Like one
It would have been
little
tempting
thing
because
needs to
honestly,
go
if
right
they had
for
won
them,
it,
they need
these
to
4 wouldn't have
figure
been
out.
able to buy.
Unfortunately,
Obviously,
too
they
late
still
for
can win
Happy
this low buy,
season.
but
They're looking ahead to stage 2.
Always stage 2.
Are they going to try and be like 2023 Crew if we're talking about those teams where it's like every series is close but they can't quite get a win?
That was their winless year.
Yeah.
Just go crazy in LCQ.
Yeah,
I could
there's good thing
genuinely
there's
see
an
something like
LCQ,
that.
right?
oh, this gets weird. Dude,
they're gonna make
Ye
it
is getting wrecked over here, by the way.
Don't worry, like, there's a big
Like,
championship point.
I do feel like Ye is going down here a lot.
We gotta fit that in.
Gets a little bit weird because obviously they should imagine they're on eco, even though you wouldn't be 100% sure. And normally you can try and take spaces there trying to get this gun. We've been speaking about this before, especially in the 100 Thieves game.
I mean, by the way,
A
Dish is
great
implying that
stun on
everything
this.
kill and controlling Mound has allowed everyone
Door
to
gets
rotate.
closed, isolated, carries in. Definitely got to be winning that one.
No one else has a gun.
When no bullets are out here hitting, dude, no bullets are hitting.
Just peek through a smoke and get a kill. It seems
Dude, the aim is...
a problem.
Oh my god.
Oh, good. Let's just,
How does EG have this power?
Let's see if EG can
Dude,
close
EG
this
have
out
this
cleanly
power,
without
man.
having to
I don't
use
know what's
any of
going
their
on here,
ultimates.
but I'm watching Crew
I'm gonna
miss
say
everything on them, and now I'm watching
Yeah.
Loud
Also,
miss
Icy can
everything on them.
one-shot either
It's
of
like they
them.
get
Also,
into the
he has the
server and
showstopper.
somehow
Also,
everyone
Derek
just
is Armageddon. I mean,
loses the ability to aim.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
this
say
is gonna be a
Nature's
tough one.
position on drop wraps up this round without an ulti, I think.
It's called
That crosshairs
Aura.
Pretty nasty.
It'd be funny if oh my god, Pancata stuns,
dear.
DG slides, and now it's just Nature. He might wrap up the round in the end.
I'm telling you.
No ults used, but they didn't want to have to
Oh,
win
I
it
mean,
like
he's
this.
actually in trouble. It's an incredible one way.
He's so trapped here. But Pancata is 1 HP. He's scared to sit onto the defuse. Not even halfway. There's no time. This round's over. And
Wait,
guys,
he
they
didn't
use
get
it all.
half?
What a clean anti.
That was really clean.
That was, I mean, that was a pretty cool attempt from Loud, though. Respect. I like.
I mean, they gave it a good attempt. No
Dizzy
joke.
sent
If they
out that
hit their
mass
shots
lane,
here,
it cuts off the angle that you were
then-
calling
then
out
they're
with
good,
Nature,
but-
where he was going to be the pivotal backstab. Can't help the players in tree, and as that's happening,
the
Pancata
C's definitely
goes
stopped
for
him
the
for a
door,
little
gets
bit.
a spam
but-
kill. A cool attempt,
Yeah.
but this that was an unfortunate little moment.
Well, I think unfortunately for EG, like Digizin shouldn't be taking that fight. I don't think he knows there's like a one-way smoke that could be coming offline, right? If Louder, man, if Louder a little crisper, I think, in the comms of how to set up that fight, I think that should have been a pretty easy win for them.
And there's that up top haunt that is just being thrown every single round from EG.
What?
Oh my god!
Nice.
every
Dude,
round
I'm
is a
telling you,
CP.
Ye's getting absolutely wrecked over towards it.
Think about the last like what 3 rounds.
Yeah, I think Ye
whether
has
it's
4
Digizin or
first
Pancata, a
deaths.
couple times it's been
I
either
swear he has
advantage
4
or just
first
the first
deaths.
kill on the C space.
Yeah, Pancata is one of the omens playing C that you will find to be far more willing to take early fights. He's way more aggro. Like, he will commit far more often than other omens will in that same position.
When we're talking about the Trauma Descent fans, it was 2023. That's when everyone was so doubtful of Pancata on controller. He honestly didn't look super comfortable in the role. I think he's, kind of coming to his own here now. But the ult's coming in. It's going to be a
Oh
fast
boy,
hit.
mate, you gotta make a
Past
decision.
that Armageddon. Surely Icy's rocket should end this. And, okay.
Oh,
a
enough
little bit more
damage
than he
to
wanted to.
make it
Yeah,
a
nice
self-trade.
trade from Icy, to
Dude,
help out
please
Luke Show
use
there.
this
Oh, yeah,
tail
traded
ult.
himself.
Yeah. Trade yourself.
It's a good deal, 1 for 1.
Still, Kalamazine has been chilling with this Armageddon, by the way, and that's going to be pretty good at
Yeah.
getting someone out of the pit or killing someone
Let's
in
think
the pit.
about it. I'm down for this. This is a good one.
Line to set it up
Spam
as
the
well.
line.
Should be coming in.
Oh my god, and the
On the
stun is
line?
perfectly placed.
Nice.
That was really nicely done.
Still, Supa's kept us online the entire time. EG are trying to play off the site, but he can't get the opener. It all goes back to Derek now. Spike not in a great spot for him, and it's just a whole
Nice,
lot of
guys.
nothing for Derek
That
in
was
that
good.
position. Loud will take their second round.
Dude, I feel sorry for Ye, man.
me,
He's
one of the
getting
things that's been
absolutely
unfortunate
wrecked.
for Loud in these recent
Ye
weeks
is getting
that
so
they can't
owned.
seem
It's
to
not even funny.
individually get enough players online at
He
the
must be
same
feeling
time,
awful
which
right
I
now.
know is kind of a basic thing to look at, but it's like you have Luke Show and Digizin. back in kickoff, Kawanzine was a multi-kill menace. He was getting 3Ks constantly, and he's had a couple bad games in a row. But you gotta feel like if they can get those 3 in prime form, that should be a sick, sick team.
Did I say that Pencado was playing? Was playing? I got it.
He was playing Sentinel. You got it twisted, but I didn't want to do the thing where I'm like, actually, he was playing Sentinel and wasn't good on that, and then they needed him back on controller. You kept it too twisted.
I feel like you need to be in charge of like keeping us honest about Loud, because you sound like Loud's biggest fan. Like, just their biggest believer.
I am a believer. I really am a believer. I came into this year with no belief because their off season was pretty horrific, and they immediately
sell me this round, Wyatt.
Sell you this round?
Hey, this round, they owned them.
They have guns and EG have classics.
I was hoping for something a little bit more impassioned than that, but sure.
You don't need passion when you're correct.
You're like this, sell me this pen, except you just desperately need a pen.
Yeah.
It's just like the most obvious. Do you want to write something? Great.
Yeah.
1K, thank you,
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. Loud are in a pretty
he was last alive for once.
As they've got
Dude, he just had enough.
several ults, they're getting the economy rolling. Looking pretty nice.
Okay, they at least find the wall over towards B though, so
I mean, he's playing off his own.
and they can start
flashes,
defaulting it.
wall.
You can see that the run's been pretty close. Seems they lost one minutes after eco.
Yep.
Wait, the EG?
Got
Is it
to
tech?
send that guy. Icy's like stuck on top of his wall.
Or the EG actually timeout here? Really, timeout?
EG, Coach Potter going to call a timeout because it seemed like they were in control of the game, and all of a sudden it slipped out of their hands. Their economy is going to be on the line, and they don't really have ults to play with anymore.
Well, I think we might have a.
There's 3 casters, yeah, they're tri-casting. When they do this when they do this backup studio, they just tri-cast.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm on, if you can hear me through that.
I can hear you.
Perfect. Evil Geniuses, the comms have been stoic. I
Podcast.
think that's the way I'd like to put it. That first round, when we saw them losing 3 on B, it's like they lost nobody. They keep those level-headed emotions. They're able to come back with the clutches. But recently, it does seem like Loud is able to come back a little bit here. EG was using the previous timeout to get themselves back in the game, so maybe this is one to get that back.
Cool.
Seems like they're taking it pretty serious.
Pretty serious.
All right, thank you very much, Riff.
They're locked into
Thank you for the sideline report, Bisland.
Don't worry, next time he's going to be listening to Loud.
All light armors, we don't get the outlaw out on anyone. And Louds have a good chance to start getting some rounds here because they have ult advantage. They won't go aggro A, and there's a good chance you see the breach ult to punish this. Problem with this breach ult is it normally just helps them escape.
With the 8 players on A, give it away.
Yeah, he has a nice
High-level
spot
analysis.
here. Digison is seized as well. He could be in a tough spot.
Yeah, there's the breach ult. Dude, but this is not a good breach ult. No one's really here to do anything off of
Everyone
it.
is still alive somehow.
Is Kawanzine nothing to you?
No, he's something to me, but he died earlier.
Okay, well, look, Lookshow is there for 2 kills, but Ye's got the...
Ye's gonna take a lot of space with this. A lot of space.
No, there's no way.
That's tough.
Yeah. I imagine TMV won't count this as impact, but that is value right there.
Retake comes in. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Face your fear!
They're going to use it immediately. Spot 2 players towards spawn. Maybe makes you a little sus of the flank coming through.
Ooh, but now no guns left for the EG players on site. Still, I don't know if Loud can scale so quickly off that. That seems like a sort of worthless ult, apart from like being scared of getting pushed themselves. But Loud still have to retake the site.
They still have a stun on 2Es. Flash as well. There's good util for this. Luxio dives into the site. But it's a tough setup to break here, especially with Derek getting that kill.
It's a strong
That'll secure
crossfire.
some space, but he'd love to get another. Keep the missiles alive. Time getting real low for Loud. They need to get on this spike now, but Derek...
Yeah, this was
and
nice
Super,
though.
they shut it down.
Smoke was really,
Good
really
close
strong.
fight from EG,
Forced him
but
into the crossfire.
Can't help but feel like that was a bit of a fumble from Loud on the retake.
There's a Rise duo narrative in there somewhere.
You work on finding that. You work on finding that.
I mean, it was right there. It was Derek and Superman, and they
So
won the
Rise
round
used to be a
together.
North American Valorant team these guys played on. Anyways, I will say, I like how EG have been playing these A post plans. Think about like every time they get the spike down here, they're always trying to take drop control and play the drop triangle. They're not really playing out into rubble or grass or anything. They're really embedding themselves on site.
Yeah, maintaining that nice crossfire. All right, EG stabilizing out of the Potter timeout.
Maybe that's a chance for Vince.
Dude, one of the bunnies keeps jumping on the sofa and keeps falling off the sofa. Like keeps failing to jump.
Back there listening to things.
I don't think he's
It's getting really embarrassing for him.
I just know he loved that
I think
game.
he's just watching Rise VODs right now.
Bunny suit.
He's actually
prepping
not
for the desk. Yeah, he's watching VODs from
Hopping around.
2022.
And in their game against Luminosity, they looked so good.
Right, or the guard, perhaps.
Toggled hacks with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the Prime usage.
That's my Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a little look at the money. We've got 1, 2, 3.
Very different team, though.
And we got 1, 2, 3, 4 that can't buy. So, giant rounds. No one close to that. Old Sarah.
EG made a lot of noise towards C, and they did draw the rotate.
This is a great. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see what the call's like from EG, because for sure Nature had this reclear, so they're probably going to reclear A, take C, and try push C.
Still a fault line that Tui's is holding out in his hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Nature wants to solo this? Oh, okay, now it gets weird. Now what you call?
Such a beast at Mound. How many opening picks has he got?
He's so confident fighting there. He really doesn't give it up. Wow. Lovely timing from Ye.
That's a rough timing.
Cause some chaos for Loud on the rotates.
Yeah, does the Fawns get time to pop? Fawns pop now? It'd be incredible.
Is the lurk coming in, so they're fully aware of this. Pancada's going to fall back. And with 10 seconds left.
Dude, Ye is owned this round.
Cloud won a chance of the round. They're pushing forward to try and stop this spike from going down. 6 seconds left on the clock. That's a big kill. Cloud are just going to be able to take the round with no
Damn,
time
Pancada, bro.
4K from Pancada.
That is lovely from Pancada.
Dude, I gotta see that from his POV. How's he done this? Jelliot, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 23 months.
Most teams are heavy stacking Vice
Yeah, read down a sec. One sec.
doubling up in this area, but he has been a lone C constantly.
Loud just put one man there, and it's good enough.
No,
damn, that little transfer's lovely.
It's the Vice doing that. That's what we've seen the majority of the time on Lotus in this stage 1.
But I do think
solo.
One thing that EG are sort of
Paybricks make it to Toronto / Paris. Can you put bunny face paint on, mate? Why would I commit to something that's 100% gonna happen?
And Loud just continue punishing that, right? Because there's
I got nothing. Surely we do something that is less likely to happen.
Early to take that space.
Definitely not, because they die walking out towards Mount. Oh, again. I mean, Dij's in. To be fair, he did take
if they don't make it. Okay, fair play. You actually got me with that.
And that's a big
You've
trade-off
actually
you're
owned me
making
with that one.
when you pick the double controller comps with this fade instead of something like what G2 play with the Breach Teo, right? You're always going to have a big strength with the Viper wall towards A, being able to send lurks B and A constantly when you're playing the Viper, but without the Breach, it makes execing a lot harder. You really have to rely on like those late lurks into B that we were talking about.
Pancada's just jiggling, getting some damage off on Superman as Louder gathered up to nullify this pressure towards A from EG.
Oh, only one guy made it in. That's not going to get it done.
Kalenzin's forced back, but he's okay with that. Pancada puts
Dude, money's nice after this. Money's real nice after this. One armor rebuy.
In the server.
You
are
EG's already timed out this half, so I doubt we see another one. But they're not in the best spot.
Pretty nice, and also in that round,
they have a tail ult, right? I think.
To get the Armageddon ready for this subsequent one, where EG are going to once again have their economy on the line. Opportunity for Loud to get, theoretically 2 here if they can just win round 11.
And now you have 2 of the best ults in the game: the Annihilation from the Teo, as well as the little finger gun from the Neon. Where is my brain?
I don't know what that one's
Guys, I know the ultimate names.
I have never remembered what the Neon one is called, I'm going to be honest. It's just a lightning gun.
The Neon, is it not called Overdrive or something?
Did a producer tell you that in your ear?
Annihilation Deadlock?
Is that right?
Yes.
Is that what they just said?
It's Armageddon. I was gonna I chose again to not.
It's the only one that
actually.
it is. Yeah, it's one of the only ones I know.
Annihilation, also a movie that was on Kaplan's top list.
Oh yeah, and
there you go.
This is a good
film. Big stun.
If you're watching the show yesterday, you know what we're talking about.
It's a shame about that breach damage, just not at the right angle. Wait, could you make that at the right angle?
All the Prowlers gone for Nature, basically. I mean, that's just all of his utils straight up gone right away.
That incredible spam, by the way.
They're still not really comfortable.
AO locks him in.
Hey, look, it's the Armageddon!
It is. He's going to be able to 1-2 it away.
Dude, Tail with the salvos is really strong. Big shots to kill a lot here.
Armageddon, leave a gap, put the missiles there.
Oh, dude, this guy's so good, man.
I'm not sure if I'm excited about the player or mad about your joke.
I do feel like EG obviously could be could be doing that slightly better, but
we can make it normal. Wait, what are EG doing? For a second, Icy was going over into B, but the spike stuck in tree. He's gonna be able to plant.
You got 2 strikes on jokes. one more, and you're out of here.
No more funny business. I'm locking in.
10 seconds left.
Okay, Icy's going for a fight here while the plant comes down, but no one is over there. It's a round we've seen before. 2 retaking from
I'm
stairs.
so fine for them to use the tail here.
Missiles up.
Good clear from EG, knowing no one's coming at them from heaven.
Armageddon.
A rewrap could be big from Icy.
Yeah, he has to really
they do have a smoke
so
for
much
this.
here. Icy's low on HP. He's missiled out. Good night. Luke Show. It's a banger shot, and surely that's the round.
And
Icy
nice shot.
late to the party, and
This is good from Loud. Glad they were just not overthinking this, but the actual plan was like really good. All for the back of the side. Omen Flash gets all of this and the plant spot.
Someone into a corner, into missiles. I can't remember which player it was, but whomever was, it was forced back into waterfall there. Missiles come out, and then they're on the angle, and they get a free kill.
Yeah, I'll leave that one to
has
you.
To run out and not take the damage from the missiles.
Not doing anything for this team.
Nicely done from Loud.
Making me watch Harbor all day.
Spike down. Their economy's not too bad. They have a pretty fair buy for this last one.
But they keep running into this issue of the opening fights. Loud are taking the advantage, and EG need to get back to what was working earlier in the half, where they were playing the map a lot more slowly. Not getting caught out by these stacks of Loud, which again, Loud have managed to put 2 players towards C. Again, Pancott is getting this kill.
Yeah, I would
you
love
could have
to know
any.
the first kill
what did you say, Yumpy?
for this
well,
half right now.
Any name for utility would it be called? It would be It would be okay. It would be cast, right? It's called cast, and it's like a fader. And when you all your everything becomes reversed, right? So if you move your mouse down, it goes up. If you press A, you actually go right. It just flips everything.
Just hard facing from stairs, has that sheer
that would be it.
Gonna hear if anyone opens
How broken is that? It's skill issue, man. If you can't insta adjust, that's on you.
Really good info on this side of the map.
Why do you hate people?
Still, I like the pressure that EG are putting down, even by slowing down the round. Now that it's 4 players, you know that it's very hard to hold all of the different lanes to get into a site. Oh my.
Pancott still gets a kill there. He's
whoa,
backpedaling, stuck within the C's.
Damn, that was nice. That was real nice. There was maybe a spot that he could have gone into, but I'm not entirely sure, like on the left.
It's low time though for EG, but Supa's lurk is successful on B.
Yeah, he was able to sneak in from A through
People
B.
would just create a hotkey to flip everything. Yeah, they probably would.
Luke Show's coming back to check on him.
Yeah, the thing is, Luke Show knows something's gone down.
Shot. Absolute shot.
This guy's
This guy, man.
Look at the plant too. That'll get him the ultimate.
What? There goes the plant. Wait, he dodged it.
Out of it. Stunning.
I thought he was super. I thought he was done.
Ahead of this utility, but the pit's already spread. They're gonna start to get decayed.
I thought it was for sure done. Little sidestep on that.
In the hands of Superman. A cat to push in as well, and the shorty not enough. Cowanzine gets one, but nature, as the pit drops, puts it into a 2v1 for 2Es.
I_V with the prime. Thank you so much for the 24 months.
Positions are good though.
Thank you for the 2 years, bro.
Play with. Nature's just going to take this passively. Play around the delay from the missiles, almost a timing.
And that's a kill. 2Es. 1v1. Sticks it halfway, but this one
he didn't get it half.
2Es. I don't think
but
he
he just doesn't have the time. That was a nasty. No, nasty shot though.
Yeah, it was a sick shot.
Oh my God, that's a.
He was so close to getting it half.
Yeah, I mean the peak timing was good though.
Oh my God, Derek.
That's crazy.
Like barely the perfect timing from Derek.
But closing out the half 6-6 off of just.
I think Loud are going to be happy with this for sure. I think you're always going to be happy getting 6 rounds on Lotus defense for the most part. But given the fact that, damn, that was close. But given that EG started off so hot, and then they were able to get back into it, respect to them for that.
Play again. He swear at the monitor. It's funny. Dude, then he gives a little look at the admin, see if he's going to get told off. Pansy, thank you for the gifted. Thank you so much, Pansy. I appreciate that.
Stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone.
Thank you, thank you.
And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Please, can I give a shout out to Hypoc for sure? Hello, Hypoc. Hello. He's a huge fan. Dude, he has been here when you were mini casting. Been normally when you guys flame me, he said that he's saying that he would never do that to me. That he's not like that. Doubt. You a fan of Liquid or a content creator for Liquid? Why can't I be both? Can you only be one or the other? He's PR trained. Yeah.
And I think the story of the first half was Pancata. He has started this game 17-5, and in 4 out of 12 rounds, a third on defense, he got the opening kill, just swinging C long.
Yeah, on his own. No supportive utility, no players next to him, no nothing. This guy's just getting it all done.
What's on the NRG podcast? Dude, people are telling me about it earlier. I haven't watched it.
Waiting for the timer to go down to 0 so we could talk about the game again, which is that
you mean me.
Are tied 6-6 on the scoreboard.
Oh, no, that's
and
my
none
point
of their players are positive. None of them.
That's crazy.
That's great. Did you notice that?
I didn't even notice that.
Up? All right, Loud. They're fast to get into rubble off that neon speed.
And they're pretty much always going to win this A-Rubble, or this, yeah, the A-Rubble fight here with
on the
the
pistols.
stun neon combo. Those agents are just so strong at taking this space.
Loud give themselves no backup plan here, so we are hitting the 3-stack on A at the moment, which is pretty worrying.
You're going to have Nature take contact here.
We got a frenzy on this.
Good swing. Oh, but shut down straight away. Nature, nice taps with the classic, 2 for 2.
It's Pancata again,
nicely
though,
done
getting
from
a double
Ye.
there. Puts this round, at least for EG's
That's
hands.
good from Ye as well, takes all the space.
The raid boss with the overheal, the speed picks up the ghost.
150 health now with that ghost. He wants a fight.
Yeah, lost the overheal now, though. But the rest of his team has showed up.
Derek has 1 stun. That's their only way to get past this smoke. In it goes. EG flooding to the site. Oh, the stun.
Ooh, the stun
Tui
is...
swings, and Pancata's got his back as well. Super.
Wait,
1v2,
that's nice. Fair play, man.
through.
3-2. As in 3v2 to make it to a 1-1. It's a great stun, timing that stun. I didn't even mind the retake from EG. Should they be smoking themselves off close? No, not really. I think they did pretty good. I would maybe say that the pathing has to...
Like why he
no, honestly, I'm
not
fine with
miss. This is definitely the why does he not miss game.
Swixty, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you for the prime.
Good.
Appreciate that.
I think it took to the fourth guy he killed to actually miss a headshot.
Can I coach Radiant? What does that mean?
Loud want to
Then you want to coach Radiant players?
Oh, guess what? They have a breach stun and immediately nullify the angle where they were
I mean, Bacon's made a living off of it, so maybe.
Yeah, and we'll see. Like this round, they're playing a little more.
Oh, he's here, and I'm not surroundedly flaming him.
Step up, but like if EG do start taking the mound fight, like we saw from Pancata, you will just see rounds where Loud will rip the breach stun, send the neon flying forward, and it's just it's less expensive than even having like the Raze, because Raze double satching into the space, you're out of that for the round. Neon can
Ride cost of paper fin and Achilles, it'd be pretty fun.
You got Luke Show taking a ton of space over towards A. And
the problem is I would have to just not. First of all, I'd have to be in a different country.
In the meantime,
Second, I would have to not be streaming.
Procking the
a
door and immediately
a lot of big things there.
Pivoting, excuse me, back to that space gain, getting an open A site to take.
The way he swings corners with like,
why did I stop
like
coaching?
I
realized I wasn't going to win anything.
When he debuted in Pacific.
And no one wanted to change the team. So.
Always ready for the perfect angle. I mean, it's just been so impressive for Luke Show that he's on a winless team and he's still looking this good.
And it's why I feel like Loud are on the cusp of being like a top 4 contending team, which
it's kind of brutal. Yeah, but you have to have faith in the team you're coaching, otherwise it's pointless.
I'm trying to think of some other like really high impact or just like debut performances of players, of rookie players. It's definitely one of if not the best we've seen from an individual.
Hey, nice cleanup.
People that come to mind. Primi again, Alpha Yer.
Sure. I'm thinking in America specifically.
Do we have rookies? Oxy, his first year with C9 was pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
insane.
His kickoff was crazy.
Mata had an insane kickoff.
I think that's a great comparison, considering like the teams have had like similar like close games but keep losing despite individual excellence.
I mean, he's actually catching up to Pancata on the scoreboard at this point, off that 4K.
That's my
Just
worry about
4
Pancata this
behind.
half, is they're not going to be running towards him as much. He's just going to have less opportunities to fight.
Old Louder stacked up again towards A early. They've got the trip wall behind them.
Loud FPX spot last round, so they have 5 rifles here on their bonus.
With more than enough money to play for a big
He
buy on
faked
this
the
next
reload.
round too. Okay,
Bro
standard
faked
spam,
the
and you would
reload in
expect
case
him
they
to
heard
spam
it
that
to
for the
take the
4th time in a row.
space. That's sick.
That's how he gets you.
More spam. No, he catches onto it this time.
What is that timing?
Oh boy, how's he done that though? Dude, Pancata is 21 to 6.
I need to see what happened with Ye's positioning there that he was able to do that.
It's because the door just opened. Ye was playing inside of the smoke. The second tree player was the one watching that angle, but when the door opens, he turns
Okay, they
to
want
look
to
at
take a
that
little bit
light.
of space.
That's when the rookie is swinging them and getting the 2K.
That is insane. Just 2 away now from catching up to Pancata on the scoreboard, who has 21 in 15 rounds. That's what I mean, the talent on this team, the individual skill is so insane.
2v3 for EG. They need to win this round, but the kills, they come in well. Pancata.
Pancata, that is an absolute play, mate. Holy hell. That was so sick. That was actually so sick.
Just round after round, it's just a montage.
He's making monstrous plays, dude. This is the bonus round and he does that.
He's got the blind TikTok
That's
teleport.
incredible.
Superman's got absolutely no idea where he is to win out this 1v2.
The Omen Classic.
My
That
goodness.
1-2 util play. That's so good. And he's so confident just holding the angle. Like, could he have tried to...
a little wider.
He could have tried to delay and just run. He knows Derek is sprinting at him.
Fast play towards
He's on that middle seat. Dude, the middle seat buff is
Yeah,
crazy.
Viper's up there, it's over. EG actually have no agent that can quickly escape from back mound, so I like that Loud are continuing to default into this space. And it doesn't even cost them so much, right?
There's no way.
They can use the breach stun on the play, just a flash. So they could explode into the side if they want.
Stun onto Super, slide, but yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's prime Ye.
That's lovely shots.
Okay,
Did they force through? Oh god, no one's watching the door open. Oh, it's an absolute disaster class, man.
It's prime.
Dude, there's so many guns to pick up here. This could be the biggest round.
How has this all gone
I'm closer
wrong?
to giving you that.
And Super is just so ready to get those 2 kills off the door.
Oh, he definitely can't plant here. He needs to get like 3 kills before he plants.
No.
Is he like that?
I don't think it's like that. Okay. I don't like his odds versus Ye up in heaven.
Oh my god, I thought he was definitely getting shot in the back.
Ooh.
This guy's
Gets
got
out
moves.
to A.
Wait, it's kind of...
I like using the thorn, sets up a flash as well to swing
He's
on.
got his ult even.
EG just have
Agent,
4.
man.
They're gonna quadruple.
Oh my god, he's gonna get
Going
back to B.
back to B. Oh my god, so close.
Yay, dead. Okay.
Ooh, okay, dude, nice
Deep
though.
breath.
Nice for EG. That's so much money.
Quiet,
believing
I
for a
saw you
second.
like start to get out of your chair.
Look, Mimi, you're saying deep breath. That's just a full eco that EG won. Like off of Ye finding a 2K. EG have 3 stacked on to C. Somehow, no utility is hitting Ye. Okay, he's dodging. Oh,
Jumps
that
out
is
of it.
sick tracking.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Okay, it is giving Headhunter. You're right.
Thank you.
And then Super caught that great timing.
Because
to
he was
swing down Ben, get
recovering
to-
a rifle
Yeah.
and just happened to be in the
Did you rifle on the middle seat? Nah, it made the middle seat. Wouldn't save
No
my
one
rifling.
looking his way.
There's nothing that can save that.
And it does.
All right, drone is going to clear out everything towards C, which is a little bit unfortunate because now that tool's gone to actually try and get into this pit later if they ever have intentions of doing so.
Yeah, it's also like the Vi's ult is kind of useless going into a pit because usually the Viper player's got a shorty anyways.
Yeah, definitely. I imagine EG are shortied up at the moment.
Shorted up on a Sunday afternoon.
God he is trying to get back in here, and the rest of his team is grouped up, reclaiming this space where they're going to try their best to not die to an Odin again.
Icy's position here off his contact. Nature has the spam to be able to come in. Nature actually repositioning here. What a timing! Going on the swing to find a kill. Wall up.
Fatal hits everyone. With this, they're probably going to duel over towards B.
How did DG Zin get that kill? Through the wall, I
No
believe.
way he's going to win that.
The movement. Oh, EG, this is
It's an easy call.
calamity of a round.
It's an easy call. Why are we not moving over towards A? Why are we still pushing here? Oh my god.
Just keeps going forward.
Yeah, he's back alive.
Where are we going?
Good night, buddy. You're in a stun. And Loud, they lose an eco round, but they are right back into it.
But what if Supa 1v4?
I think they're aware. Oh, what a shot.
Oh
my god.
My goodness, give this guy some respect.
1v2 now for
He's gonna
Superman.
play this round proper.
Just no.
You can hear Luke Show on this rotate towards spawn right now.
He knows there's gonna be backside, I think.
They're doubled up in heaven. Super
Hey, very
Jingles
nice.
Luke Show.
So fast.
Won't let him get away with it.
I would personally love if for the rest of this map, it was just back-to-back highlights of like Luke Show and Supa in 1vx's.
Luke Show overtook
He's
Pancata.
overtaken Pancata.
24 and 11 for the rookie,
God.
and 23 and 8 for the champion.
Oh, some nice.
Count that kill on Derek.
That was nice.
This might end up being the best acquisition of the offseason.
This guy, I mean, he's insane.
Well, you know, I mean, they got him in the offseason. He was a sub. He was on the bench. Relax.
The best promotion of the year. How about that?
Might just be both. I mean, we'll see. Hey, listen, we'll see. I mean, definitely the best
Vitality
promotion for
Durka.
sure. I'm talking about Americas. You know what I mean?
You guys are so regional. I'm so.
We're on a regional broadcast.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Mimi?
Save that narrative
Save
for
that
Toronto.
for globals. Come on.
My bad.
I mean, that's also dependent on how well Loud can do as we get into the future.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
I've
this is
seen
a great start
TMB,
on
yeah,
their
we saw him.
quest to get a win in the first stage.
Checked out earlier.
Bang to send.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
a crazy pickup for sure. And you could count that as a promotion. I think most people would.
That's diabolical.
Fnatic like to have both from Odin and Tree. Fnatic change up a good amount of who plays there. You can play whatever, but normally you're trying to have some kind of fade util to set you up.
Do we see a problem if we look at the timeline here? Because, what, out of the last 10 rounds, that's 7 for Loud?
What?
Yeah, that is somewhat of an issue. And the EG economy has also been somewhat of an issue. The buy in this round?
Pretty good low buy for EG though.
Not ideal.
Let's put attention on EG then, because this is a round that they really need to win. They lose this, and they are going to have money still, but this was be your chance to kind of pull it back, not let Loud get up to 11.
Looks to me like the pivot for EG is playing more aggressively front B. See where Ye is with the Sheriff? He has previously been involved in these A fights, but now EG, while they show a lot of utility early, they're playing super passively on the A side of the map, trying to maybe get some kind of a push through B, a scout going in now as that door opens to make sure it's not going to be a pivot back into the B site.
I'm also looking towards Luke Show, who's exploring towards Mountain, maybe giving Loud the opportunity to pivot back late into the round, just
But
go
even
for the
then,
C-hit.
they wouldn't be able to because EG have pushed
I mean,
up
it's a
front.
free site right now. Dude,
Ye is
it's a free
inserted
site.
very deep towards that attack.
That was really
Monarch.
weird.
Here comes the A side, executes, self drone clearing out.
Yeah, he's ready to flash off the drone, but the drone's just like, well, there's no one here, so they get to save the Omen flash. Now we have a Lurk all the way behind, and they're going to get an info on this Lurk behind. It's a very hard retake for EG. They go,
The
no.
retake's going to start for Evil Geniuses. They're stalled out for a minute.
Dude,
Luke
oh
Show's
god,
running up
oh
behind
god.
them. How many does he see? Luke Show. Outstanding from
Dude,
the rookie
one of the
yet
weirdest
again.
setups from EG
And
I've
this
ever
round
seen.
is turned on
One
its
push
head.
here,
Timing is insane. He's on
and then we
for
have like
30
4
on
tucked here.
On the base.
He wasn't even top fragging at the half.
Chris,
We
he's on
had
the
no
floor.
info. We had no info over towards A. We had no info over towards C. This might be one of the worst defense setups I've ever seen.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, or you make your own luck.
No,
Something
but
like that.
that's also just awareness, right? Because
Yeah.
there's nowhere else.
In a comp that
EG
has
can
no
realistically
info?
be. And they've been stalled out up in heaven because the Omen smoke, the fast lane too.
Are you just going to stay sitting on the floor?
I'm kind of enjoying it down here.
Okay.
After a timeout?
Only the people on the
After a
TikTok
timeout?
By the way, I see got a 4K that round.
And this has put EG on a weird buy. They like half buy into another half buy.
They have the rocket, which is something, but there's not a lot of good.
Oh, he actually did
go
see
through
them.
the
Yeah,
wall.
he just barely spotted them.
But when he shot them, he didn't see them
No,
really.
he saw the arm of the Teo through the wall there right at the end, I think.
Why are you trying to take it away from him?
Free.
Let him have his moment.
I feel like him seeing them is more impressive. We're already into the next round. Loud faked pressure towards another. TPing in. Pancata is in the
Dude,
spot.
Derek didn't even
Derek
check the
looked at
corner.
that. Did he think the Omen came?
Oh my god, this guy's a monster though. It's insane. Someone give him some help, man. Someone please help this guy. Thank you, Ye.
So Ye has hit some nasty shots in this game as well, leaving it all in the hands of 2Es, who's been temporarily benched, temporarily unbenched. This would be a good moment for him to stay off the bench if he
earn your
win this
spot
1v3.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, some mad shots in this round.
I love how you literally just
Joe
said
Janik, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you, thank you.
He didn't clutch. Are you gonna have a word with SDK?
Listen, take a peek at my contract. I get paid by the word. I'm gonna overcomplicate every sentence.
What was going on here?
Show me the super kills.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe
One of the most common Omen
spots.
spots.
Like every Omen
That
always
shot
TPs there.
is.
Yeah, no.
What is that neon kill?
It is.
He's
the
like
classic.
sliding, strafing through air. Nah.
I talked to Potter like a couple years ago ahead of 2023.
That forces them down to an eco as well, to make it pretty
At the
close.
time he was on
They're about to get
phase,
all of their ults,
contract
really.
stuff, she couldn't get him. And now she's happy to have him.
Dude,
Yeah,
Ye is
sure.
actually
Another pickup Potter would like.
Yeah, if you asked her in
Back-to-back
2023,
lovely rounds
she'd
from him.
also be saying yay. Lucky for her, she found them both.
I don't understand how Ye is 15 and 19. Every time I'm on his point of view, he's
just
doing something
kinda had a
crazy.
He had a
attack
really
side.
rough start, yeah.
He's been real good on the defense, though.
Well, he's
Holding shots
intentionally
when it's in.
dying so that he can res on Clove. It's all part of the plan.
Oh yeah, if he runs in right now, he'll get his ult. That'd be a great play.
Only one orb left.
Not ready yet.
It is Lucio and Pancata.
No, no, no. Not with stingers. I hate to rain on your parade, Mimi.
Trying to pivot over towards C, which is relatively open, but that's not going to matter when they get flooded upon.
Yeah, he's 8 HP.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Lucho is 0
And he's good as well for EG.
God,
Yeah, this
Levy's
is super
on
durable.
HP. This is going to be challenging to win.
Four players, the firing squad.
Now, what this is an opportunity to try and close the gap on Lucho in terms of the kills, if he can just sneak away with 1 or 2 here.
Unfortunately for Pancata, there's a contract on his head, and EG are coming for him.
Despite Loud winning the majority of the rounds, EG have been keeping it close enough that they're able to get kind of a free one against an eco buy here. Digizine is having a tough time. Even 2 rounds in a row, he's like mid-dash.
Yeah, Digizine actually is getting wrecked every single time he slides.
I think this next round's going to be super pivotal.
I'm owning him on the slides.
If it's true.
You just stole my point.
He built on it. That was a yes and
True.
if I've ever seen one.
All pass and aggro over towards A, and then okay, what?
Alright, they do get that.
A lot of util used. Do they insta-react over towards here?
Walk up on B, though.
Yeah.
This is real
Looks like they
quick from
might.
Loud.
I think they're realizing B's been a little bit lighter, so the quick pop may just work for them.
In goes Digizine. He'll pass towards Baby Door, but he gets stunned, and he has to back away for now.
Oh my god.
Tail for tail. Oh my goodness. Oh god.
Guns on the site, they're double pandemonium. It's madness.
Yeah, he's also so
With 2 kills.
questionable.
Hold on now. 4v3 for Evil Genius. Is a rocket to take it down to 2 on the side of Loud. That spike out in the
Lovely
open.
shots.
And Derek, after surviving the
Dude,
initial hit,
there's just ults on top of ults here.
Such a
much
crazy
going on.
flood. Derek's util there was fantastic. That
Let's
Armageddon.
see this. Week 3,
How
I
long did it
think,
fight
with
on
Prime.
Digizine entering, too.
Yeah,
Thank you
it
for that,
just
mate.
dispersed
Appreciate you.
everyone
Thanks
into
for the
the
prime.
angles where the flooding EG players could
He's
capitalize
had
as well.
some silly ults this game.
Get some time to come through Baby Door.
Nice, Derek!
he's feeling it.
I'm feeling the same way. I was nice.
I wasn't ready to match that energy.
Awesome
I
back
respected
down
that.
to an eco.
No, we did not ramp into that.
Viper ult.
Or Derek's trying to do this silly little
Oh, dude,
pause.
I hate when
This
people
is
play
a
this
silly
pause
little
against an
take contact.
eco.
This is a Teo it's
I hate
this guy
when
doesn't
people
have
play
a
this
dash.
against
He
an
doesn't have a
eco.
dash. He doesn't have have a teleport.
Hey, you guys want a free gun? Sure thing. There you go.
No, we're giving guns over. Now there's a breach ult into the site. Loud are going to have the plant.
And by the way, Luxo still has this steel garden, so we might just get an honest Western film sheriff standoff.
Viper goes in. Actually, kind of gets DG's in a little gap to chill in.
Just in the one with the gun. He's had a rough game thus far. Here's a chance to turn around.
Boy.
Yay.
Oh my god, Icy's absolutely sending over Shorty through the Viper smoke. He went to the other side. I mean, Luxo's just lucked all the way through, cut him off. This is a disaster class round from EG. They've had a couple of absolutely shocking setups. They really have. Oh boy. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Happens to everyone apparently.
That is the honest reaction we were waiting for. And this puts Loud in an awkward position because
that was the gun.
Is gone. It's 3 sheriffs all trying to get a little bit active on their own.
Big Joe.
Creeping up back towards the defensive spawn. That's a beautiful kill.
He's him.
To start this off. Now the clock starting to work away.
Look at the positions. This feels unwinnable for Icy.
He has to go hunt down 3 different players. There's just not going to be enough
very,
time.
very nice. Yeah, bad setup from EG though. Can't be doing that against Nico.
I mean, also, yeah, I mean, they just have no players that can actually escape one and dones like that with the comp that they have.
Put Ye on chamber.
If they have a chamber or if they have an omen. Oh, but Derek is just stuck and he's isolated because of the cloud that's up from the Viper.
I just want to say, we are going into potentially the final round. Luxo and Pancata are both on 27 kills. This could be the round to see who's going to be on top.
You can't be losing when you have the Shaq and Kobe performance. You actually can't.
Remember, Luxo, since debuting, has top-fragged 5 of his 6 games with Loud.
Wait, that's insane, isn't it? Oops.
Not against the Boombot.
And now he's 0-1 versus the Boombot.
Superman's in a great spot.
Nice
He's been a
shot.
shining light for
Guys,
EG, and he starts the round well.
Looking like he's aimbot.
God.
Dude, breach damage goes below.
Yeah, just playing high on the box. The aftershock was below him. That might even give false info to Loud, though. I mean, at this point, could have pivoted back.
Just saw 3 players, but didn't spot that Luxo had rotated back into the team. Still, EG had crept up into the forward A space, so maybe they're worried about a front B lurk, something like this. I mean, things considered.
Minute left. These guys have no space.
Yeah.
No map control.
And even just having the Odin here on a timing, thinking this is about the time they'd be entering main. For a little bit of chip damage. Beautiful.
Ooh, spot out onto at least 2. Sees in Icy. Gotta be the man of the hour here. Gotta step up. Kawa up the satchel.
This is a nice satchel. It's a good idea.
Not care.
Love that attempt, though. Wall is now up. Kalenzin's going to try to get through the door with the rest of Loud.
Good play from Ye. He's running. They hear him.
Yay.
20 seconds.
Ulted up. Only a shorty now. If he gets a kill,
close
it's still
to get
good.
into.
Smoke up. Optimal position.
Nice
That's
from
1.
Ye.
On the reload, Ye dips back.
10
He's
seconds.
going back.
That's not no way. The guy hit the back.
Wait, what? Wait.
The guy hit the back, man. Ah, dude.
Yeah, rewind
Well,
the tape. I don't care about anything else inside of the round. It didn't matter.
Maybe we should be nerfing this gun a
That
little
is a
bit.
guy that's full ulted, goes to shorty. Okay, first kill, whatever.
Gets away, and then he gets the speed here.
That's a collat! That's 1 bullet, Mimi!
That's unbelievable.
I mean,
They're freaking out, too.
Even Foe's like, wait a second, did that just happen?
Dare I say, prime Ye.
He's just going crazy. I still don't understand how he is. I mean, he's playing Clove. That's why he has more deaths than kills. I mean, the greatest Clove performances still, you end up with more deaths than kills.
Maybe I'm focusing too much when he only has a pistol. Because all of his highlights are literally just pistol montages, no?
Shorty,
A
Sheriff.
couple of it, yeah.
Shorty, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
How
Put him
is
on
this game
chamber.
11-12?
Put him on chamber.
Right, we're into the Loud timeout in the final moment.
Yeah. By the way, Luxo Pancata still at 27
Still
apiece.
at 27.
Watch, you're gonna have
Toto
fun, but I
Boss,
don't
thank
know,
you
in
so
the
much for
game,
the tier 1.
27 each.
Thank you for the
Kalenzi
2 years
comes
as well.
back 14 kills down to overtake them in OT.
Pancada's got the
coach. Yeah, there was a report that
has the ability to once
that
again
they were removing him
behind the team if they want to go for one of those silly executes.
Yeah.
Do they run it back and do that
It might
twice?
just be a C exec. They could be going for
I
it.
hope not for
Classic
Loud,
Omen alt exec.
because just a second ago, Derek pinged the location he ulted last time, and I think he's going to be ready for that one. Maybe Loud are going to just
so
do that
stupid,
ult into
man.
top right corner site where that ping is. That's another good one on the Omen. You can cancel it, but it's good info either way.
Honestly, it's kind of sick though. Fair play.
Spelling mistake
Okay.
on that Twitch chat.
One chance. Please don't go to the one and done
I didn't
pause.
see it, I didn't see it.
Here's the fight. Derek
Okay, thank you.
again. Out open, but doesn't get caught.
Alanzine should have the ultimate. Armageddon in the post.
Tui's holds the stun. No one swings. Haunt broken.
Locating target.
And now they can action on this execute.
Well,
If they want to go.
didn't locate any targets really, just got shot down.
They have
Getting the
no
info.
backup
In the
plan.
last
Yeah.
several rounds, at a moment like this, EG had a player pushed very deep towards Rubble. At the moment, they've only got some pretty passive information. But even still, with Icy just jiggling, they have all rotated to
Oh
the
my
C
God,
side.
He has
he's
3
in
here,
sending it.
super starts, but just in, maybe finding his round. Finally, it's the other players from Loud who haven't thrived thus far, finding their mark to put it
Really
even.
important 2v2. Let's see.
2-on-2 now for Loudness post. No ultimates really to work with here.
Trades on trades,
Utility on the
yeah.
side of Icy.
I'm looking to see if Tuiz is going to get this fault line back up in time. EG are
The
going
raid
a
boss
little
of
bit
Luke
slow.
show.
Further delay from the vines could allow
Stall.
that util to cycle.
Do EG have a lot of util.
Made in, doesn't catch. Just a bit of damage onto Tui's.
Satchel out.
Satchel forward, Icy spots them both out. Tap on the spike, Icy, yay together for the first kill, and now Tui's in the one on
Oh
two.
my gosh. He was real calm with it, dude.
With a
Dude, what a
stunning
crazy map
shot
this was. Fair
on
play.
The Guardian. He's off the bench, he's in the server, and he's won this map.
Yeah, well, we were calling out the clutcher kick for the Tui's 1v3, but he's staying off the bench. He
He's
gets the
got a
1v2.
spot, no problem. This 4K
He's
is
starting.
crazy.
He's starting.
The guy
That
who's meant to be
so
trading
sick.
is jumping.
Players forced into the
Bro,
swing
it's hard in the
because of
situation when you got that
aftershock.
aftershock there, so you gotta
Because of
insta
Tui's heroics,
comment.
I've got
Oh,
big
sorry.
news.
Gotta insta
Luke
comment.
Shaw and Pancada both finished with 27 kills. They're
prophecy.
tied. They're tied at the end of it all, but they get the win either way. What a start to this series.
But EG, they started so strong this map.
Oh,
It
yeah.
slipped to 6-6. They almost came back, but they lose it in 24 rounds.
I mean, you can't forget that this pistol's crazy, right? Nature winning it out in the end. But all things considered, I think when EG were able to play their slower macro rounds where they were pivoting back into their lurks, it worked so well. It was literally just the Pancada show in that
Yeah,
first
EG
half
had
that
some
brought it back to Loud.
EG had some
Individually,
weird
both teams are
setups.
really firing
They're
on all
playing this
cylinders
game
right now.
very
Superman,
loose,
yeah,
from what I
they
can
were
see.
showing out.
Oh, this game, it might not have mattered for the standings, but Loud, you can see it. They want the win, and they've got another map. The question now really just falls to if they can close it out.
I feel like EG
It'll be their
need to.
first series win of the
I don't know, man.
stage. But for
If you EG, do you
they're
not need
headed
to win all of
playoffs
these
no
games
matter
just purely
what,
because
and they
of
want to enter on a high note.
like,
We'll see
then they
how
still have a
second
chance of
map
qualifying
pans
through
out
champ
when we
points? They're
return.
not that far behind to other teams. Like Loud are pretty much so far behind that they're gonna have to get top 2, but I feel like EG can still get third or fourth in playoffs and go through. Okay, usual stuff, chat. Back in a bit.
hands up, look to the sky, cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
Forwards and out, up and over with a dash and around, but Superman, here he is, just absolutely dominating.
SDK ahead of map 2, I want to get your thoughts on the firepower in that first game. Pencata and Luke Show going crazy. What's it been like having them on the team?
I think that our team that has all 5 players has a really good firepower. So in each map, some of them can appear. Thank God this time was Pencata and Luke Show, but I think that next time could be Kawa and Tuis, for example.
Awesome. Well, good luck on Pearl. I hope to see it.
I see the smiles there. That's exactly what we wanted to see. That's what we expected, or some of us expected. Are you all right? Do you need a hug?
It's okay. It's a hard loss.
They had
it's a hard
that.
loss for you. Did they have it though?
Did they
at least had the overtime. Come on,
They
it was
did
a
not.
2v1 after
It's
shot.
Tuis. Did you see that?
But he had a Guardian, and then when they jumped out, you do like the good funnies from EG. One jumps in the front, the one that's just behind, but it still lined up for a double tap. I mean, it's a nice clutch. No matter what.
Why did they line up though? Because of his aftershock. Why did they line up? Yeah.
Coulda, shoulda is still a loss. I'm sorry, Vans. And a lot of that was just like individual performances on both sides, granted. But man, this was the Pencata and Luxo show. That was incredible.
No, it really was. Pencata so stepped it up this map, and I hope he brings in the second map. It was insane. Just he was frying as that IGL role and still being able to frag out, as well as like winning things like 2v1s where he's doing Omen things. He's blinding DP and killing one and still getting that second pick to win the round. It was crazy.
Yeah, there was a lot as well around the team for Loud to help out Pencata to make sure that he has a comfortable role going into this game, because if you're looking at the defensive side though, it was just like 2 players owning it up. Not only being Pencata, but it's also Luke Show. And if it wasn't for those 2 players on the defense, it wasn't going to be a 6-6 scoreline. It was going to be potentially just an EG win, a one-sided potentially of a affair, but after seeing these stats, you could definitely say that, nope, they had a different game plan. It's shoot back, shoot better, and it starts with Pencata.
Yeah, no, and I like what the coach is that every player on that roster has the potential to step up in those games. They might not do it all at once, but here, Pencata definitely stepped it up, whereas normally you see Luke Show and DGZ, right?
Yeah.
I do want to talk about Luke Show him a little bit more. Like, we knew already, right, when he joined, that he's going to put up those big numbers. But this time, it was, again, on another level. And I don't understand where a player this young and this new to Tier 1 is getting the confidence from. Where is this coming from? Where do you channel that from? I don't understand.
You're
going
even
up against champions.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I don't even care that I'm sounding like a broken record week after week saying how Luke Show and Shenum, or someone like Luke Show or someone like Shenum or someone like Cortez are just going to be amazing. Something about these Brazilian rookies coming and stepping onto the stage in the VCT Americas, and something in the water of LA is just helping them pop off. I mean, just look at what he's done on the defensive side. The amount of multi-kills he's getting on the defense, again, that's what helped Loud have such a close game and even cross that finish line towards that second half if it wasn't for this guy. Because if you look at it, it's all been defensive kills so far, then finally a nice little clutch and lurk towards the end with that triple kill. But holy crap, is he amazing to look at. And again, this is for, you know, the fans that are watching VCT for the first time and watching Americas for the first time and don't know who Luke Show is, but he has been farming in the Ascension. Exactly what Wyatt was mentioning during the broadcast. He's been a key pivotal player for, I think it was Galoris, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomenal performance against such veteran players on the server as well, playing with absolutely no fear. And we got to see the same no fear strategy from EG. Let's hear what Potter has to say ahead of map 2.
Coach Potter.
I am here with Powder ahead of their pick on Pearl. Just quick question about Loud. They're coming out with the firepower today, the star players. How do you kind of reinforce and get back against a team that's really feeling no pressure?
Yeah, they're a dangerous team. They've always been a dangerous team, let's be real, but definitely a little bit added flavor this week. But yeah, unfortunately, we got to make more money. I think on that first map on the attack side, we were broke the whole time. So going over to Pearl, we got to be a little bit more clean on our anti-eco so that we have some money to play with later on in the half.
Awesome, Powder. Thanks for the insight. Good luck.
I think that's super important what Potter was mentioning before too, because there has been a lot of those rounds that made it 6-6, not only on Luxio's play on the defense, but also EG, I think, losing 2 rounds on that half when they had better weapons. So they lost in the anti-eco. That Sheriff round that was brought out here by Loud, it was really, really nice how they played their defensive side and how they were just able to shoot back, catching all these corners, getting these nice lurks. And yeah, if that's going to be the game plan to fix things up and have that better confidence and dominance with better weapons, should be better here on Pearl.
And we were confident generally about those map picks, right? Because EG gets to play 2 maps that they very recently won, whereas Loud playing 2 maps that they lost.
Yeah, it's a pretty big disadvantage, but I mean, look at their loaded.
2-2G, exactly. That's a bigger caveat. 2-2G as well. Yeah, so EG hopefully coming into the second map, their map pick, with confidence. They just beat Crew on it. Can they stomp on this map again? We'll find out very soon. Map 2 coming up after a short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Right, we've got Pearl next. Yeah, they look. What did Potter say in the interview? Clean up the anti-ecos a little bit. Well, they gotta make more money. Dude, they gotta play setups to make sense.
Well, Loud came out to play
Surely.
today. They've taken map number
Some
1
of the
this series,
pre-barrier
and now
calls
EG,
are
ahead of
not
their
the
beat
one.
for playoffs, is gonna have to try and bounce back. We're headed to their pick. It's Pearl back on the cast with Wyatt and Ender, and we have our agent select up already. I don't know why I said your names.
Okay, they go for. They go for a Vine.
Sometimes I forget my name, so it helps.
Cool
Yeah,
with
this is
That
slowly
is cool with me. A little
becoming
Dujazine
meta.
Yoru, I'm here for it.
Struggles on attack a little bit,
Map
but
on the
very
field.
good on
Map 1,
defense.
it was overshadowed by how damn good Pancata and Luca. I'm sorry.
Luca,
Got confused because he's the goat. Got confused because he's the goat.
Because when I teed you up for something with basketball, because I just mentioned Braun and Luca 5 seconds ago as Luxio and Pancata on map 1.
Do you need this game though? They're saving strats. I really don't think they're saving strats, but
I don't watch that.
Let's
You
get
put
into
the
the
ball in
game.
the hoop. I know that.
I think you
That
can.
is
I think you can save
primary element
strats
of the scoring
without doing the
mechanism.
dumb stuff,
The
though.
basket.
If that is the
Ball in
case.
it, I've heard.
When she knowledgeable. Let's see what Loud have got for us. Going into this, you definitely think it would be like a pretty
okay, Loud on
close,
defense.
fun game.
And we got
It was
EG
kind of
on
a
attack.
banger, I'm not gonna lie, that map 1 was pretty sick.
It was pretty fire.
I'm hoping the fireworks continue into Pearl.
The nice pistol at the moment for Louds. A lot of early info over towards B. You might even see a shift away from this at one point.
Back on your duty again on this
Depends
map.
how late we get on the time. Depends if they make a lot of sound over towards A main.
Stuff over on Pearl since they started in kickoff when
Wait,
was on the Phoenix.
is this the
But
best
right
timing
now,
in the world?
I
Yep.
love this
Yeah, it
Yoru
is.
stuff. Watching C9 on this map.
It really, really is.
So good.
Oh,
and
here
they
goes the
can,
big pivot. They
you know,
can at
run a
least...
relatively
I mean,
same
honestly, they
idea
might go
to
for a
really
4.
force
No
players
one's going to
into major.
5-pass and walk through B.
He's going for a walk. He's all the
Yeah,
way
they might
through
4-pass and
B,
stack this.
going back towards mid. There's going to be a pretty heavy stack
So
on A
honestly,
by the time
with this
VCT
timing,
Hey, I'm not
I want to see how they want to
Jay
play
has been
this.
on the
Definitely a couple of ways of playing this. Maybe they could have smoked and actually played on the side itself with the 3, but they decided to play far back and kind of fast flood this.
What am I talking about?
EG are out on the site.
Oh.
Just spam down by Nature, and now they'll fight back towards Secret. 2Es good for 1 second. He ended
And
the
2Es
game,
is-
and he starts this one strong as well.
They should both stay off angle.
Off and Nature right now isolated on the site.
The players main are not smoked off though, so there is a crossfire now that smokes up. And Pancata is
They get the other
rewarded
smoke
with
over
the kill.
towards A main. Oh, not another smoke. Astra suck. Oh, nice though. They hand this well. Dude, 2's absolutely saved them though. 2's really, really saved them. Shout out to DG Zin. This info over towards B was everything though. There's a reason they could have the 3-person strong. There's a reason that 2's was there in the first place. For the crypt, thank you so much for the 13 months. Of course, dude. Thank you for saying that also. Thank you very much.
Nicely played with what little utility they had on offer in the pistol.
For sure. Yeah, let's watch that again. The slide into the boom transfer. And the defuse. Let me fight for my life here because it was the swap between the two. Before last series, it had been Ye on the Yoru and Icy on the Jet, and they flipped for crew, dominated crew. They're maintaining that here today.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
You're only a little crazy.
I wasn't crazy. I misspoke, Mimi.
Got a hero Marshall. This is nice for Loud as well. Just aggro over towards A. Got that early info once again with the 1, which means they can heavy stack over towards B. We're definitely keeping an eye on this. There's a good amount of teams, especially in Americas, that prioritize the sides and get that early info, mean that they can have the stack on the sides.
They got the silly Marshall.
You agree that Loud should keep this 5 for the next split? 100%. I have literally no doubt in my mind.
Better call Saul. No.
Like this 5 can do so much damage.
As Lucio is just getting flash fighting back in.
Dude, how long did this flash last for? Oh my goodness.
And Lucio Doncic again.
Say the line. Say the line.
Broncata and wait, what line? Broncata and Lucio Doncic on
Or
the
it's
side.
like it's like 2 Radiant players versus
2 Radiants versus 5 I.
I was thinking of the why don't miss a shot thing.
Oh, that
Like the
again?
Brazil guy.
We'll wait on that one. For
We'll hold
another
on to that
why
one.
he don't miss shots moment.
I like how we all went completely different directions. Say the thing. Everyone has a different idea.
I like Broncata and Doncic. That's really good. Yeah, and maybe if it was these two, they would have won that first
Right.
playoffs game.
Maybe.
5.
Louder,
Full
about
guns.
to go for a big fight here into mid. Flash on.
What the hell? That is so
We're
fast.
just reacting to a highlight reel this match.
Dare I say, I'm not going to say it.
This is just a montage.
What do you
And I like it.
This is lovely play from these two though. Get info on the sides again, stack this up so even if they push over towards here, they can reactively push over towards A main, and then hold strong here, and then it's very hard they'll kind of push into the 1 that would be rotating.
Sweet time just trying to contact.
Dude, I like how Loud play this at the moment. It's nice. Got early wall info, Fawns, flash the store.
Have to activate that sheer wall.
Don't love Lucio's odds with just a Marshall.
Kawazin, get in the info so they can get the stack over towards
I
B.
wouldn't say hate them either.
Although also, like, right now with this walk-up A main, Cal getting all the info, Loud can start to lean over into B, call Pancata in to assist Lucio. That duo, we just saw it last round, completely carve up EG on their exec.
Kawazin has a really nice timing on this one.
Kawazin has incredible timing. He actually might just get both.
30 seconds left.
Kawazin, perfect timing. That's 1.
Did he see the other one?
Doesn't get greedy.
No, and now you have to plant this spike if you're Nature, feeling the pressure of the time.
Lucio has a fight here. When does he choose to swing with? but another swing in. Nature gets it done, but the plank is
Pankata
still not down.
snuck in.
Snuck in backside. A plank coming through. They're crossing them up every which way, and Pankata somehow doesn't come up with the second, and now Nature, the IGL. A chance to win this in the 1v1.
Not a good plant, though.
Great kill on Pankata, who's going to regret getting ahead of himself, trying to take that fight before Kawanzin is here, and now they're not playing it for him, but Kawanzin doesn't have a gun.
Does it matter?
3 HP. How did Nature manage to survive both of these duels backside as well? Nicely done from him.
I mean, still though, that is EG only surviving one player on the anti-bonus.
Yeah, it's
Pankata said in the interview with Rip, we just needed more money. They kept making it too close on every eco. And
Be for real.
I would say this is more so getting their funny off this round.
I mean, they could have won that if they just if they slowed down at the very end in that 2 versus 1. But you have to give credit to Nature. He's come up with a couple.
Still really like how Loud played this in the 3v3.
I was gonna say, him and Ye are the only guys on the board right now.
Ye has postured himself into that nebula, which is going to expire soon, to just seem tons of space towards B, allowing for
A
that.
lot of priorities on the sides again.
Great forward information. Missiles pushes Luxo off the line in street, but again, Louder can have clear
Still pretty nice for EG. Lead over towards door early on. They hear the Prowler re-clear over towards A, so they should know that they can kind of take this space a little bit. Drone goes in to confirm it.
He is a crazy man. It's a 5v5, 40 seconds in, and he's walking on him.
He still has the TP to go back to back hall.
Hasn't found the wall
Louder
yet.
actually giving up the high low
Okay, you
they
can hear the
had
wall now.
into Art because the clock is starting to wind
I
down.
would love to see him bait this wall and just TP back.
Well,
That
again,
pressure.
Yeah, it's great, right? And Loud can stall this plant with Tejo missiles. They're going to have an Astro Wall too for a
Okay,
quick
well,
retake, but
EG should know that
needs
there's
to
a big
start
stack
acting
here.
now, or it's going to become more and more challenging.
Thorns up. Another bit of stall. Finally, EG are making this hit happen, but there's so many players backside ready to flood in. Util.
Loud have 5 players here.
Yeah, it's starting to rain in already.
Salvos to stop the plant. 20 seconds on the retap here.
Not planted. Luke Show trying to wrangle the shots. They're both low in this fight against Nature. He'll win it. Trade is
Bag
there.
down.
Loud
Good
is
spam from
arrived on the
Pankata.
site, and they have control. 15 seconds, and Loud has locked the door in the face of EG. A suck onto the bomb. Icy trying desperately to get a plant down, but the spam. His
It's so
is
close.
just not there. Finally, a stick.
Dude, another one.
Spam in time.
Pankata double spam on the planters.
Runs for the hills, and
Very nice.
EG lose the round.
That was allowed with map control the entire time, able to stack up the proper site, and then Luxo taking that 1v1 against Nature, finds the kill, drags another player off site, forced to fight him, and then EG's presence actually trying to get the spike down, lessen.
I'm a little worried about how EG are playing.
Really well handled.
Yeah, EG have to be able to put pressure back on these players in towards Secret, or you're never going to be able to get the spike down.
Like at the moment, Loud just gets so much info on one side that they have numbers on the site.
Talk about not having money. EG now onto the full save.
Okay, everyone apart from Ye can get one shot here.
Do this again, where he walks up with the Outlaw, but this time EG on that full call.
Super has a Vandal.
And he gets
My goodness, that was fast. Didn't even see him. Yeah, and they pick up an Outlaw. This is looking alright for EG.
Real opportunity.
Same thing over towards the sides here, and this might be the round where Loud get punished for it because this is very early.
Walk up for Kawanzin. Did he get spotted? There's a player just around that corner.
Ooh.
I don't think Nature knows.
I like this though. It's a strong angle.
Challenging the extremities. Last round it was B, now A.
They're so bold with these walk-ups.
I mean, even 2 rounds ago, it was Cow that walked all the way through A to get that re-wrap towards Street.
And
time again, guys. 50 seconds.
But every round, it's like Loud, get that forward walk up, and then hard stack the other side of the map. So there's always time pressure because EG are
Okay, more 3-person here again. Smoke, Thorns, Flash, Vegito, Salvos.
Sheer wall on either mid nor street nor arc.
Here's the execute. Luke Show, Pankata. I mean, they're just going to get ripped to pieces, surely.
It's another round where the coach should be riding at 3 on
for
site.
EG, and they're getting locked into a corner. The smoke will fade, the kill will come in, and this round...
Astra ult to secure it, make sure to keep it nice and clean. Dude, very, very clean on this one. Very well handled. Dude, EG got to do a timeout. They got to be writing numbers and being like, why is there 4 or 3 on every single site we go? Pixel, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 5 gifted. You know what to do is get some kind of oil slug spam going. At Pixel, FRTN. Hey, thank you as well. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much. They're getting destroyed. Yeah, the info on the sides is like the game plan from Loud is insane right now. Like, no matter what, but there's no sound, they just push the other place and they just get info and they can just stack. Like they got an insane read at the moment. The game plan's sick.
All well and good.
This is bold. It's really bold. Not a good peek.
Gets the opener. Icy. Or is he gonna try and go for it? Out with the Bucky. Icy. He gets his kill.
Yeah, good movement.
Great fade eye.
No one broke it. That's 1 kill.
Dude, they didn't get the plant down as well. Two's managed to spam from spawn. Does he ult? Yeah, he ults backside. No little gap.
Trying to find something super.
My god, he had to send it through the fawns. They still managed to get a kill though.
Still not scaled out into the site.
Salvos for this.
Get some info. No one's played close.
Yeah.
But even then, Ye's still
The great timing of that smoke though for him to cover.
Into the site. Ye is here. Finally taken down, but lots of time.
Do they wait for the fade eye?
Rest of EG playing deep towards long. First tap onto the spike now.
I think it's going to be a straight post plant. They don't have the time for this. Loud finally getting on the spike. Finally trying to stick things through. Tui's gets the kill. There's still room for the stick. Super adjust.
Holy, everyone whiffed on him again. Nice shots from Super, but
maybe should have been, but EG
dude, these rounds are not convincing.
They've done a great job at shutting down Digizine now on these prior 2 rounds, who's been pushing up with the scoped weapons, trying to find that opening towards B-Long. At some point, though, on that Loud 2v2, you just
I have no idea what it is, man. People can't aim on EG players.
He did a great job delaying.
I see it so much past the past 2 weeks.
The Loud were actually able to get
so
to the
weird.
spike and tap. There were 2 stars down. It's just, you just know it's over at that point.
That's relatable.
Me for real.
We've been
It's
there.
the movement. It's I don't think it is. Because I'm seeing people crouching, committing, and they're still surviving for a long time.
Red Bull clutch to win that round, but it does give a little momentum back to EG. Seems like this is a technical pause.
Yeah, so it's a tech pause.
He's got the hot towel, gonna get a nice shave.
We were told we're investigating a bug. I'm gonna assume we're investigating that one of the Loud players can't see anything.
Well, we do get back into this. I was also just looking at the EG economy because they lost so many players. It's going to be in a rough spot. Loud will still have an opportunity to win 1 round for 2 unless EG get the plant down and get some additional cash.
What role do you think is best for IGL? Like Smokes, Initiator, both of them are pretty decent.
If they win a round, that would extend it for sure.
5-5.
Yeah.
And then possibly even
Everything else you have to focus on your crosshair too much, like either side of the map. Either a duelist have to focus on your crosshair too much, or your sentinel you have to focus on crosshair too much, like waiting for some kind of reactive push, and you're normally like disattached. So.
All over the hand warmer, and then it's on your
I'm not saying that you have to do it though. I don't think there's like a strict rule that you have to be like this. I think it's like preference, to be honest, and I think it depends on the rest of your team. Like if you have other people on your team that can give you info and you have protocols, then I think you're good. Like I think Vitality are a big team that do this at the moment. If you like watch their split, I feel that Les actually does a lot of their mid-rounding of they re-cleared A. They haven't seen anyone, let's go A, and they just kind of have the protocol for it. So he's good at info gathering. So I think it's. I mean, you can IGL on any role, but it's obviously easier on Smokes and Initiator.
Wyatt, let me sell this for you. You got Digizine in one corner, John Cena in the other, right? And then you just run the clip. You don't actually have to have anyone there.
I know this is a bad answer. I'm gonna give you some time to think. Let's watch a little video. When we come back, I want an answer. Here we go. Veteran Pancata, he spoke with us earlier about his thoughts on Loud's new rookie, Luke Show. Let's listen, then you answer.
Are any of these gamers even fit?
Play the video.
O Luke Show ele se adaptou muito fácil. Ele já estava treinando com a gente, não jogando. Ele jogou poucos mapas, mas assistindo de perto e participando e anotando e vendo tudo que tipo tava rolando, Então a adição dele foi muito fácil, já estava ligado no que fazer. Fora que ele tem um talento sensacional, né? Mostrando aí no palco como ele é tão bom individualmente. Então foi muito fácil, caiu como uma luva, muito talentoso. E agora vamos manter.
He's standing in the lineup. You heard it here in that video. Makes sense. Luxio's been absolutely impressive.
Yeah,
It was him and
I mean,
Pincata
he's great.
leading the way with 27 kills apiece
Luis
in
is
map
back?
number
Yeah.
1 to put Loud up in this series. If you're just joining us, we're still in a tech pause game, a bug being investigated by our admins. More importantly, I asked you a question, Wyatt.
No, I
Which
could-
VCT Americas player would be the best wrestler?
Okay, not a player, but I could see Potter being inserted into the fatal four-way that opens Mania tonight.
You think?
Potter's got the size, wingspan. Yeah, I could see Potter hitting a nasty frog splash.
I've
So
got
I'll
a
go with
wild
Potter. And TCK with C9. I was thinking of who's jacked. That dude is built.
Who, QCK?
No, TCK.
Oh, TCK,
Yeah,
okay.
TCK. That is a fit man.
I was like, QCK?
No, I could see him contending for the IC title. TCK versus Braun Breaker, I'll take that. I'm
Did you
talking
have an
nonsense.
answer?
I don't know what any of this
I'm
means.
talking absolute nonsense. What?
Chrissy, did you have an
I
answer?
don't have an answer.
You don't have an answer?
I'm not
checking your
I'm not a
phone.
WrestleManiac.
Is that what they call the fans?
Yeah, they call me Mr. Maniac.
All right, well, let's check in with your favorite would-be wrestler, Potter. She also had a word with us, this time about Ye's return and
His
really
timeout
his
is just
debut
attack.
here for VCT Americas getting picked up by this team. Let's take a listen to her thoughts on El Diablo.
Is that his wrestling name?
Ye is an incredible player. So much story, so much baggage as well. You know, he's had an incredibly tough couple of years. I've had an incredibly tough last year. So we're kind of coming at it from the same place, which I really like. And we're both having to kind of rewrite how everyone else sees us. You know, when he first joined EG, there was a lot of learning that he had to do, a lot of learning that I had to do. He's been a part of a lot of high-performing teams, as have I, and so just figuring out what wasn't working for him in the last couple of years and what might work for him on this roster has been a journey. It took a little bit of time to figure out exactly what kind of teammate he was going to be for us, but I think being somebody that has had as much success as he has over the past few years, it's kind of stunning to figure out that wait a minute, okay, well, let's do it a different way. And just working with your peers and collaborating, that's something that I think we're all learning together, and I'm really impressed with how much dedication Ye has to that.
Potter definitely took a risk on Ye, bringing him into this roster off of you know how rough his last 2 years were. The failure of that bleed roster, even earlier the implosion of DSG and challengers when he was there. It was some pretty tough sledding, even going back to getting dropped from C9.
Get on the Nongshim lower
issues
bracket
after one event.
train.
But now he's here on EG and he's trying to find his mark.
don't know
We're
about
still in
that.
attack pause. You can see
Oh boy.
Ice's game not over.
What?
So
Yeah, it's not in Valor. That's a problem.
That's not a
we've
good
heard
sign.
it's going to be 3 minutes. We'll see how accurate
That was
is.
about
But
1 minute ago.
yeah,
So
hopefully we'll be back
we're
in
getting
soon.
there.
So you want to click the play button, I
With
see.
how Nongshim are playing, I
That's the
don't feel
first step.
confident with that.
First step.
Yep.
But
Right, we are being informed
We've seen
have to
crazy
teach him how to
things.
load Valorant. And I'm sure that was not sarcastic. He got in!
Nice, he got
Wow.
You got to put the referee jersey back on and go
Night
help the
Lexi,
man.
thank you.
It's true, it's true.
The old lore. I could also see El Diablo in like a lucha tag team with Rey Mysterio. That would work
Who's
too.
Rey Mysterio?
You know who
I
Rey
know who that is.
Mysterio
He's the dude with the
Well, I've
mask.
heard the
Yeah.
name.
He's got the
All right,
mask.
that's-
He's so mysterious.
That's crazy.
I think I watched a Jack
Didn't
Black
they-
movie where they had that.
Didn't
Yeah,
they
there
find
was-
he's
out
back.
who
Surely
that
we're
was,
good.
and then that was a big deal, like in a bad way? Like he wasn't supposed to be known who it was?
I can't. It's kind. I mean, it's not like he wears it in the mask in airports. I mean, he's just like, you
You're
know.
getting on your United Airlines flight and you just see a luchador
Man.
as you walk past.
I want to check in. Can we look at Ye's monitor? Is that
Yeah,
a
show us his
possibility?
monitor.
Oh, we can
Oh,
see
not-
Icy.
Oh boy, well.
Why is Icy
Or not
closing
Ye. I mean
Valorant?
Icy. Sorry, that's not Ye.
There you
that's
go. That's
Icy.
the right button.
Did he pick the right tournament realm? That's the
That
question.
is. He probably picked the wrong one the last time because I saw him messing with it.
Just accidentally clicks on League. We have to reset again.
Okay. Another alternate reality question. Which VCT Americas pro would be the best league for us?
No, this is true. I know the answer to this.
Oh, really?
Boostio. Boostio is currently Grandmaster in League of Legends.
Is that Please give it to me in Valorant terms. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's like a high
Immortal.
immortal. Yeah.
Oh.
That's right underneath Radiant.
That's impressive.
I found, or at least during kickoff, I think he told me that.
Yeah, it's funny. We have
Isn't
a lot
that
of pros
harder
who,
than
like,
Immortal,
more
though?
Pros at other games you wouldn't.
Isn't
expect
that
Not the
isn't that
case with
comparison
VCT,
wrong?
But I mean, what, he was like a tier 2 player back in Overwatch. So there's always the stories going back through. Also, a lot of new rookies who their first pro game is Valorant. A lot of them showing up on the stage today. The likes of Luke Show.
That high Immortal?
Especially
Is that
is a
still
very
true as well?
impressive new issue
What's
with
above
Manifest,
Grandmaster?
Or so I'm hearing. Mouse issue.
Nice.
Man.
Nice.
So you're going to want
Icy
to
is
plug the mouse
struggling.
in. That's the first step.
You really
Also,
casted in
Challenger.
with Pansy at Bangkok and then brought her energy back
It's
here.
messed up. Look how many. He has 4 bottles of water, two
I
other
respect
drinks.
that. He's hydrated.
What is? No, they're like still full though. He didn't empty them.
Well, 2 of them
You
are.
never, like,
He's gone through 2.
You never like forget you have like a cup of water and you go to the kitchen, you fill another
Throw
cup
them
of water.
away.
Oh no, you got to stay with 3 different drinks. I got like my hot tea and my sparkling water
Oh
and
my
my
God,
regular
Digits is
still
back.
water.
He's back. Where'd he go?
Call back to your lack of object permanence, I suppose.
Challenger is limited to like
Reference.
100 people
Well, we
though,
still
a
have
couple
some
of hundred.
technical issues,
Oh,
so
give us a
let's-
video meeting,
We've
please.
got
So
a
it's kind of like
video.
low,
Let me
low
tell you
radiant
this
then maybe.
on EG's nature
Low radiant,
on his
high
thoughts
aura,
on Loud.
Immortal 3 I guess.
Can we see his letterbox?
I do think we saw Loud's form against both the last 2 teams. The Sentinels for sure. I mean, they brought it a very close 2-1 series, I would say, and they definitely could have won it hands down. And we're talking about, like, for me, like, Kalenzine had a pretty rough series, and he's usually, when we talk about Loud, this guy is always good for 3. Always. And he had a really rough series, and they still brought it, like, insanely close.
Interesting to hear from EG's IGL, and a little update for the viewers back at home.
Surely we're ready.
We are past game issues. We're in a new era, and we now have, quote, major mouse issues.
Major mash issues.
Oh, and it's all
Major.
fixed,
Oh,
is
and
what we're
fixed.
hearing.
Okay.
Cool.
Was it
Well-
the classic, I forgot to charge my wireless mouse?
Major issues. I didn't plug it in.
that happens constant. That is the bane of the Challengers player. The amount of tech pauses that we get in Challenges because players forget to charge
That
their
was a
mics.
good cast.
Okay,
We got the game
we're
to
back.
fix itself.
EG
Okay,
just
here we
won
go.
a round
Map number 2. This
with
game, no
Superman
steps to the playoffs,
surviving,
but
70
both
HP,
teams
so you have to
clearly
rebuy armor. So we got
trying,
1,
and
2,
Loud trying to get
3,
their first
4,
win with a
4 people
2-0.
that can't buy next. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 people. 2, 4. Sure. We got 4 and 4 that can't buy next. Insanely important rounds, and EG is struggling a little bit.
Talent on Loud, the shooters that they have. This is why I don't understand how they're 0-4. These
It
guys
doesn't make sense.
have some sick players.
Yeah, this is a good change up though, but are they going to do that thing where they saw pressure here and they're now going to walk down towards B, or
Want to step into the ring?
because as we can see that would be incredible, and they were doing that up until this tech pause.
Simply due to time. This time, though, they have dealt with the Vise wall in mid, and that has
He cleared
been,
this pretty early. There is a
beating them
smoke
for
here.
the
Someone
first
could have
part of
made it,
this
so there's now pressure. So this guy from A needs to watch
They
out.
want to re-clear A main. Yeah, they're going to do so off the Prowler, get the information as Ye is forced to break it in the stealth turn.
Yeah, rotate comes in, no pressure over towards B really, so the 1-3 stack can go in. Every single time when Loud have a stack over towards here, they just hold back a site. They don't want to fight for site, they just want to hold this.
can play to just stall out this hit.
Which against the tail isn't going to work well.
They're here to brawl. Dash through. The double duelists have arrived. The plant still yet to. Oh, the fight through the smoke. He was alone there. And he died.
Yeah, he just went for a
his
play.
hubris. Now an advantage to Loud. They're going to put more
Vice.
ults into this
Oh.
one. Guns taken away.
Kind of need some
Icy
smokes though.
Barry alone here. Just a shorty in his hands. We saw
Nice
Ye
smoke to
do
play
it.
with, though.
A little late, but Digizin could try to rip that.
Yeah, they didn't take enough space with the Vice, so
Yeah, he's going to.
He gets out. Now 4v4. Ult from Digizin.
Wait,
Kalenzine's
insta-half?
holding this one. Missiles
Dude, insta-half
finally in,
is
but
nice,
they got it
though.
halfway. Icy only goes 1 for 1.
still a smoke on the spank.
Still a lot of time for Loud to play.
They'll have
with.
Astra Suck.
Power is sticking again, and no one is stopping it. No one is
Okay,
swinging
they
him.
Astra Suck late.
The pull doesn't come in. They didn't think it was halved, and they lose the round
Well.
because of it. Loud now 5-2 up.
And it's another 3K for Pancata. I mean, like, what
He's
is
14 and
going
2.
on?
He's 14 and 2.
7.0 KD.
Astra. Yeah, I mean, the first one is, yeah, that fight through
Tough.
is just...
Was there a Yoru flash?
Did they
or
Astra
something?
Suck now?
Icy had
Oh my
one
goodness.
flash left, but I mean, Potter's looking befuddled. As am I.
Uh-oh.
Just unfortunate.
Maybe some kind of comms issue?
Really
Okay,
sad.
it's
It's a
timeout,
calling
yeah.
a
It's
timeout
going
after
awful.
pretty disastrous post plant from EG.
I mean, I can get inside Ye's head there and see what he's trying to do. Like, there's big retake ultimates for the side of Loud, so if you can take that timing and get the kill, especially if it's
There's a crazy play from Ye. It's a 50-50 duel. It's not like it's not like I'm crazy against it, to be honest.
It's only the Yoru and Icy that can stay on the site.
He's going for a 50-50 duel. His pre-aim's in the right place. It's only kind of one place they can be standing anyway.
Both into time trouble and also not having any forward positions on sites in the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely
Is
the
it
idea.
50-50?
But it was just
well,
not
they can be close.
Anything. And that was
like this, I guess there's only they're both pre-aiming at the same place.
Finally able to extract some value out of the
I don't mind it that much.
What
are you meant to do? Sit there and tank this and this? Like, you have to get a little bit proactive. What was the wall? This?
280 across all
Or is it like this? That?
hasn't won a series.
That, I guess. Dude, that's a 50-50 duel. You're both pre-aiming at the same place. I guess on LAN, this guy actually has like a 70. So yeah, maybe it's a little bit rough, but he's going proactive because he knows that he has to go proactive against the ults. So maybe there should be some util there, I guess.
Makes sense. Once the smoke goes down too, they can probably rotate Cal out of the space. Maybe even drone seeing nothing, the Yoru could TP out.
Ooh, I wonder if that caught him. That was honestly tough to tell. It was super close either
Also
way.
not expected. I mean, yeah, it's not the smartest.
And they're going to have
I think someone, whether it's him or whether it's the IGL, said that they need to like
cut off the split before it comes in.
push.
They know EG
I think
consistently play into mid. There's only 1 or 2 guys that'll go towards B long.
they all secrets they should have taken there. I definitely agree with that. It's a lot safer to like tuck into these kind of positions since you ordered to massively agree with that. Like the push makes more sense to go here.
The space they actually need to get the spike to safety. Yoru TP's back deeper into main.
So seeing those 2 players pushed up B.
Okay, one pass on fake. This is the first time we've seen something like this from EG. Pretty nice. It comes down to DG's Zin. Dude, DG's Zin's in a really weird spot.
He needs to be ready to fight in main. He could win the
Like
round.
really weird. He's got no TP to get out of here. He ate the stun as well.
He might die for it. Stunned the second time.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he delayed a lot of time though. And honestly, time might make the difference. We got an Astra suck maybe. Oh, it's a big spam, bro. It's a big spam. Planning out in the open. What a shot that is from Derek. He's absolutely saved him. Oh my goodness, this got so intense right at the end. Holy.
How on earth do they win that? With, what was it, 12 seconds when they were stuck in main trying to get onto the site? Pancata gets the double spam.
Pancata got double through smoke. Yeah, that was insane.
My eyes, get acid into my eyes. What is A main right now?
That is a... Pancata just gets 2 kills spamming the
Digizin
smoke.
is double stunned, but at the same time double flashing EG. And then with the 0.5 seconds, what we're getting
They missed Derek's shot. Derek's shot was everything as well. That forced them down to an eco. We managed to get a pretty close half now with this.
That is a classic Potter timeout. Instantly, EG are back with a round win.
Oh, don't even.
It's also put Loud on an eco.
Right.
EG have already opened this up, got the first
Holy.
kill.
Don't give away another gun, thank you.
All good.
I just want 1 normal anti-eco. That's all I'm asking.
I'm not going to let you have it because Luxo and Pancata are alive. Let me spin you something.
Sure.
No.
Okay, very nice.
There we go. That was
just Loud one on timeout before this one. I think they can... I think they stopped doing their reactive push on the sides. And that was winning them everything.
Has the dimensional drift to really get EG back in this game, get the score tied up 5-5. That's going to be the one ultimate of significance in this. I mean, to be fair, Pancata has the Cosmic Divide, but the Dimensional Drift is just free low in the meta right now.
I think that was also Loud's throwaway round of fighting for the mid space on the low buy. Back to playing for mains, back to getting Digizin with a rifle this time. Posted up B long. I think it makes sense because so many of these rounds are coming down to the later moments too. Also just didn't have the money for it.
Next?
Okay, there's a gate crash from Icy placed over towards Art, going to teleport through now, get the information.
There's no way he Yoru ults past this wall, but they don't trigger it.
Execute with a
Or
split.
drops his clone.
What?
Or has any kind of backup.
Doesn't die for it either.
Oh my goodness.
It's another round where the site gets wild, and Kawanzine is the one who wins it out. The trade there is very nice from Ye, but Luxio's come up on the flank, eating away at some damage and shooed back to the safety of his teammates.
Yeah, Luxio's kind of struggled on that angle a few times. EG now droning to get
You
back
know
to
the
space,
walls
but
there.
I think
Should
they
go
may
break
just end
this
up
at
rotating
the
back
least.
towards B. They've left.
Thing is, they're just gonna get so much info.
Try to retreat himself after
They're gonna break. They're gonna trigger the wall, which they knew was here.
It's behind the Cosmic Divide.
Okay, but then they're using it to fake that. Okay, I like that. Okay. The redemption arc is huge in this round. Just from this call, this is great. Especially with the ult selling it, that was nice.
They're slow though. Loud is working back, but they're not running it.
20 seconds, guys. Let's do it.
They're finally gonna find the site. Get the plant down.
15 seconds.
Get
They
the
should
plant down.
be able to plant here safely.
Okay.
Tui's missed his fade eye.
It's not too nail biting.
And Ye's boosted up on top of this box. Super annoying
And,
angle for
unless
Loud
it's
to
meant
deal
to
with
go
the
on top
retake.
of there, which it might.
3 in Art, 1 in main for the post fight. No presence on the site. And Digizin, he has a key position here, but he has to contend with Ye up top this box. This fight might just decide the round. Digizin starts to work in. It's free onto Ye. Flash in hand, but he dips back
Good
to
info.
safety. And now support has arrived in Loud. 2v2 towards Art.
Nice
They're
shots.
dealing with every kill, and the util starts to fall away. Missiles were used. They'll delay for a moment, but Derek is so far away from this fight, and now he's the
Damn,
only
very
one
nicely handled
left.
from Loud.
It's not enough. Loud has
Wait,
to run. The
guys?
time has expired, and EG sneak away with the round.
I didn't see exactly what happened there on the
No,
site.
I didn't see what
Wow.
happens
They had 3 players
because
around
I
the spike,
saw
couldn't
no
actually
Astra
get
Star
back on.
there.
The missiles.
The missiles came in for sure.
Super
Sure.
late delay from
Did
Derek.
did they just have
It's
rockets
really
and they did
looking
rockets
good for
before?
Loud. Digizin played that situation towards Art in really excellent fashion.
Yeah, I feel like they had time
Had
to get
Lucio
half
come
at one
double
point
up
here
with him
though.
After this kill, play off
Unless
of
there
that
was spam
Yoru
from
flash,
A-main.
But yeah, it was Derek playing way far back on the run, gets the delay off with the salvos.
Is this another Potter timeout? We had one, what, 4 rounds ago?
I mean, it's the
No,
Loud
it's a tech
tech pause.
Ah.
I don't know. I would have to watch that back again.
back
It
wall.
felt like there should have been an
deduce that
opportunity to
information.
get half at least early.
Assistance on our screen.
Hopefully we'll get
There's at least the Astra
stuck
stuck in Teo,
major mouse issues.
but they were on site with 2 really early on.
Nah.
Okay, what do you want to talk about then?
I don't. Wait. Whoa. Don't put me on the spot.
You
here.
said I just want to talk and then don't have a topic?
I don't know my feelings.
Tell me about how are you feeling about this map?
Where did those cartons of eggs come from?
The ones in front of us?
Yeah, have those been there the whole time?
They've been there the
Yeah,
whole
we've
time.
got
I just didn't.
ages 4+. This adds. I realize there's no visual element to this, so I'm not sure how compelling the eggs in front of us is.
No,
but
that was an intrusive thought.
yeah, you just let it
that
slip
came
through.
up.
This is what happens by the time of the second, third tech pause. The intrusive thoughts always
No,
start
there's
to
been
win,
so
yeah.
many, dude. This whole week is killing me. Like pause wise.
At least I get to enjoy my apple cinnamon.
Max_Flicks with the Prime. Thank you.
what are you
I have no idea, mate.
drinking
They
right
asked me,
now?
I'll
You
go.
got any
Thank you
nice,
for the
nice tea?
8 months. Appreciate the Prime.
Got a Red Bull, you know? Add it all into the mix.
Good, yeah.
Especially the EMEA ones, dude. It's been everyone.
That's good.
It's kind of
That's cool.
Everyone's farming the tech
unbelievable
pauses.
how good he's been.
I wonder if there's like
And
server
IGL at the moment, as
issues,
far as I know.
like an issue with the client or something.
Yeah.
Was last week.
Playing as the leader of
Because
this team. I mean,
why is it just
he's
this week
been
this many?
So good for them.
I know
think
it
that
says
we do
gear,
have
but
a little video. I know you guys love videos. This one was from Penkata talking about his role switching back to being the IGL for this Loud team. Let's take a little listen.
Wow, I queued that up accidentally.
Yeah, good segue.
Os maiores desafios agora, eu acho que na função de GL, eu sinto que é a performance mesmo. Eu sou um jogador que sempre me cobrei no quesito da performance, mas agora que acaba que eu sinto que, tipo, o meu firepower abaixa um pouco. Eu morro muitas vezes, tipo, olhando no radar, ou vejo uma brecha, passo na frente e morro. Então acaba que eu vou ter que acostumar um pouco com isso, de estar um pouco mais abaixo no quesito individual. Mas faz parte, se o time for ganhar, tô disposto a fazer qualquer coisa.
Interesting to hear from Pankata, obviously. He wasn't a player that was known as an IGL, spent the biggest part of his career with Sadak leading this Loud team, and now that he's over in Europe, having to actually take the mantle and
Is that
lead
where he
Loud.
went?
Yes.
Wow.
Did you think he'd just like...
Wait, what happened to Les?
He's also in Europe, actually.
Why did everyone go to Europe?
I don't know. You tell me.
Man.
You're the one who keeps going over there.
No, I'm the one who always comes back.
That's true.
I'm so real for that.
That's
By the
called
way,
framing.
big Sippy's update from chat. I'm seeing a lot of waters personally. Staying hydrated out there.
I respect
you gotta love.
that.
Oh, where'd he go?
There was a keyboard issue in that last round from one of our players that may have impacted the round. Admins are investigating
Keyboard
right now.
issue? Maybe
We'll
that's
give you
why they
updates as soon
didn't
as possible.
up the spike.
Not a keyboard issue.
So we've had a mouse, we've had a keyboard.
A
Is that why they
mouse.
couldn't get on the spike?
Major
Okay,
mouse issue.
great.
Oh,
Retake with the
that
prime.
could
Appreciate the
have
7
actually
months. Thank you, thank you.
It is
We'll
a
see.
possibility.
Looking like
unclear.
Moose at Spotlight. You remember
Oh
that
my-
round?
Yeah, Moose just not diffusing the spike.
He hit his Windows
Hit
key.
the
I think.
Windows key, couldn't get in there.
Nice. Classic.
It really
What
is.
was the other iconic one of those? Was it Marved?
Oh, yeah. So that was...
Marved on Haven
I almost said NRG. I
Oh
think
my god.
Against like a Nitro.
Was it Optic or Envy? I don't
think
know.
it was
one of
Maybe a
those.
replay get onto this question, yeah.
Nitro.
Yes, it
I
definitely
remember
was.
that.
It was
Yeah.
Finesse and Marved in a 2v0
Yeah.
on C long. They went to pick up an operator, no one defused.
Yeah,
Classic.
I appreciate that. By
Hello,
the way,
AJ.
I'm gonna need us. Hey, I'm gonna need us to lock in,
I'm
okay?
locked.
Because we've been called out. Laundry Smeller 1 tells us
What a name.
these casters don't know about KC Sawdock? Question mark? Question mark. That's 2 question
Well, don't
marks.
say these casters. It was just you.
Well, no. Laundry Smeller 1 said these casters. We're all in this together. We're all in this boat. It's sinking.
Personally,
They
I
weren't
think
paying
the boat
close
is
enough
more so
attention.
over here, and you're more so over
Yeah,
there.
you're sinking. I'll
I've
consider
got
throwing
an
you a
oar
paddle.
over here.
Goat Kata.
I agree.
Yeah.
Let's go loud.
Wing Lodu.
Wing Lodu. I
Yeah,
don't know
the
what that
emoji's
is.
not translating quite as well.
I'm
What
waiting
variety
for
is that?
Laundry Smeller 1 to fire
Yatsun,
back.
hello
Can we
mate.
investigate the eggs?
How we
Because we
doing,
were
bro?
talking about them
Appreciate the
earlier.
tier 1. Thank you for the 20 months as well.
Yeah, wait, we've got eggs here. Hold on. Ages 4+.
Okay, are you 4+?
It says it right here.
Well, it's your birthday today, and you're turning 6, so thankfully you'll be good.
EG for the win.
Wait, what's
What do we
going
got
on?
here? Okay, we got some colors.
Are they?
Oh, okay. I thought they were eggs.
Someone.
It didn't pop!
Is it
didn't
true
pop.
that someone told me that I can just throw this up into the air?
Yeah, do it.
Try
One of the
if you
producers
break
did.
something.
Okay. I don't
You
know what
would
that
not hit the ceiling.
Oh, it
Wait,
landed
it
on the
didn't even break.
couch.
Hold
Well,
on,
it landed on
hold
the
on.
couch.
There we go.
Nice.
That's something.
It keeps landing on the
God.
couch. There's a lot going on. Oh, we're getting
you're-
more
you're
cards.
They're
scaring
giving us
me.
more eggs. That's
We don't
God.
need this much ammunition
Oh, nice.
of this raining down. We're celebrating
Stimuli.
this moment. Pansy's in the
Stimuli.
chat.
Oh,
Get
Pansy!
out. Close the stream, Lauren.
Whoa,
Close
whoa, whoa.
the stream.
Sorry, we cannot run
What a
the
shame.
next thing Pansy typed in chat.
Interesting.
Hey, Pansy, let's keep it clean over there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Little update on the stage. Keyboard issue was there, but it did not affect the outcome of the round. Therefore,
Nice.
admins have deemed we will not be replaying it. The score of 5-5 stands, but we are getting a new keyboard for the player affected.
Nice.
Do they have to build the keyboard? Is that what we're waiting on?
We tried to do that for you a couple weeks ago.
Yo,
and it-
shout out Mimi. She's a real one. She helped me build a custom keyboard
It's a nice
for the first time.
Let's go EG. We believe. Minor spelling mistake.
Alive, yeah.
Is that what you're here for?
Yo,
Just-
by the way, Dan the Penguin, me and Mimi ran into Dan the Penguin at
At a
coffee this
shop,
morning.
yeah.
Shout out Dan the Penguin. He made clove.
Dan the Penguin is also a man, not just the guy in Why It's
Oh,
Live.
really?
Yeah.
Yes. There's a
Oh.
man whose name is
Yeah.
Dan, but
So-
also his name is
And he's an
Penguin.
agent developer?
Yeah, so
Oh,
he was.
I didn't know that.
We were on the league playtest team together. We used to come to the smoothie bar frequently for smoothie bar one-on-ones.
Right
Very
where we
important
are.
meeting.
Keyboards.
Where we are right
Yeah,
now.
dude, this is
Yeah.
rough.
Then he went on to bigger and better things.
What agents has he designed?
Clove, and now
I needed
works on,
2-0
live
tonight
balance,
as
like
well,
the
so let's hope
gun
they 2-0
balance
then.
What's he nerfing
updates.
Tail?
Dan. Say something. Say something, Dan.
Speak on the issue.
Any second
We
now.
believe.
Get the mic. Do we have a mic?
Surely. Are you telling me that the
Speak up, Dan.
65 damage didn't fix Teo? Might need to go down slightly to like 50 maybe.
That is really
Well,
cute.
we've got him mic'd up. I don't know why he isn't saying anything.
Yeah, he doesn't
Was
want
he
to
shy?
Little shy.
Little camera shy.
Okay, well.
Well, you got what
They
you
should let
wanted.
Dan
This
the
is a
Penguin
commie
pass
test
around.
round.
What do you think if
What'd you
Util
say,
stopped
producer
charging
Meyer?
as soon as you get the
He said
spike
we are
planted?
getting ready checks.
It
Oh,
stops
nice.
recharging.
Ready
We
checks.
should be getting into the game again
I
shortly.
mean, it would it would wreck a lot of agents.
Love that. Love that.
It would wreck a hell of a lot of agents.
Ooh, this is a good one. This is a good one. Weberl says, I think the casters should start an esports team. They are the smartest in VCT anyway.
Why have they
I
tried
agree.
that?
No, that's pretty based.
You won a Champions 2021, right? esports?
Okay, Louds.
Well, there's also.
Why did I think they ecoed last round?
No, that was a real
Are telling
person.
me that was written by @Ender. Wait a minute.
Guys, the game is on.
That it is. Finally back into it.
Loud
tech
said,
pause.
let's stack up towards
Been a
our
long one.
triple face, and if they walk at us, we're going to kill them.
Revolutionary war type beat.
I like that strat.
The lane plan then becomes the meta. Yeah, it wouldn't be great.
Slowly.
The thing is as well, I think you got to be realistic of like what changes Riot would actually make. Like they're not trying to break the game.
Chat, I'm still reading chat.
The tone of your delivery just really got me there. I don't know why.
Dude, they might catch the
Continue
spike.
with a route like that.
And Loud, they are flanking up mid, but here's that
Wait, they have to do
sheer
some
wall.
like movement.
Wait, what is some movement? Oh, they've got it activated.
Okay,
It's all
EG every single time they get the table, they just hit over towards A with the most common ult. Waterfall this a little bit, there's pressure behind. They do get the plant, but they got so much space that it should just be impossible. The Superman faces like this and gives them a gun. Dude, you had a crossfire and then they play like this? Why are they playing like this?
That's two.
He's
ulting, and he's
handling this, dude.
Wants to win this round. Spots out one player. Knows
Spots
the
out
second
two.
is in main. Will he pop out on the right timing? He's out of the ultimate and TPing back into sight. Low time.
Wait, you can
Dewey
full stick back
defuse
there.
around the corner, but the missiles should win this round because time is already so far gone. And he can't get on the spike. The kills not coming through either. And
Okay, well,
it got
they won the
dangerous.
rounds.
It got dicey, but nature saves the day with a 4K.
EG have been doing a
They had
really good
3
job
bit of
at
map control,
staying
and
alive
they wanted the
spamming
4th
spike
bit.
with utility
That is
late
the
and
EG
stopping
classic.
Loud from defusing.
Unironically, like
They're
going
playing
back
to the win con.
to when they was a world champion team, Putter was always like, what if we just spam the smokes on Pearl? And then we win the round.
Pearl. Just spam
Nice,
the...
Nicholas Garrison. Oh my. Let's do it.
Did we just have to censor a lot?
Yeah. That was like you listen to like a modern song on the radio and there's just 40% is cut.
Did you guys know Nature's full name is actually Nicholas Acher?
No. That's not... I don't believe that's
No.
what Icy just said.
Oh, I thought that's what he was saying.
No, I think you might have misheard.
I think you're wrong.
Loud,
Okay.
they've got the full buy.
My
They've
bad.
got one opportunity to tie this up 6-6. And okay, Scrappy in the duel's about too easy, at least trades it back,
Whoa.
and then Nature gets his.
Not sure about this one.
Loud
They
going
lock
to
them
this
in, they
mid
take a
fight,
bit of
looks gonna
space of
walk
it
out
as well.
into mid, but
Luke sure needs to
isn't
chill while the
quite
other
there
2
either.
swing.
Still more bodies
Ooh,
entering
this
the
is a good
fight. You
sign
think
from
about
him,
it,
though.
Loud have never on a buy round fought into mid, so
Okay, nice
those
shots.
extra angles unexpected. Jin walking down B long also finds in it, sort of blocks CG out of this round.
Allowed to remember their confidence this round. Map 1, it was all about the duels here. Just swing them in mid, swing them in main. Get yours. It's a 2v4 now for Evil Geniuses.
Stealth drone over from Loud being sent to clear out a ton of A main, so some valuable info gained for them as we're heading to the tail end of this round, and EG will begin to feel a bit of pressure from the
Go
clock.
Fawns
Being
to
able
delay,
slow down
salvos
on
to
the A
delay,
side, gets slowed
stun,
down by
Astra
Fawns
Suck
being
maybe.
activated, cross map from Luke Show as well.
Now it's seen. Nice shot. That should lock up this round.
Okay,
Yay.
the end 6, I
Nice
feel like EG
adjustment, but
did great to
doesn't
actually
find
pull
the
this
kill.
one back. Not that it was the nicest pal we've ever seen. I still like Loud's game plan. I feel like they forgot about it a little bit after the tech pause, to be honest, because they stopped pushing on the sides to get the info and like reacting on the sides where there was no pressure. If they carried on doing that, they might have been good for like 8. But
Look, you can't tell me that this is not just the exact same map we just watched. It's 6-6 at the half. EG have like no individual player that's popping off. Meanwhile, Pancada is doing even better.
Pancada,
this
yeah,
time,
no, he's going
1
nuts.
and 5.
It's deja vu
What the
on
flip
Pearl
flop?
as we head to the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Was it only 6-6 as well? Yeah, I mean, there was some scrappy rounds in there. You sub now, there you go. You don't have to tank the ads anymore. He's doing better as an IGL. I think he has full belief in this team now as well, which helps a lot. But he's been aiming all this year though. There was even those games where they were kind of getting a little bit wrecked. He was still, I remember on like split, he was still locking it down a lot. Does 6-6 favor Loud or EG? I mean, EG should be fine. What's their comp? Double duelist? Honestly, maybe it favors Loud a little bit. Mr. TV with the Prime, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. They should
Again with
yeah, Loud will definitely.
He had a monstrous first half back on Lotus.
The problem is they don't have anything to trigger the wall though, right? So honestly,
I would say that's pretty good.
They might struggle.
Basically, an exact repeat of what happened on Lotus. At half, Pancata going crazy. And tied up 6-6.
What do I expect the Teonas to be? Just increase on the... I reckon they do something with the salvo damage. And then I reckon they increase the time in between the salvos.
Unbelievably
Look
high
at this, it's nuts.
for himself. He is consistently top fragging. Dropped 27 on map 1.
The double duelist can defend this wall pretty well.
Prior to that, I mean, he's just been on another level.
Oh, they do have a Yori. Dude, I thought that, dude, honestly, then they should be okay. Yeah, Loud should be so fine.
He's dropped min 20, I think, on
Drone duration, they might do that as well.
I could be wrong, and I could be lying. I think there was one he had 18, and he's still top fragged for that because Loud rolled, but every other map, 20 minimum, I think. Or I'm lying. We'll check in on that. Source, trust me.
All missiles away. No one's really here on B to hold.
I mean, they're going to be getting here pretty quickly, right? EG trying to get past the one-way to Jazin, though. Early trades.
Nature did good to get a trade here.
Divided up around the wall for
Still no plan at the moment. They go for the good plan over towards long. Or are they actually going to get it down?
Has pretty much all arrived.
Obviously, it's not as easy to spam this with a pistol, but means that these two can just play off site and see what the two on site can do together.
Timing, but forced back by Util.
Yay, into the side already. Lot of utility for backhaul, but Louder holding their nerve. And Luxia, is this his round to turn it back into his favor?
That really nice from him. He took the space after the salvos instantly on that first duel.
He's up to 8.
There's something about him on the pistol rounds with the Ghost that results in consistent multi-kills. He is so sharp.
And he also ends up being the guy that's usually saving the next round a lot of times too, just carrying up a pistol, still finding value in those as well. So this will actually be Loud winning both pistols on this map, right? I guess that would be the big difference compared to the last map where EG won the first pistol and it started snowballing away from them. EG came into this half with momentum, but Loud have stolen that away for just a moment at least.
That could be a much-needed moment of confidence gain for Luxio to get right back into this game. I also, in the second half on Lotus, that's when he surged up the scoreboard and tied with Pancata.
So. Nice shot. They always do this on their ecos. Ye gets the Marshal and they just take tons.
At that point, I'd want to see a third map to see if we could just do it again.
There enough potential with the cooldown increase. Use one missile, it does full damage. 2 missiles, it splits the damage. It's not the worst thing.
Allow an opportunity for Loud to pivot back to A if necessary. Wow, actually trying to catch the Simon to walk into the site.
Yeah, something like that where you have to put a bit of thought into it would be nice.
The makings of a crazy time.
I think that's all we want. It's just like the agent to have some kind of brain power. Because at the moment it's just like to initiate a version of Brim.
And here come the rotates.
But I do think we're going to trend that way with this game. As soon as they made it the game for console, we're always going to get simpler agents.
That is super free. The rest of the team are getting to the site now for a very easy plant.
Look where Pancata is as well. He's ready to support. Just peek his head. Oh my god. Through the wall.
That was actually Mike Herman Trouten breaking bad through the wall.
2 for 2 shot.
With the references today.
Really going in with the Breaking Bad cinematic.
Okay, well, they don't lose anything, and this bonus is incredible. Got an armory buy.
Right. Pretty clinical for Loud. This is legitimately starting, just like how the second half did.
No.
Lucio gets a bunch of kills on the pistol, and then he cleans up a couple on round 2 with a pistol.
In 2 rounds, he has doubled his kills.
He is right back in the game.
Let's go, boy. I like that shit.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for not censoring that.
Always a gift.
All right. On over the top, instant break from EG.
Yeah, that's nice though. They can smoke up and create the pressure.
Again, heavy buy round 3, Loud carrying over from the FPX. And breaking apart mid very early on. I mean, Luxio's going on a bit of a mission.
Oh, this is nice. They insert one here, but they've made it look like there's lots, and then they 4-pass and push. It's like a reverse of what everyone's doing at the moment, and it makes way more sense with the choke point.
They did not prioritize getting into mid early on.
Icy
Oh
ran
my
out
goodness,
of time
timing on
his
this.
TP. Now he'll swing in, has a second to escape, and does get out as Nature picks up a kill. The lurk from Luxio. Activated into the site.
Time is incredible.
Good timing found onto Nature, who's got blindsided, and Icy on the swing as well.
Beast. Absolute beast, bro. Dude, this whole strat was nice, though. I think more teams can steal this.
Good.
Where you help Yoru go through door, you meet the other 4 here. Makes so much more sense than what people are doing. I think like Loud play this map pretty nice.
Felt like EG kind of rushed their way into the fight, whether it was Ye swinging back hall when you've got the double.
The timing, you got a little bit
down
lucky
in
with the
street.
timing. No doubt about it.
Because they do that FPX buy on their anti-EQ after winning pistol, they get a really solid one here. Tons of rifles to play with. That is clinical on the 3rd.
And the thing is, when you go for a 4-1 split like this, you're usually like, the one player is usually the last to activate, or it's a throwaway 1-for-1 going to the site to pull heads. You're not getting 3 kills like that.
And if you guys remember Potter's interview after map 1, her gripe she gave to Riv was that they never had any money in the second half. That every anti-eco round was getting out of control. That they couldn't win against their opponent's bonus. And look where we are now.
She's on the phone with EG corporate. Give us money, please.
Oh, absolute shot.
Okay, Luxio shut down by the Marshal. What a headshot.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit weird. Guns down, they pick up the gun. This could go pretty badly for Loud. Hard to get through all of this as well. They're going to find the wall, they can trigger this. They still have the clone though without triggering it, so it's kind of nice for entering the site. Pancard needs to be super careful. Timing on this looks like it's going to get rough.
Don't let him do it again, please.
Oh, this might be the brutal timing. Yes, Superman going to get that.
Another gun for them to pick up.
Out from heaven. Flash and icy damage. GG.
Dude, everyone clean. Oh boy. We had one of these on the first map as well, where everyone just picks up all of the guns, they get all the upgrades.
That was so well done. Luxio getting shut down initially towards A, and then Loud feel like, okay, we got to force ourselves into B, and EG rotated, stacked it up.
Great shot.
Oh. Yeah, that was a nasty shot. I mean, to the, yeah, and then Ye is able to rotate from there into back halls.
Right.
Nature happy about it. And yeah, it's an off. This is always a key when you're playing these Yoru Jet competitions.
Brings me back to the good old days.
You want to say it for me?
No.
Okay.
Okay, the Fade Eye doesn't get broken, so they know that no one pushed this, right? Oh my goodness. Drone Prowler?
At the moment, there is a ton of initiator.
Still gonna get a kill as well. It's a nice repick.
He used to force him back, and it just doesn't even matter.
He swung in and got 1 kill.
Yeah, but that's 1 more kill than he was getting with bleed most.
Yeah, and they put the all into this as well. Dude, this might be 2 back-to-back really rough rounds for Loud. We'll see.
That was.
I'm Ye's biggest fan. Don't even start with me.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't get it mistaken.
Oh my goodness. Got knives as well. Oh, this could be an absolute round.
He's so back. He's so back. I mean, the knives during the steel guard.
Jake Twitch, thank you so much for the 4 months, bro. I appreciate you.
Got the op back.
Thank you, Jake.
We've waited years for this. Gonna wait a little longer.
5v2. I want the highlight reel. Come on, Ye. Through the smoke. Icy takes the first. Ye whiffs.
Raid boss.
Sharp right now, but double face.
Okay, very nice.
Was worried that
Well, we got some prime.
Rough allowed though. Got an eco on this, gonna get real close.
So they're able to convert that round. EG are suddenly
It pretty much
right
is the
back in
first map
game.
on repeat.
Looked like Loud would be going to be up 10-6, and they have come to life. This was so sick. The immediate swap to the knives off of the steel garden was crazy.
Flat chat tomorrow, yeah. Dude, I'm hoping we get an okay amount of sleep today, but this goes third map with tech pauses, and it feels like the NRG LEV game might be close as well. You never know.
It's a lot of kills,
Be a rough
but
one.
I feel like they haven't been super high impact in these last few rounds. Not to take away from that obscene stat line, but yeah, he really got Loud to, off to a surging
Okay, Lobi comes
start,
in, they got
but
the hero gun, and Pancada's not on the hero gun. That's kind of mad with what's going on, to be honest.
EG has been losing a hell of a lot of them this game.
Oh, good dodge on the flash there. Breaking all the utility.
Oh.
Breaking the utility.
Bro, you gotta hit those. He almost dies for it. Thankfully, Ye has got his back in the TP. Back into it with the ultimate. That should sure it up. Superman. Where did he get those from? Cowan Zine as well? Wanted to put on a highlight reel, but
Okay,
we
you
shut
can see a
down as
timeout.
EG tie us back up at 9.
Scary when Icy had to teleport out, but I like that instant dimensional drift.
This is payback for all the early sleeps we've had. That is true, Prodigy. Dude, we got even 3 weeks in a row. We've been incredibly lucky with past Americas on Sunday.
I mean, I suppose it's unfortunate they lost 2 at the end, but realistically, it doesn't matter. Their cash is really solid at the moment.
Yeah, winning that eco and stringing a couple together, they're going to be set for a long time. But this round for Loud is the swing, I feel. They're buying down low. They've got 3 monster ultimates. You've got to be winning a round like this if you're spending it all.
All right, so early on, pretty standard.
Dude, no timeout, so you would imagine the coach is happy with whatever plan has been put down from Loud.
The team are attempting to make their way slowly into Arc.
And at least on the minimap, they're picking the right site, weak site.
Just going to give the information on Superman's angle, force him back.
Wow, Tuz was considering the early ult there.
Yeah, saves the ult for sight. My ult. Oh, my hit no one. Yeah, and they salvoed here as well. They know they're all clear. The only thing they don't know about is A main at the moment.
Util, everything cleared out. This should be a pretty safe plan. And then they
You got Teo ult to stop them. Push in. You got Astra ult to delay them.
Is of course going to get the missile cycled up as well.
Icy's working on a flank. He falls off.
My goodness. There's Astra ult. Oh, they get a kill before. Do you now Teo ult because of that?
DGZ. So it's a 5v4 retake. Loud has forces still left alive on this
We got a Teo at one point, right? Are we saving for the after plan? I'm not sure that's the right call. My goodness, Luke's a beast. Ult goes in.
Still the round's not done. Loud. Balled off. Pancada holding, and there's no trade for Ye.
Dude, this is non-stop.
The spike
All
is stalled. But the wall
Astra
is still up
suck.
for another moment.
Salvos.
Now it'll fall down.
Stun to swing.
Ready to go.
Shot. Someone's gonna.
Pancada.
Yeah, I was gonna say someone's gonna send it in, but dude, it's disgusting, isn't it?
rounds.
It's actually disgusting.
And that's how a post plant will go
We got
when you
so
have
much
your
off the
Astra
plant,
and
Ito.
Teo able to survive to the very end. That miscue time.
I feel like EG did pretty good to get this one close, though, to be honest with you.
Obviously, Ye had intentions of swinging through, and
I think if Ye stays with his team
there,
there,
call to go through, and he ended up going alone, or there was some kind of communication mishap that occurred, which allowed Pancada to get that free kill, get it into the 2 versus 2.
Are you serious? I got.
How frustrating is that for
was
you?
that the shot at Art? It was
Feels
pretty
like a few
fast, this one.
He's been on a different page compared to other players on his team.
Look at the EG economy right now going into this round, by the way. 3 players.
Dude, look
are
at everyone's
down to
econ.
effective nothing.
We got 3
They don't have
here.
a great loss bonus
We
either.
got 3 here.
This now turns from the swing round for Loud.
Dude, the
to
problem for
one
Loud
for
is they
EG.
got no money. Sorry, no one close to
us.
us.
Super late in the game, a round that could certainly be worth 2, excuse me.
The thing is, all the big ults were used in the last round. Maybe Derek gets an ult online at some point in this round, but on defense, playing passively towards A, very unlikely. That explosive retake potential EG are hoping for, not going to be able to tap into that. Zin finding the opening towards B.
Takes down
so
Icy.
much rely on the other carries of EG.
Dude, Ye's going for it. Wait,
on the site.
they don't have to commit here.
Positioning into the close corner. This
And
could be
Tooz is on top of
control
this.
in mid as well, but Nature, he's gone. And now it's on Super, who does find his mark. Still, it's a big disadvantage here.
Please someone cover this
4v2.
plant.
Does Derek take this time
Okay.
if he wants to?
Okay.
But the coverage is thorough from Loud.
Dude, they got to save.
At this point, they can just gather back
3
up,
stars.
play
They want to go
passively.
for it.
Astra alive, Teho alive, 2 versus 4.
Honestly, if Derek
Nightmare
gets a
situation
kill,
for EG.
the tail is pretty strong in this pause.
After he takes this first fight, or even if EG wait too long to get back into the site.
I don't know if they can even win this round. Time's low, the player's long. This is going to be so difficult, but that's a solid start. Still, the util is a definite problem for Evil Geniuses.
remaining.
They're going to try and get on the spike, but there's a player there ready to spam, a player there ready to push.
Very,
and
very
Derek,
nice.
he's going to die
Calm
for
with
it.
this one as well. They
EG,
managed to get
the money is
DG
bad,
Zin's
and
ult.
Loud is
EG
up
have the
now
eco.
11-9 in
And
this game.
Pivotal round for them to close
what
out
do they do?
this game.
Timeout here as well?
Aside from
Do
just
they even
winning
have
the
a
round
timeout?
itself,
I can't
crushing the
remember.
EG economy, it's gotten Digizine to that dimensional drift.
Yeah, they do.
And that can be used on the final buy that EG will have. Of
Why
course,
did they
unless
go for this?
press the gear.
They give it
That
an
could be
alright
enough to
try.
close this game out.
I think you have to save, but
Looks like EG are going to be calling a tech coming out of this. Just to look at sort of the state of their buy, whether or not they can do anything, because for my eyes, it's like, yeah, you could maybe get 1 or 2 hero rifles, but that means you won't be able to buy the op for Ye in the next round.
dude, this
So
game would have been so
I'm sort of
hype if it was
expecting
like
Potter
winner
to
goes
come in
through.
with here is instead to say, no, we need to save to get that op, because I think it's been so effective for Ye.
It's so obscene also that Pankata is 28-8. In all of these post plants, he's just finding a kill or 2. He slowed down a little bit, late in that first half into this one, and now has just been consistent value every single round.
And I think we have Riv here again to get a check-in on how our teams are doing.
Well, maybe not. Teams aren't doing great,
and
apparently.
Riv, funny thing, you were muted that entire time. Try it again. Oh, let's give him that headset, Chris. It seems like the mic's not working. We want this insight.
I'm not sure. Riv, quickly.
Riv, run.
Riv's giving up on it. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine, Riv.
This is so sad.
Look, we're
Well,
just a little disappointed.
They tried, I guess.
NC Riv. He was given some good stuff.
Well, hey, we could do a tech pause and figure that out, and then no? Okay.
Maybe we just let the game play out.
Fine by me. It looks like there was a hero rifle purchased for Icy, but Supa is saving for an op for Ye.
The aforementioned Ye, picking up the Marshal again, has been favoring that weapon on a ton of eco rounds, both maps. Stealth drone destroyed, and Derek is caught by those salvos, needs to at least temporarily retreat, as Loud put emphasis on getting A main early.
Kind of wild that EG are pushed out in mid. Although Luke Show has a flash there, so it's possible for him to tap that flash and
It's
see.
a big change up
if
though.
anyone's pushed
Icy
in.
going aggro.
Missed the window on that now. And
Yeah, and he doesn't know the
Icy
walls
where
here,
he is,
but
he could
honestly,
rotate out of A if that ever
if they've
comes
done their
down to it.
homework, he might.
Or just go for the fast flank.
Our Dimensional Drift is going to be used on this anti-eco.
Oh, this is a rough one for Ye. Is he really going to peek like that?
Digizine running through the A site, getting all the info, realizes for his team that it is...
Damn, that's an
completely empty.
absolute
Luke Show goes
shot.
down on
How
the
has he hit
flank.
that?
That's a gun for Ye.
How has he hit
Wall
that?
taken down as well. So all of
Wait,
a
that
sudden,
must have been
Icy's gonna be
nuts.
on this flank so much faster than Loud would ever expect.
Yeah, they're going to need to be heightened in the awareness to be able to pick off Icy.
I don't think anyone's going to be looking, at least not yet.
Dude,
When does
Luke
that
Shaw
internal
goes down so they
clock
don't
start
have
to
the
tick? When do they
wall up.
realize not
Oh
fast
boy.
enough? It doesn't matter.
Oh
Icy
no,
misses
Icy.
the mark.
With the hero rifle too. That was EG's chance to get back
They
in.
ult's
Now the
incredible.
tail ultimately
Does
going
Pankata
down.
have
They might just
those,
be able to get on the spike.
They're going to try
Astra
to.
suck.
Nature holding things down. The missile's coming in.
They got
Gets
half.
it halfway. Dies for the efforts, but Super with the bucky. He's gone through the smoke, and now Derek has to defend. Yeah, he's trying to stick in the 2v2, the defuse. It's coming
Damn,
through.
bros,
and
this is close.
EG on their thrifty round, despite the bumbles,
Dude, they
despite
keep
the
winning
mistakes,
eco
win it out
rounds.
regardless.
That was huge. I think the Armageddon from Derek is really the big difference maker there. Because there were tail missiles on the other side, but they came in late because that tail was trying to run out of the other one's ulti.
Oh my god, what a shot from Ye. But that's the risk of being the lurk on an anti-eco and getting proactive to the extent that you push all the way down B long alone while your team is 4 over at A. You know players are going to be in ratty positions with worse by guns, and you can get punished for overextending.
And now the situation is flipped. Loud with a couple of Guardians, some light armors. Ye has the operator that was donated over to him because of the save on the previous round.
This is everything on the line for Loud. Look at the state of their cash. It is brutally low. I mean, same for EG. It has been neck and neck, back and forth, this entire map.
It is interesting to me how passively EG are playing some of these lines deep towards Art. Sort of the passive op line into A main instead of pushing forward to the box. Even back on B, Icy's on that site, but he's not holding anything. He's waiting for a wall to be triggered.
Flash haunt combination so Loud can try and get some presence in street, and the stealth drone will clear out everything for them.
They don't take much map control.
Down to 40 seconds, they still haven't broken
Yeah,
the
they
wall
might
on the
struggle
site.
here.
This
I
is
think
a hard one to
EG
exec
might be
into.
alright. They only have 2 over towards the side right now, but
Nightfall will sell his position quickly, though, so if Loud can scale off that.
No clone for DGZ. They have to just send it through
Huge
this wall.
did that
Stall, you're right.
that
They're
ult
completely
is
canceled
incredible
out here.
timing.
25
Still no
seconds.
rotate though, even
And
though
now,
they use double
finally, the go button
smokes.
getting pressed, but Icy in the corner. The wall up. Icy.
How how has he got that kill? 15 seconds. How are they winning this one? Can we stop the plant? Looks like we can. We're gonna go for an open plant on this one. Oh, he's dead, right? Oh my god, hero. Absolute hero.
Still, it's traded out by Kalzian on the other side. EG are flooding into the site, but it's about to be a 1v3.
No
It's just
way
not
they
gonna
managed to
happen.
win
It's
this
all
one.
Loud.
I have so many questions. Why EG not rotating when the double smokes get committed? How's DGZ got the kill? I'm so
Just the
confused.
classic. That is insane.
That might just lose this series for EG.
And that's a round where EG, they slammed the Visor.
He only had a classic.
The Wolves absolutely owned it for him.
Find that so obscene. And the nature playing forward.
Huiz is
Sadly
calm
can't
with the
even
plant
find
as well.
one in that moment. Pancata, by the way, 1 kill in that round gets him to the 30 bomb. 30 for 9 on the map.
Over 3.0 KD.
Dude, why is Pancata showing up like this in a match that has no stakes?
It's a bit of a bold timeout.
That's awesome.
It is a bit of a bold timeout because EG are out of timeouts and you give them the opportunity to have a timeout when you have all momentum and you just kind of own them a little bit. So don't think it's unless you haven't got something that's like round winning.
Don't forget, this is also EG.
Don't think this is the best timeout, but we'll see. Because like, look at this though. In fairness, they've been getting eco'd a lot, so. And this is a low buy.
On the borderline of losing against a winless team.
This Loud team has so much potential going into stage 2, man. They have such unbelievable.
Yeah, and look at the gamble from EG. This is definitely a poticle. 4-person stack over towards B. The whole of the A site empty.
Champ IGLing and dropping 30. You can't be going 1-4 if they win this game.
This round is rough too. EG series
Breaks it.
point on a low by
Oh, dude, yeah, we've seen this quite a few times.
I mean, they've won 2 thrifties already in this game.
Big jewel over towards B main.
Don't let him get away with this.
Dude, you had the Bucky and we went for it. 5 HP. Seen this one before. Pancata gets timed by the guy close as well.
God, he's not aware. Icy gets the kill.
Critical information.
That's a 30-kill player, not checking his corners. You can't go into this Bucky. You can't swing this Bucky. Please don't swing the Bucky.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
it's fine. DGZ comes up and saves the day, and Loud, they fight back, bounce back into this round.
Holy, oh boy.
Just for 3, and
One
EG
chance left.
have the gap to 1.
I think we have to talk about the
Gave him a
absurdity of that
timeout.
round for EG.
I don't know
First of all,
about
it's a
that. There's
full
no
force
way they play this
Bucky
stack.
Sheriff Stingers
There's no way they play this stack like this without this timeout.
One orb away from having ults. The fact that they get these fights here, Icy's finding that, then teleporting back to be involved in this.
Yeah, that was
mad work.
A great reposition, nice transfer.
Yeah, it was a good timeout
Jay
from
Potter.
Potter.
As well at the
Dude,
exact same
I think she
time.
had an absolute disastrous one on Lotus, but this made up for it.
3 light armors.
3 targets on Loud that are susceptible to the one-shot, and he's positioned on B where they're headed.
And importantly, it's Dudges in with light armor. The guy that's often taking the first fight. It doesn't matter for the Outlaw, but it might matter for the round.
Oh,
Big
yay.
damage.
Gets the tag down to 10
Dude, look at the
HP on
ults, though.
Tui's going to grab that orb. It likely won't come into play unless he gets
This is a
bunch of
really
kills
big
and
play
the
from
spike
Ye.
down. More
He
important
can
is the
one-shot
fact that the
3
other
people
3
right
Loud
now.
Players have ultimates to play with. Use that Cosmic Divide to try to nullify some angles, force out Yay, but he's able to capitalize regardless.
The spam is
Yeah,
good
they
for
do the
trade,
close Astral.
but it's still a 4v3. Ult for Luxio. Icy replying with the dimensional drift, pushing back towards long. He's seen them all.
Spots
The
them
rotates
over
for the
towards the
right.
site,
Icy,
locks them
the
in.
wall means no audio on him, and he's repositioned all the way
But
back
this gets
to long.
really weird.
EG going to take their time, wait for these walls to come down.
It's not
40
Nova,
seconds
thank you so much
left,
for the
and
Prime,
Loud
bro. I
aren't
appreciate
even
the
on the
A-mumps.
site. They're stuck back in Hall.
The
The
missiles.
missiles to force them out into the open.
But the wall is still up, and Icy doesn't have his shot. 30 seconds now. Derek worried about a push
Dude,
towards
all
spawn,
3
but
of them
he
locked
still
into
stall out.
Elba.
And the wall's coming down now.
They're double swinging back into the site.
Oh, it looks like they
They're
know.
so
They're
ready
gonna
for
go
Icy, but he
walk,
could still
clear
pick a good
Icy.
time. He
Oh
could
my
find his
goodness.
moment. Flash up. Icy spots one. Another flash. 15 seconds Loud. They need to get the plant down, but EG is sending in all the troops.
Keep an eye on the time. We got 10 HP.
The IGL, the star.
It's just
It
impossible.
should be just too much. 4 seconds. He's out of
Oh,
time.
boy.
EG. OT. They're
He's,
not out yet.
Yo, why is this series
It's
a
rough.
gigabanger? It's a 13-11 map
2
1,
chances.
OT map 2. What is going on?
It comes down to Loud's inability to deal
I think
with
it comes down to
EG
the
when they're on
inability to
eco
deal with
rounds.
the ecos, yeah.
3 times in that half, I believe.
Literally, it was EG without money, had a higher round
Dude, I
win
wonder
rate
if
than
Loud would be
anyone
tilted
had
as well,
or
like
equivalent,
player-wise.
I guess. Sure.
Yeah, they go 3
There's a
for
chance.
3. That's
I don't know what
crazy.
went on in the 12-10 timeout,
Loud
but
have to be so
imagine you had a
frustrated
plan that
feeling
you thought was
they
good
threw
against
that
it,
game away.
and then the coach calls something else, and then you lose the
12-10,
eco
EG
at
on
12-10.
an eco.
There's a chance for
win it out.
people to get
Loud
tailed.
carrying 3
Then that
ults
much.
into the final round. Not enough
Knowing
to
that
get
you're
them
gonna
over
give
the
them a
finish line.
chance
Cowan's
to
dead before he can use the Armageddon. Artificial and Glass
Make a
Cannon
call
off.
as well,
Doors early.
and as we could see, it was
He's
a
had a
correct
rough
call of a
series.
5-person
But
stack.
in OT, it's
Oh
not
boy,
gonna
and we're out here
change.
missing
Dead to
shots.
Icy. And EG up 5v4.
Oh boy,
Luxio,
everyone's tilted.
He's not finding the mark either, and EG now a clean
Edge One,
advantage
thank you so much for
and
the
a
Prime.
golden
Appreciate you.
pathway
Thank
to
you,
be.
thank you.
Yeah, nobody on that B site. No Vi's utility to worry about any longer.
And those are the kind of shots that Digicing just never misses, frankly. Such a rare whiff from him. EG are in prime position to get to this match point.
And they've still got a couple flashes on Icy. They've got the stun from Derek. They've got so many fighting tools. Loud really need to find a pick out from Heaven, but those angles aren't being offered up to them just yet.
EG have both their post-plant players stuck in towards long. Loud have to go quickly if they even want a chance of winning this. They see Icy, that's a free opener, so maybe a chance now.
Oh,
They
Pancada.
swing towards backside.
Pancada.
Looking at
There's
Pancada,
no
no
way.
one's looking, and now it's all about the post-plant.
It's just
But
about
it's
to get
still
another
2
smoke.
stars
Just
down
came
right
up
now.
now. Smoke.
The pull will come in next. No,
Oh,
the
pull is
the
stun as well. They could be
He's pulled
sticking
away,
it.
But it's a 2v1.
The other star's gone.
There's no pull. He's got to run. He has to stop Tui's. Tui's sticking, holding the short
Holy
in.
bro,
It's
this is
enough
so
from Derek.
close.
And EG,
I didn't know they
have
didn't
their
have the
own
comms about the
shot
Astra Sack.
at map point.
Even that round is coming down to the wire. After getting a huge opening advantage from
This
EG,
game's
the
nuts,
work
yeah.
Pancada did backside.
Someone's bold that for
A
sure
little
didn't have
bit
Astra
silly,
Sack.
and it's Derek with the Red Bull clutch.
Just has no business getting that close. The 3 players who were stacked up back halls got completely warped. First, there was the barrel spotted on the player who's tucked into the corner. Then Pancada wraps around rather with that nebula, just
Yeah, it's
obscuring the
close.
view from the players and B long. That was so well played. Derek clutches it up at the last moment.
Another timeout. Uh oh.
All right, let's take a breather. Timeout.
All right, I'll
Keep it chill. Keep it chill.
This game was just supposed to be the waiting room for the last one that mattered of the season.
Is Long waiting room.
It's been an entertaining one, though. Pancata, 1 kill away from tying Stage 1 America's kill record in a single map. That's at 33. He's tying it now, actually.
You don't know if it's a suck or a pull prior. I mean, it depends on the. It depends if it's been used in the map earlier.
And he might just do it on a map loss.
Yeah,
like if it was used. If it was used like at some point on the exec.
Less than half.
That's insane.
Like if the comms are good, you know that it's still on time, on cooldown.
Are we gonna keep
there might have been people in chat are saying that he stunned and then Astra sucked.
Yeah,
but I just saw it stun and nothing else. But
Derek Luth.
The 2 people fell into the Cluth trap.
Just brutal.
Let's lock in.
All right. Can Loud hang around on Pearl, the map pick of EG, or is this going to come down to the wire on Split, the decider?
Those are the 2 options.
he doubled up, stun, then sucked. Oh, okay.
That info towards B early on, standard.
But then nothing much you can do.
But this time it's not a slow round. Loud is just full group for a 5 hit on B.
I see. Don't let us down back there.
Yeah, he needs to do it this time. Fakes his TP out. Now he's hot committed.
Yeah, he chose to go back to a deeper angle. He's played that backside a few
Dude,
times
they just
around.
call for the B here. 3 people here. Wall flash forms. You gotta try force through. They got no backup options.
It's just gonna be a re-exec though. Loud is sending it. Here they come, Loud into the site. Icy swings out, finds 1, 2 from Icy. That's what you need to see. But Pancata,
Dude, Pancata's doing so much. 34 to 12. Now lose the map.
2 already. But Yay on this late flank could be the knife in the back. Yay. When does he arrive? Just at the perfect time. 1 more kill. It's Tui's off the bench in the roster, trying to end a game on a clutch. But this time he can't
Holy,
do
this
it.
one's
EG
devastating.
In overtime.
There could be a lot of people tilted on Loud here, I'm telling you. That 12-10 timeout is insanely bold.
The map. 2 of them, Lotus, Pearl, both coming down to the wire. 34 and 13 for your Astra, and you can't get over the finish line. That is so brutal.
That's ridiculous. But you know what? It couldn't have happened any other way. Of course we're going to a map 3. Of course it's a nail biter. Going the absolute distance.
Yeah, we got a banger series for no good reason.
We're gonna get a real late one. No, dude, imagine this was actually for like.
So good. I mean, this was
so
so
I mean,
long
if
ago,
Crew had beaten
right?
EG, it would have been winner goes through to playoffs. It would have been insane.
Pancata started the first half off with 20 kills to his name in 12 rounds of Valorant. Yet EG fought back huge in the second half. Remember, it was down to the wire, right? Loud about to go up to map point on the eco. It's EG winning.
It's a shame. I think Loud like forgot their game plan as well midway through during that tech pause. They just stopped going aggro on the sides.
The end where it matters, EG stood up.
That they did, Pancata. It's outrageous that you do that well and don't come home with the map win. Gonna have to buckle down though. Split. All good series seem to end there, and somehow this has become one of them, from a match with no stakes to one where clearly both teams are putting their all into it here.
That excitement from the IGL Nature, who had a solid individual map as well.
Chris, you seem to
impressive.
question why we're not on a break, right?
No, wait, what are you doing?
Oh, not this guy, man.
We're not tossing to a break yet.
What are we
Are we
tossing
doing
to?
a thing?
Not this guy, dude.
We're doing a thing.
It's not my bidding, but the thing is being done. Bring in the bunny. Wait, it's not
It's wings.
It's Wingman.
It's a wingman. Dude,
Van City, please do it.
I'm over
Take
6
him out.
feet tall. Gecko must be massive. That's
Oh,
a birthday.
we're doing a whole birthday thing.
Oh, that's so cute.
I don't. Happy birthday.
that a real request?
Vanso's trying to say we're the only one with mics on.
Happy birthday, dear Chris. Oh my God, he's going feral.
Why are you eating it like that?
To you, that is feral.
That is sick. 26 and you're eating a cake like that, buddy. All right, send it to a break. I don't want to watch this.
Get me out.
Get me out.
Okay. What is the third map, chat? I didn't even pay attention to what the third map is. Split? I mean, again, it should be a banger map though, fair play.
forwards and out, up and over with a dash and around, but Superman, here he is, just absolutely dominating. Vai vir uma paranoia pra combar! Jesse!
With so much grit, EG is keeping themselves alive in this series after it looked like Loud is about to run away with it. As we just heard from the casters, we're treated to an absolute banger of a series for no reason whatsoever. And why not? Why not? It's the last day of stage 1. They gotta end on a high note, end with a banger. But get comfy. How are you feeling about this?
It's my turn, actually.
Okay, let's talk about it. That's
Yeah, it's 1-1 now in this series.
I was about to really dive deep into the feelings here.
My feelings are good. My feelings are good. My feelings are great.
I'm a little heartbroken. This is like the Loud curse. We get we get one map and then third map. I'm just praying that they do something different.
Okay, you can gloat. Go, do it.
EG played amazing. No, actually, it took a bit, though. It took a bit for real, because Loud actually, you were mentioning it, Zoe, they were doing such a good job running away with this game. There was like, what, a 5-2 scoreline. It had to start with this. Derek was 0-7 in this round, and somehow start things off with the right-click classic for the first kill, and gets an important kill right here before Icy goes into a 1v1. If it wasn't for Derek with that third kill, Icy would have been stuck on 2 players pushing against him while he's planting, and that started the comeback of EG. And this also was after a timeout that Potter called, actually, and then it ended the half at 6-6, and that's what they needed. Then you had Yoi switch over to Ye on the defensive side with the op, and everything started quite well for EG to take a turn and keep things close. It was definitely a battle back and forth. It wasn't like the cleanest of VALORANT for both teams, but that's been the story of this game so far here, Emily, because if you're looking at the first map on Lotus, it really finished off with like the 2-East clutch with that aftershock you mentioned before with the Guardian, but this time it was a comeback from EG and not a fake comeback to win this in OT.
It was not at all. It was honestly really hard to watch as a Loud fan.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I am heartbroken. Like, this is our curse, but I still have faith. Loud is my team. I root for them. But no, I mean, even just looking at like Pancata here, like 34-13. Meanwhile, no one else on his team has dropped as like 20.
The no help kind of.
There's no help, and that's the thing. Like like he said in the coach interview, like normally there's like at least a duo popping off to try and get them those wins in close maps, and here it was just Pancata on an island.
At some point though, I did see Lookshow doing pretty decent though on the defensive side, starting with the pistol round, but then after that, it was definitely still just Pancata alone.
Yeah, it was really hard to watch. Meanwhile, if you look at EG, I mean, they played a good map. I will admit they did play a good map. Everyone on that team was kind of did their thing, and
it had a fire being lit underneath them. I mean, imagine just the storylines, the headlines. First they take out Crew, one of the teams, right? And then they get taken out by Loud. Not the team. So that would have been a little awkward, let's be real. So yeah.
I love how there's just Prius in this shot with that. Like when we have the single shot of you, that's amazing.
We made a mess of this also.
Yeah,
I mean, what was happening?
My bad,
well,
guys.
it is just one of those, that's just you.
Well, I feel bad, yeah, because we're gonna have to clean this up after.
You are personally cleaning this up.
I will have to. I would feel bad just leaving it the way it is.
That's fair. That's nice.
Yeah.
I love
Very
to see
admirable.
that. Yeah, that's admirable. Let's see if he actually does that. Yeah, admirable performance from Pancata, as you already mentioned as well. He was trying, all right? He was dragging them. He was stacking them on his back and tried to walk, but he just couldn't get it done.
This is like, what, LZ over at 2G, but times like exponential 5 in the way that he's IGLing and just fragging out of his mind, just like the lower third just says right here. Man, he's finding all the good spots. There's a lot of moments where he's able to just find, with great patience, good individual duels, especially when it comes down to like 2 or 3 trying to chase after him. So this, for me, shows that Pancata is going to have a great third map on Split. That overall Loud, this is a third map that went into overtime as well during kickoff, that Loud was able to win against EG. So with the way that things have been going this series, a 13-11, an OT, there might be another OT here.
Right, it went all the way 14-12. Can they repeat this performance? We'll find out very soon. First, we're heading into a quick break, and afterwards, we are back with our decider match, Split.
Carter is on 61. Yeah, that's actually insane, to be honest. He might break the kill record, right? What is it? What do I guess for this one?
Welcome back. We're
Okay, if I go off what I've seen, I would say Loud. But I have a feeling that they're insanely tilted after what just happened.
A banger. 2 close maps, 13-11, going the way of Loud.
I think I would go with EG, just purely for that factor. But if I go off what I've seen on the maps, like Loud are better on this map. And there's probably EG agree with them changing up their comp.
And that was wise. Let's talk about the comp here.
Production told me to crush your face in it. I was like, you serious?
Kurt just said he didn't tell you that.
I can't believe they would condone that.
Monologue of your own.
The voices.
Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm going to be the one to bring us in. I'm going to do it.
Compose us.
So, genuinely, Loud play a freaky split. No one, and I mean no one's playing Jet solo duelist on this map anymore.
Can EG match their
But they don't.
on split right
They
now?
never like prioritize getting an op early.
I don't think EG are matching anyone's freak. They're kind of just very vanilla comp here.
Has EG played this map thus far this stage?
Yeah, but they used to play the chamber.
Yeah, they used to play chamber
I feel like
comp.
this is new.
Hold on, let me do some quick research.
This is new.
Sorry, we were all taken aback by the cake incident and this even being a 3-mapper that.
Why is this a 3-mapper?
And
We're still asking.
Because it's a good series,
Chips and
legitimate.
guac.
Okay, Loud on defense, EG on attack.
Here we go.
Yeah, we're going the
we have
distance
not
for sure.
seen EG play. Anything other? Yeah.
So I was right. Let's go.
Cool. They were also playing the Omen back then. They were playing a Sky. Like
Wait, they do wall and smoke.
So they used to be freaks. Now they're kind of normal.
And we love that for them.
It's a great stun. It's an incredible stun.
Literally, this guy every single series is just a monster.
Maybe Digizin's gonna join them too. I mean, getting that shot onto Ye.
A great fault line for 2Es. You got to get.
No, yeah, that stun is so nice.
From mail with the fault line all the way into A ramp is just super.
Dude, lovely shots.
All right, so go next.
Yeah, tucking EG into bed this pistol round.
Yeah, really nice pistol.
That was brutal.
Kind of clinical.
Don't really like the EG strat that much. Wall and smoke. Walk through your own smoke.
Not cosmetic. They actually couldn't shoot him.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Damn, that was a hell of a shot too from Dujazine. Loud continue their streak of winning all of the pistol rounds. That's 3 in a row.
Yeah, I think they lost the very first of the series,
so
and that was it.
In a row.
Yeah,
literally. Despite, remember, they won double pistol.
Like, I guess they chill here and then they try and get over towards heaven and they do some kind of split, but...
That wasn't their pick. that was EG's pick.
This is where we're getting the real bias casting.
We got no Marshall buy on this, though.
I do love that Riot nerfed the Omen one way.
Oh my god.
Okay. Little stun nade.
I'm going to request a replay on that one.
I think that was stun missiles, and then the aftershock was in the gap behind the missiles, and they walked back into it.
That would
There was no missiles, right?
Let's see it again, hopefully.
Pretty insane.
Maybe there was. I think it was pretty far
I was
away.
about to say, like, I love how Riot like nerfed the Omen one ways, but you can still do it in B main just by throwing it on the little ledge outside of Garage.
Not quite as good. It's still there. GG, only 1 bullet, and he's gonna have to run for the hills.
That's a little bit of damage on through. He has been uncharacteristically missing some of these scoped weapon shots in the last 2 maps, which again is just incredibly rare. He's been fantastic with the AWP in 2025.
I mean, I'm pretty sure DG has been bottom fragging this series. When we looked at kickoff, when there was like really high hopes for Loud, the reason was Dujazin opping on defense. Remember, that was like the narrative. And he's at a much quieter stage 1.
I mean, dude, they never prioritize the op on him anymore. I feel like that's why he's had a really quiet stage 1. Like the amount of rounds he's brought on op has been more than half.
For me.
For sure, for sure. I was just gonna say they're stealing his kills.
Here's your replay. Yeah, missiles one side, and they're in the U2.
It wasn't missiles. They just tried to force through a one-way with their own missiles.
That's good.
JN165 with the prime. Thank you with the 6 months.
Win another bonus.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, I just had to have a word really quick.
They've converted a couple bonuses, but EG, they have just been able to eco Loud immediately after.
Yeah, Loud were set up for a quick B main trap there, stunned from heaven.
Ooh, that's a nice idea though from EG. Salvos deep with the nade.
Keep your eyes on Tui's throughout this half.
EG's in. Oh, dude, Ye was one shot though. It wasn't the best peek we've ever seen, but it was a nice off angle from Ye.
On defense.
Yeah, and we are locked in over towards Vents.
That's the rare satchel kill.
I don't think I've seen that icon since 2020.
Genuinely.
In the kill feed. Remember when they used to do, what was it, like 60 damage and you could just throw them insta-activate?
I think it was 75. I think it was one-shot. Like, if you doubled them up, it was kills.
That's ridiculous.
I think it was even more than that. Like right when Ray's gone at
She
it?
used to have
I want to say it was
100,
but I could be lying.
I think
and
that's
there were
cap.
2 nades. I could be lying.
75 sounds right.
We'll get the experts on that.
Experts, open parentheses, Chrissy's phone.
Hey, Dan the Penguin in chat, let us know. How much damage did the blast pack used to do?
EG's keeping it pretty clean this round. They've
Yeah,
just
they're
picked
keeping it
off
nice.
Loud one by one. Now Pancata alone on the site. And he doesn't tend to miss a shot, but I think there's going to be too many here for him, surely. There's one, spam's coming in.
So much spam. Okay, they managed to do an okay amount of damage, but there's some nice util here from EG though.
So I officially
Like this all the util over towards Vents was really cool.
I don't know.
The admiration of the fans.
Yeah,
for
the
having-
admiration of the fans,
for
thank you.
remembering an old fact.
Christy saw, oh hey, we're doing TriCast, and was like, that's an opportunity to read Twitch chat. Kind of base.
It is kind of base.
Yes, I can finally just read chat.
I get paid to do the thing I would normally do on my own anyway.
That was a very
Tim_we with the tier 1. Thank you for the 4 months, bro. Appreciate that also, Tim.
SDK, no reaction.
Okay, massive buy round on this one.
Yes, of VCT
And looks like Luke Show doesn't want to go anywhere near Vents after the util that was used there. Dude, they still do wall and smoke in the same place. Dude, that is just a straight up. Dude, this guy's spamming at the most perfect times over towards heaven.
Make your point. Tui's on A, ready to go
Don't
forward sunlight. And originally was a
really.
trap on ramps was the opening
I
setup. He's
don't
moved out of that.
know what I'm missing here, but I don't really understand the point of
He
this.
moves around the map to constantly pivot around aggro pieces, trap setups, and find place for his team.
Luke Show dips out of heaven, and now they push back in a little bit with the drone.
Here comes another potential fall line if he wants.
Breach not really set up for it this time. Tui's is more concerned about Vents.
Okay, big jewel over towards A right now.
On that drop as well from nature.
Oh, okay. Is it for this? Is it for literally just trying to fight them close here? And then you pre-aim in that area? Maybe.
Split onto Tui's. He's very alone in this corner. That's
Oh,
one
that's a
Tui's.
lovely second kill. Ooh, little sidestep. Nice, bro. That was sick. Okay, this made sense now.
Some awkward adjustments.
But then I think now they throw like normal util.
45 seconds that round, then he's just 3K'ing with his gun. No problem.
I mean, talk of people who have to prove themselves alongside Pancata.
Oh, that sidestep
you know,
is.
Tui's was benched, now he's back. And he's screaming as well.
I feel him on that one.
Yeah, so now he's gonna throw the normal one, right? It was just a little micro play.
What exactly happened?
Gotta watch the floors back in the studio.
Be some crazy strats.
No, he does the same
The
smoke.
other team, when you walk on stage, just throw Legos under their chairs. A lot of the pros are taking their shoes off when they play. They're prime victims.
Zine is so committed.
Okay, force them down to an eco. Loud have been historically outrageously bad against the ecos.
I mean, Icy's
They
doing
legit
kind of the
keep
same
getting
thing over
ecoed.
Vents. Either one of these guys wanting to jump down into it, that's kind of a death sentence.
Quankalizer, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that.
Heavily towards B.
16 months as well, mate. Thank you very much.
Zine's position. Luke Show catching the first. Breach is still off the field. Superman done for as well.
Never gonna dance again.
This game has been so interesting. It feels like, in large part, it has just been EG contacting around the map and losing every round by attrition. Just a player gets spammed through smoke here, someone finds a aggro timing towards A main
Oops.
there.
Wait, look at the satchel close.
Playing like 3 times every round.
Oh no, might have given them a gun though. And then this is a little too much as well from Cannon's in, just randomly giving him another one. Such a bold play. This doesn't need to happen. A's now insanely weak. It's a great TP there from Pancada. They now know where he is though.
And it's good enough for 1-for-1.
But they still lose 2Es.
24 seconds on this.
DGZ only has an outlaw. Look how far away he is. This is essentially a 1v2 clutch round for Pancada.
15 seconds though is tough.
Had to pop the blades. High-low setup.
Spike planted.
Icy falls away.
Oh my goodness.
Can't find it with the Sheriff.
Did he spot him? Yeah, he
And
did
now
spot him
Icy
heaven.
in the 1v2 spins around. And in the 1v1 against DGZ, the duelist
Holy, this got
diving down
insanely
and dead
close.
to DG.
Dude, Loud need to chill on these ecos. They love giving them 1v1s. Everyone loves taking a risk.
Clean up for Digizine, but EG had him sweating again on an eco round. None of them have been clean for Loud. That has been the aspect of the game that is keeping EG in it. It's the aspect of the game that got them the win on Pearl.
3v5 that they win there, by the way. Or nearly win, I should say.
Right. Just felt like they kept finding these fights, players running into them. Potter knows they almost had it. That's all good. EG are coming into this next round with a couple of big ultimates, the showstopper for Icy. Although not setting up for an instant take of a site. Instead got a couple of players hanging out into the B side.
Hey, big change up from
fault line.
Big change up from Loud on this one in terms of using the util to set him up. Dude, he got another before he went down. It's nice as well though. There's so many ults online and they go super aggro and they take out at least one of them.
And it comes when EG had the ability to like go for a fast hit, maybe counter out what they were doing, but Nature played into B early, threw a stun line immediately to try and feint that it was pressure on B, but because Loud are playing so actively, they realize exactly what's going on, which is, oh, that's just fake pressure. We can keep on walking, poke for these gaps, do a little bit more of that in mid. They maintain just playing this round with near perfect info.
Nature is slowly just contacting, trying to get some space up towards ramp, something for this EG team to work around. I like this position from Kawazine, entrenched at Flower, and then has 2Es to be able
Pancada has done incredible.
Back screen, cause some distractions.
A little bit of a risk, but maybe it's a read. You never know. They were doing this on Power also.
Just so hard to play out of. Luke shows
It was
some
an incredible shot as well.
one kill for him already. Just barely hit by the sun, and that's going to cost
Okay,
him.
still 2 on site though. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why, what the? What an
Chaos both ways.
The double stun!
Oh my goodness.
We all use util.
We're Valoranting. There's only 10 seconds left, and there's no way Nature's getting that spike.
Oh my god.
Dude, Loud played this insanely weird. They played it like they was a 3.
We might see that in the next lore cinematic when there's the Tejo against
Okay,
the
it's a
Tejo. However that
it's a 3v4 and everyone's like taking a risk to stop pushing areas.
All right, that's going to take away the last gun from EG.
I mean, it's
put them in a tough
unpredictable, I
economic
guess,
position, but has that ever mattered? No.
I like to imagine that these situations where it's like they're studying each other. It's like the Keanu Reeves, you're breathtaking, you're stunning, you're stunned, you're stunned, you're stunned, just back and forth. Silliness.
Next time one of those
I mean, I don't
happens,
blame
we're-
Derek for that reaction, I'll be
Production,
honest.
cue up the Benny Hill music.
Well, it's an eco though. We know how these ones normally go.
But smoked off at the
Did they push on the eco? My goodness.
I think are just calling it that EG are playing
they're
in their
killing me
spawn
out here.
effectively
This is
and
gonna be
giving up
scary
all this
rounds.
control of the map. Remember, EG don't have a dedicated sentinel in this comp, so extremity control and sometimes mid control can be lacking.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna get fully pulled off because
not
it's
again,
like, why
man.
are they doing this?
I mean, you can
At
see on
least spots
Yang's
2 so they
reaction,
can
like,
insta-react
straight
over
up in.
towards A. We got a free side over
that'll
towards
at
A.
least get
So
EG into the site
it's a nice
now.
shot there.
What a catch from 2Es.
That was crazy.
He's looking good this game.
Gonna make this retake that much easier.
Don't lose the up to the stinger in the corner.
I think it might be hard to beat the stinger in the corner.
I don't.
Little sound bait.
You don't move very quickly.
Oh,
He sees
boy.
it. Free kill for Icy.
Oh my goodness, he's
They think
ulting.
they can win this, but 2Es.
Dude,
dismantles
come on, man,
the
this
ultimate
game.
in Loud.
Come on, guys.
Respect to 2Es. He's going crazy individually. That little catch onto Nature while he was running into sight. Jiggle peeks, finds that headshot. and beats Icy on the reaction of being able to just click mouse 1 for the showstopper, headshots him jumping around the corner. Come on, that is some sick work.
Comes after this shot too, just 2 bullets. Oh.
I mean, this is a great shot. I'm not sure how much is intentional with where he's aiming, but...
Just read the situation perfectly.
Okay. Well, EG going to be the ones to call a timeout here. No, they're going to be feeling the hurt after not having having the showstopper stuffed there, not using it the round before. This will be
This is a late timeout.
Swing round for them. Every other map has ended 6-6 at the half.
I guess some of the rounds have been pretty close.
Showing big time. This has been the biggest difference I think we've seen at the start of one of these maps.
I want to see if out of this timeout, Loud opt to continue to disrespect them on all extremities and mid, all areas of the map where they're just happily pushing down, taking control. Dijazine has gotten forward solo on one extremity every single round. They're pushing down mid. Lucho's just facing in mid. Or if they're going to change the approach in this timeout, maybe off all the ultimates they have, focus harder on going for a retake situation.
I just wonder at what point do EG start just running full execs?
Yeah.
Because they've been so like quiet at the start.
They literally switched to an exec comp with the breach stay-out.
And they're waiting for the overextensions. They're waiting for the things that Loud are doing. It just seems that whether it's Dijazine with an op or stun fights from Loud, that EG's just opening protocols are getting disrupted and they're not finding the kills they need.
Okay, EG call a timeout and Loud want to go aggro.
Answer coming out of the
And we're
timeout.
just trying to set the...
I hope they walk into us, but
okay.
It's going to be the Vipers hit on A and then that classic
that's
line
nice.
into the salvos to take that B main control for Loud.
EG on this, don't insta-react. They just want to maybe re-clear and take space over towards B. Oh my goodness, Pancard looked. Pancard didn't know where he was. That flash was nuts.
Good reaction to the state of how this round played out from the opening, which looked pretty dire from EG. Running into that Viper's pit.
That's funny.
Now geared up for a split onto the B side and just leaving Supa over towards A to
still win
play
this
for a
round,
late
though.
work or audio on the rotators.
Luis has been really good, and he's got full util here. Even an ultimate if he thinks he needs to use it, but he'll just fall back. Groups up with DGZ.
Owen, thank you so much for saying that, bro.
And the thing is, if EG try to split into B, it could get awkward for Ye having the op trying to get into B main.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot on Dijazine. Tui's going to use the ult to pretty much stall. There's not much. I mean, there's actually nothing they can do off of it. Breach ult for breach ult. It's a shame. Well, Tui's has to kill 2 somehow, and they know exactly where he is.
Stall out this spike plant. He might just get overwhelmed, though. That's 1. 2, he's 15 seconds to stop this, and he cannot. But the team has made it. There's missiles. There's an Armageddon, but it's not used in time, and EG get the plant. Luke Show.
Wait, they're next to each other.
He's getting sneaky.
Wait. How is he here?
He snuck all the way through the pit, but Derek can spawn. It's a kill onto his teammate, and now Luke Show. He's all alone.
Derek must be like, guys, how? 2 of you in the pit. Oh my goodness. Dude, that was kind of insane. They actually made that close.
Finally, double their round count.
It looked like he was about to get that last flick as well. That was crazy.
Unreal. But I think honestly the biggest
I like the call from EG here though. Mid running was pretty nice.
After the rolling
They didn't insta take the space and they were ready to re-clear over towards B.
That round is so hard to play out with fast rotates coming in from Loud too.
By any means necessary. That operator paying off.
The damage at the end does mean that we get a swing round though. We got 1, 2, 3. The comp by next 1, 2, 3. So huge rounds. Dude, if Loud win this, they get a crazy score on defense.
Fault line ready to go off of Digizine's contact. Later into the round, you'll see Dijazine walk up, kind of like he is now. Fault line still.
Okay, they do this. They do the smoke wall again. So
is going to rotate off of the site. Does he try to take
is he going to be ready this time for the angle or?
By Superman over there towards Sewer, so Dijazine is just going to hold. I mean, close, but further back than he might have been able to.
Up through mid, 2 players from EG.
Hold on.
Oh, Luke Show, does he want to go for this now?
Yeah, he's definitely got a call that they might have gone middle here. He gives it up.
He knows for sure now. Icy just made noise vent, so that primes.
I mean,
Ye
Ye
to walk
is-
up onto the line. Ye fell off the ankle and
Dude,
nearly gets away with his life. But here's the push coming back towards heaven. Luke
I was
Show
gonna say,
only
Ye,
gets one.
they have no
EG
idea about this attack up.
on A.
The free sight. They're really good Omen ult.
Teleport from
But
Pancada could get him in position to try
I still don't
to
think
make
he
a
can
hero
get
play
much.
over towards A, where Ye is embedded
Oh
to
my
the
goodness.
side.
20 seconds
They're
to go.
trying to
Huh?
rotate the
Ah,
spike in.
dude, it won't let me.
Oh,
It
but
won't let me move it.
That was the key player. That
I'm
was the
misclicking.
missiles, the Armageddon. That was the last chance for
midnight
Loud
update.
slipping away.
Snappy shot from Derek at the end there to shut down Pancada, who needed to be a hero in that moment, but left on his lonesome, really had no chance.
I really like the way
Hack
EG
him,
played
man, yeah.
in the mid-round there, because they were, again, in a situation where it could have gotten awkward without finding the opening picks, but I think they're really clear of the A main space, even though the operator was there. Sort of using, I'm pretty sure Super has
Okay,
his
well, this should be
orb
pretty
placed
close off
in
now
A
because
main
of
as
this.
well, to
I'll
help
go
out
down
with
to
the cross a little
Eco.
bit there too. Sort of abuse that to get up into ramp, then sort of every single 1v1 they take works out because they've gotten all of these forward lurks and really caught Loud off guard.
Loud timeout here.
Gotta give credit to Ye in that round too. That was an insane shot on the scene. Over towards A. When we get back into this, EG looking at they've got a Cosmic Divide and an Armageddon at their disposal. And the momentum, the dominance that Loud had is slipping away early on in this game.
God, I would love to see a couple of Buckies here or something.
Loud onto an Eco
I'm
on
not sure
this
if they're
round.
that kind of
Just
team,
a
but
hero rifle onto Pancada.
we get one.
He's had such outstanding maps thus
Okay.
far this series that seeing him at 7-5 feels underwhelming, even though it's a good scoreline for an
Only
Omen.
+2.
Honestly,
consider being +14 right now.
Look,
Luke
what I wanna
Show
see here, I
saves
wanna
enough
see
money
a
for an op.
big fight over one of the mains on the. I would do a throwaway like A main B main fight on a round like this, and the next round I want to see Loud do that triple walk down mid again. I thought that was really good the round they ran it. I think there's still opportunities with EG continuing to play like the op on the extremities, for them to find some punishing angles.
Pancada the past couple runs has just been throwing down that one-way smoke. Last time did press up into B main, but at the moment just double stacked in heaven with Luke Show.
And again on A, it is Supa throwing an orb on top of his wall
You
there
can see on
too.
the mini map, big
Some
big
heavy
gamble
look
over
opportunities
towards A.
against the op because it also blocks off the ramp. It sort of forces Loud to leave 2 players on the A side minimum.
Alright, Superman is working his way up off that cell phone. He's previously had a fault line set up for mid that Luke Show could play off of, but that's not the case anymore. He's crept into the smoke rifle out. This is a little awkward. Oh, but he does find that first kill.
Oh,
Instant
it's
trade
nice
from
though.
Pancada.
Gun
Nicely
down.
done.
Dude, he gets into an okay position as well for the hit.
Ultimate used there too for EG. They
Oh, nades on his head
need
though.
to win this round.
Whoa,
Guns
that's a really
picked
big
up.
play.
Loud never
Oh my god,
really
that's a
shot it,
really
and
big
then
play.
Caught on the reposition. He could be potent here, but the shots not
Oh,
found in
bro,
time.
everything was so perfect apart from the aim.
Control of B.
That is disastrous. He had an opportunity for minimum 1, could have gotten 2, and now it's falling apart. Tuiz is left with just the ghost in this scenario. Digizina is going to have to step up for the team.
Tuiz needs to drop into hell to find a rifle down there.
He's got it.
You gotta imagine that the op is in this angle. Yeah, you can see by the
misses
peak.
out on the shot. And this gives inroads.
I mean, they got a good crossfire, but
Stun for both breaches. Nature primes his.
Oh,
Nature
hold up.
dodges it. And Derek,
salvos.
30 health.
Still a good amount of
Missiles to
time.
work with.
They can half this.
PG holding this one. He's gonna get it halfway. An updraft to get out does not need it. And
Insta
Derek
stick on the right.
being held wide by Tuiz.
Nicely
Not
handled
ready.
from Loud.
Bounce
Damn,
back.
these two did really good
I
on
love
this.
that micro play in the 2v2. With Tuiz getting that stun into the back corner, and then Digizine throws down the Cloudburst, which not only allows him to get a swing out of it, but it obscures the sightline for Derek, who is playing back in B main, so has a bit of double value there to isolate that first kill. This was pretty disastrous for Pancada, who has been killing everybody up until that point with ease. But it does get recovered at the very
I mean, it feels like that might be the first time they've 50'd them. I feel like EG are always ecoing Loud.
Back over to the B side of the map. Tui is there for the contact again.
What's the money
Around
like?
the smoke in mid.
Dude, if Loud get this again, it's that it's that same situation where this buy is going to be horrendous. Not that it has mattered too much on these. EG's in, pops his knives over towards B main. So he has the backup, and Luke shows the first time he's like fighting heavy over towards it. This is like what I call a Zelsus. Just fearlessly hiding behind your smokes in these kind of positions.
Compared to what we've seen in this half, it's him. Going up into extremities alone with a scope weapon. Luke showed that is awkward for Icy. Good opening.
Yeah, it was a rough duel from Icy. Dude hit no bullets there.
Back until 20 seconds on the clock.
One suppressed.
Dudeli with the tier 1. Thank you for the 16 months. Thank you, thank you.
Map control at the moment. Going to be able to deal with another, yet nature shut down. No breach util now for the execute, aware that someone is probably going to be coming from A main off that timing. Reads the situation correctly. That Superman kept at bay.
But still 30 seconds left.
30
and
seconds
this time,
left.
there's still B main presence from Digizen. Spotting
Lovely
Tui's
little
data.
info.
Line
Dude,
in
you got a
7
lot of
seconds.
delay here on the side as well. They got no B main control. Tui's just gonna chill, play time. Lovely crossfire.
Crossfire. And it could be disastrous for EG if they just swing into it. Yay, spotted. That's one. Plant trying to be committed.
Nicely done. No time on this one. Dude, EG have not got good money for this. Superman has to save.
Reaffirm their control again. Now 8-3 up.
I like the change up from Luke show of how he's playing middle. He's been giving it to them all the time, as in just like giving them like free middle. I love that he changed it up here.
Off of the chamber from their kickoff play. So far, a lot have had their number.
And at times it's been an EG that are playing just a bit too slow. On that one, the game plan really fell to pieces. Particularly when nature goes
I feel
down,
like overall as well, like Loud have changed up a good amount of how they play this map. Like it's normally this all the time, but they've switched out and put the jet over towards this into the timeout since like round 5 basically.
Have been very successful as a counterpoint. Right now, quickly up into that mid. Look shows in front of it, but panged out, and he's going to be taken down easy.
Icy insta-reacts to pop his ultimate. I don't know if he's going to have a target for this one. An ult coming in from his teammate, I think, there. No, that is going to be the defender one coming through.
Well,
it's a little weird, but
of course
Icy
it's a low buy and they win it out. Get the upgrades on the guns. 4 on attack though. I think Loud will take this. It's a really nice half from them. Is it fair to say Loud look like the best team not making playoffs? Yeah. I can't think of a team that I would put above them.
Yeah, they upped it, and particularly they get the kill on Luke Show, and why slow down there? Ice is going to pop the showstopper, force any other players to retreat, take all that space together. That's pretty ridiculous, but incredibly irrelevant. But a cool shot nonetheless. I like that last run from EG. All in all, that was...
Can't wait to see
nice
more of their attacking side.
Yep.
Well, on the other side of the break, it's going to be defense, unfortunately.
That it will be. Yay, the one to close this one out, EG. Trying to get that win heading into playoffs. We'll have to see if they can pull it off.
LEV NRG could be better. Maybe. Let's see how they look today. Don't feel insanely confident with what I've seen from those teams to be saying that. Well, EG need to get a pistol. You want a mud fight between those two? Dude, I mean, it's going to be that. It's going to be that for sure. It could be anywhere. Honestly, I think the game could be anywhere from insanely close to a stomp either side. I don't know about both of those teams, really. LEV definitely look a lot better in the last 2 weeks, though. What are the stakes for NRG LEV? Mate, everything. Winner goes to playoffs. Loser, done. Done until stage 2. How long do we sleep? Oh, not a lot today. We got wrecked by tech pauses today. We're not going to have much sleep before Pacific today. And tomorrow's a long day. We're going to do plat chat as well. Maybe sleeping during plat chat.
EG team that are bound for playoffs, but still I think it would be a big statement for them to lose to the winless team ahead of it. You can't let this match slip.
Yeah, and again, I was able to catch up with Potter before the series, and she said they were taking this very seriously. They felt they needed the momentum moving in. They needed just wins on stage more so than just beating the previously undefeated.
The rest of Plat Chat's making fun of me taking this game seriously. Mate, they're the ones. Isn't one of them wearing bunny makeup and the other one dressed as a fox?
Swinging everything.
Feel like they don't have much much of a leg to stand on, to be honest. Not sure you can be throwing too much shade when we're doing that, but
no one on EG is positive, and Loud have several positive players on the scoreboard. That was on Lotus. On Pearl, I don't believe that was the exact case, but again, it was players
anything
on Loud
for the views, I guess.
Who were just surging above every other player on EG in terms of the kills. They have been pretty dominant in the mechanical game.
And the pistols have been so effective from Loud. This time, just 5 players ready to dash into the B site, just an already back site, and EG, no one's home.
And if they win this, it would be 5 pistol rounds, 1 in a row for Loud.
Yes, EG, you just do not want to have to deal with anchoring in a site, getting
the
bombarded.
most precise on the corner plant you can possibly get.
Out into the site quickly. Already 1 kill, but look show has been
Yeah,
fantastic so
DG's in
far.
didn't manage to find the free corner. Looked like the only safe place was taken from Tui's.
Forced onto other sides of the site.
There's a stun for Nature. Aftershock into the corner as well. Tui's flushed out. And EG do well to deal with him, but the Sheriff from Pencata, not
That
this
little
time.
tap of the crouch kind of messed him up, otherwise that might have been a headshot. Doable for EG.
Got the body shot onto Derek.
Yeah. EG, I guess they're just going to bookend the pistol rounds. They win the opening pistol, they're winning the last pistol
one
of the series.
Luxo also just gets 2 more with the Ghost. He is a pistol phenom in this series. I mean, it's one of the big reasons that they've won so many of them.
Oh yeah. Look at that there. Adjusting to that fight down in hell.
He tried to jump over.
Tough time to be.
Oh my God! Look at that.
I think he moved it the last second. It looked like his crosshair was on.
Barely too low.
God, I just get 1 dig. You know what I'm saying, Derek?
Yeah, I think he aimed just a little bit too low because he was adjusting to him crouching.
That's Ramp's play. Feels like the first time we've had any pace in this map thus far. EG was playing such a slow attack side.
They are going to pivot out through vents. They have that Viper wall up to block off any players that are coming from defender's spawn.
Yeah, looks like they want to let Luxo do like a reverse lurk into B instead of going through mid, go through vents to get in there. And he wins the fight
with a ghost.
That should not be winnable. How does he even find that? I just do not understand, but okay.
Do you want to go for the gun?
Well, he shot him.
I understand that part.
Okay.
It's the how he shot him, how he didn't take damage, how he not dead.
Hey, Nature might clean this up.
Questions EG will be asking themselves if they lose the
38
anti-eco.
Not another eco, EG.
Oh, there's someone next to you.
Luxo's dropped in behind him.
This guy's a secret agent.
You're not missing WWE after all, Wyatt.
How did he get through the wall?
It's James Bond at the Olympics just rolling in like that.
I don't understand how he appeared in that location.
Is he going to get to an okay pause?
There was a smoke in heaven and he found a weird timing. 2v3, Luxo.
Nice missile from
Derek.
Derek.
Derek is single-handedly winning the anti-eco with only a ghost.
You've got to respect it.
Tui's 1v3, just a classic.
Okay. Breach damage as well from the
That's
tap.
one. He has an aftershock, but they shouldn't let him win this.
Just a classic, she says.
They shouldn't let him win this.
Just a classic.
And well, he only has a fault line now.
Only a fault line,
Only
he
3
says.
bullets on the classic.
Okay, dude, nice damage though.
Honestly,
Got him
when he
scared.
gets that 3rd, now we're talking about a pretty respectable round 2.
I just want to watch the Luxo kills. Can we just let's cue those up?
Yeah, I'd like to see
it happen.
what happened from his point of view.
Yeah.
Over.
Here we go. So he gets this kill over in heaven. So he gets the
other
kill heaven
POV.
and then comes back down to earth
Wait,
again.
he
That is
walked
crazy.
out and then didn't clear the corner while he was blind and then turns around and says,
How
oh,
did
hey.
he do that?
It is pretty mental on the repositioning.
I gotta learn that trick.
Collected common spam lines.
All right. How much are EG going to commit to this? Well, they've got Nature bought down to nothing, but everybody else
they
has
dropped
a
the
decent
gun.
bank behind them.
I think Nature gave one of these rifles away, likely the one that Ye has.
So kind.
Okay, well that's nice.
That or just how
They know they can force
breaches.
through middle. They know for sure they create a question mark over towards fence. At the beginning of the round, by the way, they did this deep B smoke to maybe draw the person over towards heaven to make mid weaker so that they can't spam the drone. I don't know if that's the full process, but...
Pretty passive lines from EG. But doing a lot of bait work for Icy on the pixel line. Ooh, the spam isn't connecting him. Slightly off on that lineup.
In they go. Icy. He gets one. How much more? He's already.
Oh, dude, that
wounded.
nade's actually
Players
incredible.
Dive down into his nade, and Icy still trying desperately to live. Not for long. Now it's up to Ye. The second rifle in the hands of an EG player, and he's ready for the player
Nice.
towards main. But Penkata, a lovely crouch. The move
Dude, lovely trades.
good.
Do they play together on site?
Luxo's movement is crazy. He is just sprinting around the map.
No, Luxo's an absolute monster. This close Viper would be really nice.
Left. He needs to get this cross. Nature tried to take the timing.
He's walking.
Nature's crazy. He's crazy. It almost worked, dude. 5 HP. Oh my goodness. It's so unlucky. This is a big play.
Show me the Luxo kills, please.
That was so crazy. Oh yeah, up to 19, 4K on the round.
Dude, it was insanely
Honestly,
close.
This is like kind of an awesome map to watch, just from Luxo's perspective. Because I feel like
Look at this guy.
a lot of the time, like he's ending up being like an entry for the team. Like if his duelist is ever dying, he's the one immediately seizing on space and not waiting around for anything. Oh, that's so
Unlucky.
insane.
Coming into this third map, Penkata was close to breaking the America's kill record for
This
a
is how he's
BO3,
throwing his
but
heaven
it's
smoke.
Luxo instead, the guy who is top fragging this map and taking control on attack. I think coming up on 20 kills for him now.
Very pivotal round now in the game. Both teams' economy completely gone. Nothing in the reserves.
Yeah, 5 and 4.
Gonna be a lot on Icy if they keep going into vents. An ultimate into mid just to reclaim some of the
Oh,
space.
just
Big
up
damage on
actually
the
saves him, yeah.
Nearly gets the kill there.
It could be frustrating now, though, if they end up in a retake situation where Luxo has that Viper's Pit and Armageddon.
Okay, so now they go for the
That
Jet
would be
Lark. Jet
real nice.
low HP Lark.
This late in the round is kind of upsetting. They're leaving Judges in there because he's so
Just
low
because,
HP.
oh my goodness.
Wait.
Past the Roomba, flanking
Big
through.
Jewel, this is a big Jewel right
About
here.
to get flanked. Walks back towards the Jet.
Wow,
doesn't
he
even
won this and then the
matter.
luck can enable as well. Somehow Nature's on 10 HP, they know his elbow and he's got to kill all 2.
Back on site, droned out by the opposing Tejo.
And just has
Dude,
the
salvo
stinger as well.
stun. Oh my.
Luxo, another
And then they have no idea about the luck as well. Dude, Lau played this nice. They played this really nice. Pancada kind of made this easy though with that kill on
I wish I
heaven.
had like a time machine. I could just like.
Dude, Pancada and Luxo are just insane,
Watch
man.
Luxo there.
Like, look at some of the stuff they're doing.
Listen, we're still a bit of ways away, but
They win
let's see if
so
Luxo can now break
many
the
duels that
back
you're like,
record.
they're gonna lose.
It's funny that you went like, you want to go to the future with the time machine. If I had a time machine, I'd go to the past, become a GM for a team, and I sign Luxo. Then I'm making bank too.
Force him down, he got double bucky. They've been getting ecoed an insane amount, Loud. The double bucky looks pretty scary. We got the DRX smoke, goes over towards here. Full process is that once you pop it, it creates pressure either side so that you could have lucked.
In fact, well, on defense side of Pearl, they were 50-50 on eco round wins to gun round wins. So that's a fairly decent and unorthodox.
Scary Bucky.
I see close up with the Bucky. He's gonna get the first into the showstopper.
The great ult. He's dodged it. He's dodged everything. It's a bit of a masterclass.
Out just like that.
They can't keep getting away with
Do they
it.
keep getting ecoed? Surely there's not another Bucky around the
Oh
map.
my god, they can't keep getting away with it.
Jesse Pinkman on his knees.
This shouldn't be happening.
It's Penkata. Penkata's still alive.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. They're already ecoed. The damage is already done.
The most cooked.
No way, Icy gets if Icy gets another Bucky kill, I will put my face in the cake.
Where's the cake?
30 seconds
Can we get the cake back up here? Because it's happening. It's a
It's not
flawless.
happening.
Hold
He's
on.
not getting another kill.
It might not be
So
a
he's just gonna
flawless.
die and spawn.
This suspense is pounding.
Any
Don't
second
go towards
now.
that Bucky, buddy.
There will be action.
10 seconds left.
Just stay right here.
Get
It's
your,
nice and
get
safe
your
and
eco
warm.
frags, Tuies. Come on.
Nah, he wants to stop him from getting guns.
Oh no.
But that's a dude. Why does this happen every single map? By the way, some kind of full eco where everyone survives and they can all pick up a gun. It happened every single map so far. Just an eco where all 5 survive and they pick up guns.
Like, it goes straight up into the air to dodge like that.
I've been an icy doubter in the past, but you gotta be honest when he's popping. That was a sick round from him.
Potter's face was too funny.
Right.
She was really saying, "Damn, we won that. we got another one."
You can read lips
How
like
did
that?
he do that?
She really said capital O colon.
I'm trying to do that in my... Wait, you do O first?
Yeah.
I'm a colon capital O.
It's kind of a crazy maneuver, I'm not going to lie, Mimi. All right, stealth drone. It's getting the space for Pankata to play off, get some A-ramp control. Where Loud have been putting some emphasis on
Okay, this is nice though from Loud.
taking it.
Heaven control. Oh, that is a shot though. What the hell?
Right through the wall there. Hold on, look show. Ooh. I feel like he's taking.
Dude, look at the confidence on this guy.
He might be taking it. His team's putting a lot of pressure
Yeah,
to
his
let him out.
team's doing an incredible amount of pressure. He's definitely going to have a luck over towards B. The spike is still like not committed, so he could always go all the way back if they do try and decide to pivot over towards B.
Now with that Nebula dropping, this is seen so far forward.
He wants to so bad.
Evan.
How?
Oh my god, brought Derek down to a
I didn't know
ledge.
Shot hit a headshot there though. All goes in over towards B. This is nice though. He's taking so much space. Yay has to somehow. Dude, Loud played nice though. Like if you actually look at like some of the macro they do of maps, like it's great.
Missiles,
They just keep getting ecos. They
This
just
round
don't.
might just be
They just don't
completely cooked
play
from
against
Evil
ecos
Geniuses.
properly.
A stun is all they've got.
They play like very individually.
I see still
on
an
the
A. I mean,
ecos.
there's something to try and win this with, but they would almost need to get
The Viper might give them a little bit of space here. That's the only problem. But drop down into breach or into swing. Did hit their teammate though.
Down to the paint shells. And it's a 4v3,
Yeah,
but time.
that's a bit of a nightmare. It's a great stun.
Problem, and Cow and Zine is still fighting.
Got salvos on this one. Can't feel comfy to get him out though, surely.
Going in, is it enough? Will it stop the defuse?
Damn, bro. They just tanked and he kills everyone, but they managed to get the defuse. Ah, this one is rough though for Laos.
But EG have the
How do
round.
EG win these rounds, man?
Icy getting the paint shell
How are
kill
they
with all
winning
the
these
utility
rounds?
They threw into the site.
What do? Stun back a
Seemed like
sight,
that rolling thunder I
nade to
thought
kill
would
the.
be enough delay that they would not be able to stick this. It looked like Derek. Yeah, it looked like Derek was ready to sprint in.
Yeah,
if the
Derek was
timer
ready to
off,
get
but
half, but he
didn't
ended up
realize
just getting too
he
close
was
to it.
dipping his toes into the, the missiles that were exploding. And now the timeout is going to be called at a pretty crucial moment in the game.
Only
some
one on
would
the
say.
spike. Yeah, you got to do
EG
double on the
supposed to be
spike when they're
this
doing
loud
this.
beat with digits in
Quite a
right
few
in the
people
ball
that
like
don't do
that.
double on the spike when it's like
He's all
low
energized.
time. People are getting half from it.
Riding the ball.
I did not know what you, but I understand now.
That's a
But it
thing.
took-
That's a thing.
I thought
I've
you were- I
never
thought like you
heard
had it.
anyone say that
We're
about Red
naming
Bull.
a bull after the hit town in Pennsylvania.
This is rough. This is rough. My casters don't know what's going on.
In such cases.
I mean, look, Loud, they got no money. They got absolutely nothing. Just Kalenzine saving the rifle.
Do they have
Coming
that
on
kind
over.
of motion that EG does with the thrifty ones?
I don't really think they've got the thrifty motion. Not really about that life,
Is
but
this going to be another 24-round game? Is this going to be the longest
why
possible
would we
series?
stop at 24 rounds?
Maybe we get
Mimi?
another tech pause.
Let's get a couple techs. Let's get a few more kill records. Throw those into the
Hey,
mix.
the
have a
longer
good
we
time.
go, the more chance people have to get off work, get all the way home by the time the series for qualification starts.
Tech pauses? Not
West Coast
since you were
traffic,
last here,
everyone's
Pansy.
gonna call.
Yep.
It's been going relatively
Not
smooth.
wrong.
Oh, Icy's a bit of a bully this round, going for the outlaw against the light armors. Peek me.
Oh
my
my
God.
goodness, it's
Hold on,
fast.
they might have that motion.
Poison's off.
All right, waiting for that cloud to drop. Maybe we'll now cycle into mid.
Yeah,
Loud
they're gonna
pressing forward.
get a gun upgrade here though.
Cover an outlaw.
And this ult becomes insanely tempting now.
So
Instant reaction from losing over towards middle is the most common reaction of pushing over towards B. Surely Loud know this and we're using some kind of util for this.
Here comes the swing from Loud.
Or we're just straight up swinging, getting trades. Empty site. They still have ult. They really need this round. I'm so fine for them to use the ult. I don't think they have to. I don't think they need to. But I'm kind of okay with it. Okay, definitely doesn't need to happen now. Very, very nice. And they saved the ult as well.
That is some
look over here, 1-9 loss bonus on top of this, 3-3, 3-1.
For this game. I did like that.
They're gonna force, but it's a bad force.
Back into B main from them when you called that out.
Dude, EG Zing could definitely get an outlaw out here. Everyone's gonna have light armor.
Oh, what is that?
It's a match with no stakes, but I feel like I'm watching the Bangkok final with the amount of thrifty rounds happening.
EG? I mean, they proactively pushed over toward... Why, okay, proactive instead of reaction, sure. And they just sit still the whole time on defense.
We've actually got 5 maps to be played today. It's a best of 5.
They did do the push over towards B main, but I think you're saying like straight away, right?
The irony is, like when we had the Turtle cast, right, the Sentinels G2 game that didn't mean anything at kickoff last year, it was like the muddiest, sloppiest games of all time. I feel like these teams are like try-harding for their lives, no?
They are, but the amount of eco rounds...
I'm not saying it's clean. I feel like the teams are to max try-harding.
Definitely. We've seen, and like we've seen
hey,
plenty
lost
of
timeout.
rounds in
Lost
games
timeout
of
for both
immense
teams.
weight.
Yeah.
So...
Pankata is 1 kill away from that series kill record we mentioned. By the way, he's going to do it in a map where he's negative.
It goes to show that when you get 27 kills on map 1 and over 30 on map 2, you're usually setting records.
Yeah.
Or he'll just stay at 13 and in Broncata fashion do the same thing that LeBron did earlier in the season, where he was going to break 50k points and needed 1 bucket and couldn't get one, and then just had to get the first kill. And then
we gotta give him a free throw versus an EG thrifty.
LeBron killed someone?
Okay, waiting to see if anyone goes aggro on this one.
The legend.
That's a crazy allegation.
Dude, EG have so many ults
Oh
that...
my god.
Well, I sure hope Luxor does not go for the B-lurk this time.
He should be okay to get a couple.
And just boost it up in the corner. Completely cringing it.
Luxor?
Yeah, not even gonna expect this one.
Not this round, please. Oh, he's dead.
Doink.
Yeah, for people that are wondering how, just
swing back after
look over here.
Throwing against the eco.
Viper Spit is being used in mid, but it looks like Loud just wants to accelerate after losing Lucio towards B.
Dude, A's insanely weak right now. Gotta feel sorry for Nature.
Wrapping back elbow, fantastic rolling thunder from
TG
Nature.
Zin went to the moon. Yeah, he went so high.
Back down to earth now and ready to fight against Nature. He's still just waiting in the smoke. Spike is not on site.
Oh, Omen Flash for him to swing. Is it good timing with the smoke? Well, it wasn't, but it was nice.
Closing the gate in main.
Tui's and Digizine, they know that they have to double face this right now as Derek actually going to get
Ooh.
anything. Aftershock forces them out, and that's the first. Derek shut down.
Yay now. Up in
it's a shame.
Not able to connect on Tui's. Tui's has been lights out, but 61 HP between these two players. Digizine would have to come up big.
He has been tucking in the whole time. They don't know about him.
Icy swings at the perfect
Good luck,
time.
mate.
And puts Tui's in a clutch position, but he cannot stand for it. EG, gap is back down to 2.
There's just that adjustment over on the B side.
2 died, 1 armory buy,
onto
so
the
money's gonna be low on 2 at
It
least.
was Luke Show this time trying to go for a way quicker timing, getting through the site, which is caught.
He's been going for these very slow lurks and hasn't run into anyone before. So he's thinking,
The Viper, yeah, they got Viper all breach out.
Big opening, call my team back into me. Fortunately, it just doesn't pay off for him.
And from there,
nice.
that EG team and the man advantage just able to collapse onto Loud, trade things out nicely.
Why did EA defuse? He had all. Wait, really?
Okay.
Wait, really?
Longest series in terms of rounds played that we've had in stage 1 thus far.
Imagine being a LEV or NRG fan. You don't
He only
know
halved it?
your
Oh,
team's
okay.
in playoffs, and you just
I was gonna say, I would be surprised if that happens this day and age.
dare you in map 2?
With
How
this many
dare
people here.
All that game is going to be like a... just the
Dude, as we can
fastest
see,
game of the we go with the
if
longest
Ye
and
goes
the
down here,
quickest game.
this is kind of a done round. Smoke goes out. If we got a molly, yeah, molly comes in. It's a great molly. It's no He does have an idea about that guy, but Teo gives him a little bit of space. 4 people close for EG, they can fast flood. There goes the stun. Dude, Calzine kills double heaven. Derek kills double on site.
Where did those kills come from?
It's the guy though. It's the guy that's been playing incredible. And he's been a little bit quiet on this map in comparison to
Close this one out.
what's been going on.
Series point. A walk forward. Step made. EG on the double swing.
Tried to build it up.
They stay.
I tried my best.
EG on double digits now. Unbelievable. Just one off.
I like that timing window that EG picked to actually fight into Loud when they were trying to get that spike down. This swing from Derek was really nice. Just stopping them just as they're getting onto the site that usual wave came in.
That was nice from Derek.
And you can see how much it means to them to get this a win right now.
Okay, lower by. They got the jet knives. We got Raze or Astra or weak on B again. Force this play over towards A. Luxo might be in trouble. Stun goes out. Salvos pushes him out into the open. Raze or he's dodged it. He's out of there. Yeah, dude, if Ye goes down here without getting a kill, this is actually the round done. Better get one, mate. That'd be great.
Time soon. That is a gorgeous shot out of Ye. He's going to fall back, group with his team.
Okay, they got a free site. Pancada might try and make a play and push for his own smoke. We'll see.
But EG are looking for a mid pinch too, with 2 players moving to vents.
Get the spike to Pancada, teleport to A. Whoa, do it. No, or just
Did Luxo still have smoke?
Or just plant on B.
Still going to be a tough post plant to navigate here.
Oh, the pinch is about to punish Luxo though.
Yeah, he's dead.
Sticking around for this. No, sir, he's down.
In hell though, Pancada still yet
Oh,
to
the
find
stun,
his record.
double
Here's his
salvo
chance
back
to
to
do it.
site.
With a round win to boot. 1 player above him, he's crossed up, trying to find a shot, and he just is unable to. So 2-E's now.
Okay. Oh boy, it's getting insanely close. Of course it's delivering. Dude, it would have been such a sick game, man. It would have been such a good game if this is for qualification. Like, why? Why did Crew have to melt against EG?
All of a sudden, we're looking at, okay, yeah,
it would have been a nuts
they
series.
Half by this time around, so they're gonna have it again. But it's just back over and over.
Alright, that was just the half buy from Loud. They just used the knives.
And they rifles
get the,
and the knives, that's a real round.
I'm just saying, but they get the spike down. Now they're gonna have the big buy. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They have the tools.
DGZin was like pausing there. He's like, can I buy an op, no armor on attack? Is that even a thing?
Say that again for me.
The 73rd round of EG
With
Loud.
no stakes. It's a vegan series of Valorant. We've got no stakes.
That's strike 3.
No.
Dude, there's champ points. They got that champ points.
Bring Riv in here.
Oh my word.
These guys got no faith in these teams.
All right, it's a big round. Loud. They're on attack. They have 11 rounds. They're using the Rolling Thunder. They're getting into the B site for free.
So
all of the utilities
let's think about what's happening. We can't really stay back to site because they keep stunning, salvoing us. Oh my goodness, Icy's sending it.
EG. They've already flooded in.
Wait, does the guy in Rafter not just win this round?
Trade it out. EG up by 1. But a flank coming in.
Supa's working on that lurk. And let Needy hit the spike down.
You're a nutcase going for that
We'll be able to
plant.
hear this. And Supa's
Calzine considered B main? Yeah, he does.
Falling
Great shot.
Superman. That's 1. Cuts it down to Pancada. Still yet to find his record. He's got it. Now he wants
Damn,
the
nice shot from
round.
Derek.
Derek
Dude, how
again.
have EG done this, man?
EG.
How have EG done this?
Point.
Just look at how regimented these retakes are on B from EG.
Okay, one last
They're
chance.
so good. All right, Loud, enjoy. You can get into the site for free. You can waste all of your utility. You can go get the spike down, and then we are going to drop a bomb onto you with everything we've got with this comp. Clear out every single position.
How many retakes over towards B are they going to win as well? It's like all of them. Yeah, look at look at these.
To bank it all on.
Like, sure, one of them was over towards
Sure,
A,
we're
but
setting records,
are the
but
rest
at
not
what
over towards
cost?
B?
I mean, also just poetic that he's broken the record
Dude,
of
they're going
Us
B
Boss,
again.
A duo that won a world championship together has taken the crown.
Lads going back to B.
And Ye's in his favorite spot. He loves this corner. Used to be on the chamber with the free out.
He broke the kill
doesn't
record,
need
has
anymore.
he?
Talking to Flash, but he is seen. Louder moving into him quickly, and he's in the midst of it all. One kill, traded back quickly, but Supe is still in the back of sight.
Great trade,
Trades
though.
back
They
and
tanked a
forth.
lot
It's
of
a 3-on-3
damage from
in the
the
post.
Viper Molly.
Drone coming in for the retake.
Cows
Going up towards heaven.
going
Icy's
up?
here. Icy.
He's
Gets the
going
kill.
up the rope.
Now Luke Show.
Why is he trying to make the
The
big
rookie.
play?
And Tui's to try and take this game to overtime. Extend already our longest series of the stage.
And they know they can't go back a sight.
Tap on the spike.
Just keep getting salvo.
Missiles flash for EG.
Lovely
the double
from
swing
EG
in
together
heaven.
on this one. Dude, EG, I have no idea how they won this one, but fair play.
Game. But they get going.
At least
heading
Loud, it
into
didn't mean
playoffs.
too much for them, so they won't be
send
kicking themselves
Loud
that
out
much, but
with a 0-5 record
dude.
on the stage.
They rally back with 5 excellent retakes in a row to close out Split.
and the point might actually matter
on
for EG.
Pearl,
We'll
they
see
were
in
down
stage 2.
12-10, bring it back, and then win an OT. They showed some serious resilience today and some major desire to win. The passion from nature at the end there was palpable. Derek showing out and their IGL just
Disband now.
hyping
They'll
up.
keep the 5.
We're going to see more of Evil Geniuses, but
They'll
it
definitely
is
keep the
worth
5.
saying that this is the end of the road for
They
Loud.
just lost
Always
way too
was
many
at the
ecos.
beginning. But between the pickups of Pancada in this series today, setting the kill record
And losing that
in
map.
stage 1 and losing the map, on top of Luke Show's continued immaculate
Yeah, did he
performance,
actually break
I
the
think
kill
for the
record?
individual
Or not?
firepower of the squad, there's a lot.
'Cause you guys were like counting
He was
down,
6
and
shy
it
of
felt like he was
30
still
bomb
pretty
this
far
game.
away.
Still can't come through.
No, he
Two
didn't.
13,
Okay.
11 maps, one map
He was
of
8
OT.
off.
It was insane.
Hey, NRG LEV fans, it's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. You've got a game coming up after this.
Lock in. That game's next. Our last spot in America's playoffs, ready to be doled out. Before
Kill
that,
record for
an
stage
interview with our
1.
players
Oh, okay,
when we
okay.
return.
Damn, we're really we're really just trying to do records for stage 1. I'm not sure that's a good stat. Historic, yeah. I got the most kills today, actually. JH000141 with the prime. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. Similar stats of Meteor's MVP. Back to back. Just ignoring champs. Dude, we do just make random records up, don't we? Just for a story. It's like, come on, there must be some kind of story here. Let's invent something. Okay, back in a little bit. We got the okay, chat, next game, let's hype this up. Next game is actually the big one. We got LEV against NRG. Loser doesn't make it to playoffs. Winner goes to playoffs. It might be 4th seed, it might be lower brackets, but playoffs is playoffs. And I mean, we know how these teams have been looking. Let's not talk about it too much. Bruce, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Assuming Giants lose to Apex and go 0-5, of all the 0-5 teams, who would you say is the best? I would still say that Loud is the team that I would back in terms. I still think that Loud might be the best team that don't go to playoffs from what I've seen. But there might be an argument for LEV NRG, depending on what happens here, I guess. But I kind of have faith in this Loud team. I feel like they play pretty well in terms of like a lot of macro of the maps. I think they're horrendous against ecos, but okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Bruce, by the way, thank you for doing that also. Thank you, thank you. What's my prediction? Dude, I went for NRG here. I'm not crazy confident in it, but I think sometimes you just gotta go for it.
After EG's victory over
Someone's gotta believe.
I'm
fine to be that person.
Kind of walk me through that. It had to be a fun series though. Close ones are always fun, but stressful.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we started attack side like on all the single maps, and obviously, as like many people know, Split is a notoriously defense-sided map. So even though we were down, we were like never out in our minds. So
awesome. And hearing Potter earlier, she said coming in, you know, you and her have had a tough couple years, or coming off tough runs. What's it mean for you to now kind of be back on a team, seeing these results, and now back into playoffs after quite a while? What's that mean?
I would say more than anything, I'm just enjoying myself, having fun again, and you know, I play so much VALORANT and stuff like that, and I feel like it's hard to replicate like some of the feelings of like matches and stuff like that. So for me, it means a lot. I'm happy, you know. So.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. I want to talk about that happiness though. We actually, you kind of provided for the fans today. We got to see the Yay operator come back out again. What's it like to be able to delve back into those kind of things that we know El Diablo for?
It's pretty fun. Coach just told me bust out the op. I'm like, all right, say less.
Hell yeah.
Just get a little loose with it, you know?
Very cool. How's the team feeling headed into playoffs here? Obviously, things you can work on through this, but what's it like? You're going in at 4th, so it's going to be some work.
I think the most important thing is I feel like we're improving like every single match. We start off like a little slow, I think, in like some areas. So I'm happy because like we're progressing, I think, with every series that goes by.
And final question for you, your progression. Where are you feeling? Is there a corner for you to turn on playoffs, or is El Diablo just waiting for the right time?
I mean, I guess we'll see, you know?
All right.
Don't know what
like
the future holds, but like I'll get a little loose again if I have to, you know?
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the win and playoffs as well for Evil Geniuses. We are going to be taking a quick break. I actually think heading to the desk, we have LEV versus NRG coming up next, so don't go anywhere either way.
Wow.
LEV started to pick up a lot of momentum recently. They're looking pretty good. It's a do or die game for us for playoffs, so we just gotta show up and give it our all.
Obviously I want to beat my old team, you know, see that they made the wrong decision and show them why.
You should have seen what I did to Heaven, bro.
Demon 1 is obviously very talented and just has like some of the best aim in the league probably. As far as raw mechanics go, you can never underestimate him, you can't really solo peek him. But as long as our fundamentals are intact, that game, we can shut him down pretty easily.
We put me back on dual list, so yeah, I feel super confident, you know, I've been frying on Omen, smokes, whatever. We're just better than NRG. There's nothing really to like compare.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our final match of stage 1. It has genuine, legitimate stakes. I'm Zoe here with Emily. Let's breathe. with a disappointed Emily and extremely happy Vansili. Well deserved though. What a comeback from the team of Evil Genius. I forgot the name, but that's okay. It's been like 3 days at this point.
I mean, it's understandable that you kind of forget the name because it was a forgettable match. I mean, it was a banger series, but for a match that didn't matter.
Yeah.
And then you had a record coming out here from Makata. But for what? They still lost the series.
For what? But for
very
what?
Very loudly.
That series. But honestly, again, Loud will remain the most successful 0-5 team now. So, hey, at least they're consistent in that. If we take a look at our standings now, you'll see that the Omega group actually still has 1 spot open for playoffs. That's right, Leviathan and NRG. They have to duke it out to find out who will make it through and who has a little bit more time to just sit back and not relax, but go back to the drawing board and figure out why they didn't make it into the playoffs. So this should be a very, very exciting match. There were a lot of questions for both of these teams heading into this season already. Just quickly reviewing both of these teams, do you feel like there was a more clear upward trajectory for either in the last few weeks?
Yes, definitely for Leviathan. And when you're mentioning like a lot of questions going in for these rosters at the beginning of the year, I don't think there were any questionable doubts around these two rosters. There are both two rosters that were probably going to dominate the split and probably win kickoff, for example, or win split one. And then unfortunately for both of the teams, not the best results. But I do believe that Leviathan in the last few weeks, I mean, they had a close loss against G2. They got a win, although it's against Furia, it's still a confident win. NRG's only win is also against Furia, but I mean, that's a different story.
Yeah. No, and looking at LEV, for example, like they just kind of came in and brought up, what did they do? Like they changed roles around. Yes. Meanwhile, when I look at like NRG, they've kind of stayed the same.
Changed players.
Oh, they changed players. That is true. But I think
same, a little different.
Yeah.
But didn't they get beat by the player that they swapped them out for? Like.
Yeah.
That's why the drama. That's just the script writers, like, tossing us one there. So yeah, thanks for that. It never gets boring here in VCT.
It never
Ain't
does.
that right? Yeah, no, and I do love that we have so many personalities, obviously, on display, such as someone who's definitely having a lot to say. As we learned in just the last week, it never couldn't be him. It's Leviathan's IGL, Rossi. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of today's game.
Oh, Derek.
I'm here with Rossi before their match versus NRG today. A do-or-die match. How's the team feeling coming in? And do you feel like you have a read on FNS's calling?
I feel like the team really feels very calm and like prepared for today. And when it comes to like FNS's calling, he's still FNS and he's a good IGL and a great IGL rather. So it's gonna be a tough match regardless, but we feel very calm and prepared and looking to win hopefully.
All right, thanks for the info. Good luck.
Wow, Rossi was very humble there, but I love to see that from him because you know he can still be like feisty. Like if you look at his past, like he used to be like I don't even know what the word would be. Rude?
Arrogant.
Not arrogant.
Too confident.
Maybe too confident, maybe too confident, but it's nice to see him humble.
Yeah, that's an age thing as well, obviously, right? But I think him bringing that energy and bringing those new ideas, that's something that revitalized that roster. He came in and they shifted things around. We saw those role swaps again, role swaps that we wanted to see very early on in the season already.
And IGL swaps as well. There's been some weeks, sometimes it's King try things out, or then Rossi, or then somebody else. But then thankfully here, after the weeks of trial and tribulations and talking it through with Idopata, the coach, then it seems as though they finally found like a winning solution. Put Demon 1 on maps where he could play duelist, sometimes play the controller, but everybody comfortable in their roles depending on the map. And then you have Rossi, very confident, and he's willing to just take the sword, like drop for the team to say, if we don't succeed, it's going to be my fault. It's going to be because of my calls. So it's nice to have that type of leadership as well, to know that the team could trust you.
Yeah, no, he's taking accountability for it, and it got them quite far because they nearly took down G2.
Yeah, no, it's really like they're starting to find their footing after all these changes, you know, going out throughout this stage. So I'm really excited to see like this kind of new and hopefully touched up version of LEV.
Yeah, I mean the sliding from in openings from the Neon played by Demon 1 in the last week was really nice to see. They really made it very difficult for G2 to win that series, and they really did a good job shutting down Jogimo as well. So when you're looking at the game plan of role swapping or being comfortable in new positions, new roles, and trying to just iron out fundamentals and communication, they also are able to build game plans to shut down star players from other teams. So to really negate the value that Jogimo could bring to G2, it tells a lot of the amount of preparation that comes into these games. So now you're thinking about the preparation going in against NRG. It's going to be a tough game for this team.
All you have to do is lay out the candles into the summoning circle, and Demon 1 will appear again, because he certainly showed up in their last match.
That's true.
And what a sight that was, seeing him back on that duelist as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned it before, not being afraid to play duelist or being able to play any smokes, to play any role that he needs to. I don't know at this point if today is just going to be random, like play an initiator. I don't think he will, but
you never know.
He seems to be really ready to just provide whatever he needs to provide for our team, and he seems as though he really found his groove. He's very talkative, very vocal. You see also from the player profiles, he seems very comfortable in this jersey of Leviathan now, and yeah, it's going to be probably a great showing from Demon 1 today.
Yeah, I mean, even just watching the highlight reel and looking at that little comment there, like it was like sorry, a few of his clips were, oh my gosh, it was like I was watching.
It was a long series. I meant nothing. We're just remembering it back.
No, it was like watching those grand finals in Champs back in 2023 live again. It really was.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm very excited to just see what they're cooking up, because I think you kind of have to dig a little deeper into the strap book, or like, you're not digging into books. What do you do with books? You
flipping the page,
flipping page. Yeah, words, so many words. We're doing really good. We're checking the notes. That's right. You know, you kind of skip the prologue and everything else. Like, I feel like you got to start at the end of the book and want to bring something that maybe the opposition hasn't seen yet. Now, no one can not see is Mada, because he's giant, and that's my transition into our player interview. That's the best I got right now. I'm sorry. Let's see what
Why am I snorting so much today?
I'm here with NRG's Mada before their match today. Been a bit of a tough season so far, but still have a chance to clinch playoffs. What's been the prep going into today to make sure that happens?
I think we just had to have a lot of like honest conversations with each other, like the hard conversations in esports, like being completely transparent and kind of just proving the point that no more mistakes are allowed. We have to be pretty perfect to win here and make Toronto. So yeah, just like making sure we're all on point, and yeah, just like sticking together as a team.
All right, hope to see it in game. Thank you so much.
I kind of like that comment from Mada, because it almost rather makes me think about Sentinels when Zekin was saying, guys, I have to let something off my chest. We didn't play too well at Bangkok. We need to fix things inside and outside of the server, so let's really lay out all our dirty laundry and make sure that we can clean things up. All these metaphors, that was pretty good. but then hopefully the conversations are really good as a camp here for NRG.
This is V1 chat.
Last week for the match
Mocha_Valor, thanks so much for the 4 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
Like, fixed up, and they're ready to bring out the energy that we are expecting to see on paper since this roster was announced.
Here's the thing though, both of these teams are coming off of a loss. Now if we're looking at NRG's loss, they had to go up against former teammate Verno, and they got quite a bit of a beating down. That's not the best optics.
Who do I think is going to win?
No, it's really not. But I mean, it
for
must have felt
NRG,
good
mate.
for Verno, just on the
I know what
NRG
you
side.
think of that, but
I had to have stuck.
I'm
I mean, you
believing.
definitely mentioned it, right? Like he was very happy and adamant that MIBR won this matchup against NRG. He came with
Can
a
I
vengeance.
watch this?
I think it's
Sure.
almost very similar to what Demon 1 was saying before.
What is this? I think I should move my camera for the full effect, maybe. Wait, what I'll do, I'll make it smaller just so you guys can see the camera. About that. Yeah, we'll just play like this.
USA? How are you allowed to you not be allowed USA? USA is not a word. USA?
This is good. To be fair though, we've all been there. Oh, the in-between. That's funny. Honestly, thanks for the clip. That was good.
In terms of finesse IGLing, he's a great IGL, and I think when it comes down to what they cook up for these games,
Who typed FNS moment? I'll time me out myself. That's crazy.
Even though they lost last week,
Can't be typing
there was
that.
still some good things to see, and I want to pull up this round for
Just before he plays.
Icebox here. You see the setup that they have on a 4-1. It almost seems that there's such a huge gap on middle, especially when the alarm bot is not watching Boiler there. But Finesse's position just behind those boxes is perfect, because now when you hear the drop, pay attention to that killjoy on that
Red
main
card
map.
for the
As soon as you
0.25. You're trying to throw this back at me? That's insane.
Over, so he
I just wanted to see how he
and
missed.
look at the adaptation coming out for NRG.
Sometimes you gotta
They're
slow
able
him
to
at
come
that.
back, fight for middle, get perfect trades, still get a 4-on-4, still take good control of the A side. The only sucky part about this setup is that it was a missed position from an alarm bot that allowed here Cortezia to get around without sounding alarm bot and get into backstab kill.
Should sneak that clip into Pat Chat tomorrow. Oh, it's not the worst idea. It's not the worst idea.
Ways to really take control of the round.
Yeah,
if they
I
clean
might
up
have
those little
to.
things, those slight mistakes
Might
that
have to
could,
do that.
you know, snowball into.
Who should we break down? We
unfortunately,
need someone
a
to
loss in the
break
series here for
down.
NRG, then it could look really good against Leviathan.
I mean, those little mistakes happen. They happen
Let
to
me
the
just
best
leave
of
it
us,
up on my
such as
second monitor.
actual us. We got a little stat wrong earlier today, so of course we want to be accountable and correct that for you. So I have to read this one off because I can't memorize things. It's so dramatic. All right, Pancata did not break the kill record, so we didn't even get that, Emily. We didn't get that. We did not.
That's perfect.
But he did
Follows
have
with
an
that stat
incredible
line.
performance, but was 8 short of
The problem
so
is,
Aspas
as soon as we start doing this, we
didn't
open
wanna
up
take
the
that away.
floodgates
Sorry
to
about
so
that.
much.
But he passed.
But luckily, I don't
the eye
play
test there let's
I
go
don't
with
play
that.
that
That's
much,
my
only the
narrative
off
for this
season.
one.
But those numbers,
But if I start firing shots when I haven't played the game for 8 months and I come back and I'm missing everything, there's way too much ammo there.
Absolutely, it was impressive.
It might be worth it though.
Open again.
No, I mean
I'll
maybe.
make a
I don't
judgment
know.
call
That
tomorrow.
depends.
It'll
That
be a
depends on
war.
what you
Yeah,
wanna
that's what I'm
ask,
saying.
All right, you can have all your.
I'll have to
copious
like
questions.
secretly
I
TDM for like 2 months before I start
I
playing.
should just really stop saying copious. I think I'm dying on a weird sword here or a hill or whatever. We have a wheel here and we have questions and they're unanswered currently. So we decided to spin the wheel.
What are we saying?
This is fail-safe, right?
We are watching we are watching a video. Oh, honestly, Imi, you'll enjoy the video.
Okay,
Wait, who linked it? Maybe you can link it again.
Are you spinning for me or do I have to spin?
I'll do it for you.
Okay, you're the
Because
spinning
Imi
guy,
would like
spinning
this.
guy.
Warlord, you still got to copy and paste
I'm
it.
seeing a question.
Give
Will Rossi
Imi
let his
look at that. He'll
teammates
enjoy
speak in
it.
a post-match interview?
This is my moment. I always wanted to do a
Okay,
spin the wheel.
this is a
like
big
Wheel of
moment.
Fortune.
I said that I might try and break down a team
Without
Imi and then
doubt.
slip that in there.
Interesting.
Honestly, that interview with Riff already, he was kind of scaling it back a little bit. I feel
He
the
was very
wheel
composed.
might be onto something. What do you have? What kind of burning
Okay,
questions?
I'm not. So now you gave me a chance to like try to think about a question, and I think I have something now.
Imi,
I
you
feel
gonna watch
less
this game?
shy
You got
ask my
Bracken.
question. So I'm gonna think more about the future. So
I'm
even
excited
gonna
for this
predict
one.
over this one as well for this game. Will Leviathan actually qualify to Masters Toronto?
Ooh,
okay.
So I'm already thinking they're gonna beat NRG today.
Will Lev qualify to Masters
I'm sorry, we only have
Toronto?
like 1 minute left. Please stop spinning.
I don't. Yeah, honestly, maybe this Will knows what it's talking about.
My bad, Lev. My bad, Lev fans. I need to hide. I need to hide.
There's literally nowhere to hide. We have cameras everywhere. That's so unlucky. Emily, you want to make a super quick one?
Yes. Will Demon 1 drop 30 and get his revenge?
Okay, that's
there we
my
go.
That's gonna help.
That will help. They work together.
Did I break the wheel?
The
score is 1-1.
Wait, so is he dropping?
Imi says,
That's unlucky.
Coach 9. I mean, Coach from C9, Imi says, I would cancel scrims to watch this game. That's incredible.
To see where we going with
Probably shouldn't say.
Rossi's mum watches every episode of Plat Chat, so watch what you say. Wait, is that true?
Zero surprise.
That's sick.
Jerry, what do you gotta say about this?
Come on over here.
I'm always very
just
complimentary of
said-
Rossi, to be fair.
We tried to cope. Maybe you can share some of that. Come on, more of that.
So you can crack some eggs over my head, because I know I'm a little crazy.
Imi, did I tell you that I found the C9 top in the thrift store out here?
Listen. Finesse Masterclass, not an IGLing this time around. 30 bombs, every single map. We're going to go map 3.
Every single map,
the new
30
world
bomb.
record. He's going to beat Pancada's record.
The wheel just said probably
Come
shouldn't
on now.
say.
Brent Cooks with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. Thanks for the 2 months.
And we have?
Damn. All right, go ahead. Crack the eggs on my head. Crack the eggs on my head. Third time's the charm.
For sure.
Oh my God. We gotta crack an egg on that one, yes. Crack him an egg. Crack him an egg.
Crack an egg on my head. I deserve it.
Dodge that one. It's dodge
No question has been answered today, but the proof is in the pudding. Of course, the teams will have the final say in this one. Doc and Baby Bay will be calling the action for this last match of stage 1. You don't want to miss it.
Send me pics, mate. I might be able to find it.
After
Hold up.
this.
I'll get it in the break.
You did.
Imi. Dude, it's perfect size as well. I think, where is it? Large? Large. Imi, it was £2. £2 at a thrift store. I had to buy it. £2? Yeah, £2. I got the Riot referee jersey as well. I don't know who's out here in Iceland. It might have been the League of Legends Worlds, but they put all their stuff in the thrift store. I expect to see you wearing it for the same game, and you'll wear a suit. Dude, you just want an excuse to wear a suit, surely. I feel like that's your kind of vibe.
Oh my god, alright. You even used the lock. Oh, what? Through the wall, that is hard! Som cleans him up very nicely.
Do this regardless
Hey, what's up, guys?
for
It's
playoffs.
Tex from LEV, and today we're going to be looking at a bunch of my old tweets. Yeah. It's actually funny. When I tweeted this, I wasn't even the Cypher player yet. This is back when I was a duelist on guard in Tier 2. But I don't know where we got this random Cypher hat from. But I think it was I took this picture at like 4 a.m. in the facility with me and Valen. And yeah.
We're gonna go straight into Pacific. Yeah, you might be right,
Good pick,
Prodigy.
though. I ain't gonna lie, it's a fire pick. I love this picture.
What is it? 1 now,
Really
so
love
we're
the
likely to
always
finish
spell
at
my name text and never
4.
capitalize text. Okay, I ain't
As
gonna
long
lie.
as we get no
I
tech
hate my name with a
pauses.
capital T. I'm big on like aesthetic, like things looking aesthetic. And capital T text might be the ugliest thing I've
Dude,
ever
you
seen in
should,
my
Amy.
entire life. So if you really do love me, don't capitalize the T. If you capitalize the T, I'm not saying you're a fake fan, but you know what I'm saying. This is a good one. This is a picture of us flying to Brazil for Ascension Land. We were wanting to upgrade to first class like so bad on this flight, but it was like $10,000 or something. We had to make do, you know what I mean? Bust out the Uno. Because us three, me, Val, and Trent were very competitive on the Uno. Like we have like Uno nights at the crib, like hella into it, like locked in. But yeah, honestly, it was pretty fun playing on the plane. Like it killed a hell of time. Like I feel like we instantly got there, so it was cool. Aspos is the best player in the world. It's also funny because obviously I wasn't on a team with him yet. And when I tweeted this, like I never even thought it'd be a possibility I'd be on a team with him because like, you know, he's Brazilian. So I never thought it was possible, but I forget what he did when I tweeted this. It was like some match where he just went absolutely crazy. Yeah, I actually showed him this tweet when I was on a team with him. I'm like, yo, bro, I'm not a fake one, bro. I'm a real one. I be repping you for a while. And I showed him, and he's like, oh, very good, mano. Obrigado, mano. So yeah, good tweets.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. I love
Here we go, it's
this
time.
match because as the Des was talking about it, the stakes really write themselves. The story writes itself. Dre, you win, you're in. You lose, your stage is done. You're sitting at home watching on the sidelines.
Yeah, it couldn't be more pressure in a moment like this, and there's a lot on the line right now, specifically for NRG.
Who do you think is winning? Who do I want to win? Honestly, I don't care who wins,
This team has
but I went for NRG.
We finally thought that NRG fans had a squad that they could rely
So
on.
I think
and then it
NRG
gets
are
blown
winning,
up, right?
maybe.
And I
'Cause
think
there's no
it's
way they
gonna
can look
really
this
come into
bad.
Jesus moment for them at this time.
I'm going with like the
You
Paper
heard
X
in
theory.
the interview
There's
with
no
Dre,
way they can look this
needed
bad.
to have that conversation, and it sounds like that conversation took place, and you know, kind of who knows what demons they were.
I'm an
able to
NRG
exercise
fan for the
through that.
first time in my
But I do think
life,
a lot of
says
it
it me.
needed to
That's
take
crazy.
place.
Yeah, and speaking of demons, I mean, Demon 1 has looked phenomenal. He's in form right now. It's going to be very,
No matter what, it's a win-win.
NRG, how are they going to deal with this man's
Didn't you say the same about NRG
flexibility
last
on
year? Yeah,
duels
somehow
now?
we're
I mean,
back.
He was running the
Somehow we're
neon.
back,
He
yeah.
debuted it in VCT, and he looked great against G2. Yeah, didn't convert into a map win against G2, but that series, that Lotus map, it was so close, and he's looking more and more comfortable. He's looking like he is in that championship form that we saw.
Damn, we're not messing around. We've got
on
the
EG.
strips to make sure we can breathe
I think
properly.
it'll be interesting to see how he performs for sure. I think you mentioned it a little bit earlier. The pressure and the stakes for both of these teams are at a fever pitch, right? They're at a breaking point where, again, you win, you're in playoffs. You lose, you're out. I think
I
for
get
both of
250
these teams,
gifted
the
if 100 Thieves
conversation
make an
was
international. Yeah.
This team, both of these
Yeah, I
programs,
do.
both of these projects were built to win championships.
But,
to
that's
compete
what
for
Slimetry
hardware.
said, right?
So to find them both of
Dude,
them
I
in a
need
situation
Boostio
where
to lock in,
you're
man.
both 1 and 3. You're both on the outside looking in. Even if you get into playoffs, you've got
Honestly, we might even
a
help him with some
run
anti
you're gonna have
strats
to
if
get
that's the
that
thing.
over.
250?
Qualify for Toronto, like,
I have to
this is
spend a
just
couple hours some anti
subversion of
strats.
expectations for
Flip
both
them
of
under the
these
door.
teams.
Yeah, but I think if we're going off of recent form, I think many people out there are leaning towards this squad of Leviathan. And I mean, how could you not? With
He's still
the
selling
experience
first-class
that they
tickets for
have on
NRG
this
train.
squad? I
The
mean,
NR,
you gotta
yeah,
keep in
we're
mind,
selling
Lada's still a
first-class
rookie,
tickets
right?
for
This is
NRG
his
train.
first year in VCT.
Honestly, the
Brock,
train right
this
now,
is his first-
it's not that
first year in
busy.
VCT, comes in late,
I'll be honest, there's
right?
still first-class
So,
tickets.
as
We haven't
experienced as
filled up
Finesse and Ethan
one
and
segment of the
Tom
train
are,
yet.
I don't
A
know if
lot
it
of nice
necessarily
seats
makes
here if
up
people
for the lack of
wanna
experience in those other two
wanna
roles,
get on
whereas,
board early.
Like I said, Leviathan
Big
from top
discount.
to bottom. I mean, Rossi even having international experience. He has LAN experience as well. You got 2 world champs. You got 2 people that got third. I mean, it's stacked.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you go into the
The Nameless, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Of history, there's a lot of pedigree, there's a lot of championship-winning DNA on the other side of it as well. It's just been a stumble out of the gates for both of these teams. You know, oddly enough, just very quickly inform you all, there is a slight
You're ready
delay
on the
stage.
Paper X
I'm
train?
told it's an audio
Dude, you
issue.
telling me
We'll
you
get
can't
it
get on 2
rectified
trains?
and get back into the action as soon as possible. Oddly enough, for both of these teams, for as much as expectations were so high, for as much as they're both sitting at 1 and 3, I swear
No,
it's like
you can't
they're
get on
each
2
looking
trains in
for
one
a hero.
day. You never done that?
You think about just the... Well, let's not even talk about the journey yet. Let's just talk about where they're sitting right now. I talked about it earlier. Both 1 and 3. Both, the only team they beat is Furia.
Furia.
This stage. Both of them have only won 3 maps. Both of them are almost the
Not
exact
sleeping
same
today?
on round wins.
Dude, we
It's
can't do an
82 for
all-nighter
LEV
if this
and then I
goes
think
late.
81 for NRG. Both of them have almost the exact same number of maps played.
There's no way I make it to
9
plat chat.
for LEV and then 10 for NRG. Like,
What's the chances of
it's just
what's the chance of
fascinating to
the
find ourselves in a
Pacific
position
teams
where we're in the
being
very last match of the regular
2-0
season,
in tomorrow?
the stakes could not be
Boom
any
against
higher,
DFM. Boom might
and
2-0
they're mirror images
DFM.
of one another.
RRQ might 2-0
It's
Team
really
Secret.
a
We could get a map
clash of the
later.
Same person. Both teams had similar struggles too. I mean, having to replace players in the middle of the season. I mean,
Yeah.
Leviathan had role issues at some point. It looks like they got that stuff fixed. And
Maybe.
NRG have just, maybe, right?
Yeah, maybe.
NRG just haven't really gotten their footing at all. I mean, let's just say it how it is, right? NRG haven't looked good in any facet other than beating Furia, which was like, okay, they kind of, we thought, oh, a glimmer
Skip
of hope,
Pacific
maybe
and
they got
just
their
do
stuff
plat
back
chat,
together,
mate.
and
I'm meant to be
it just
talking
gets
about
ripped to
Pacific
shreds
on
by
plat chat.
G2.
Can't exactly just go,
Absolutely
yeah,
decimated
slept
them.
for this one
And then
actually.
NIBR followed through with that as well.
Oh, these games
it
now,
has
yeah.
been a rough journey
Slept for both of them.
both squads.
God knows
I
what went
will
on.
say that FNS is definitely one of the most decorated IGLs in Valorant. We all know that. He hasn't made an event since
Pulled
Champs
the
2023.
sideshow
Obviously,
strat,
he didn't
that's wild.
participate in most of the season in 2024. But still,
Alright,
this
Amy,
is
enjoy
still
it.
very important, and it's good reps. Let's say, okay, let's not even look to making actual Toronto itself. You want to make a deep run as far as you can to keep getting experience. Try to be better for stage 2. I mean, that's the short-term goal, right, for both these squads. Just make it into the playoff.
I think you're absolutely right. Get into playoffs, that is key. I do want to go back to something you were talking about earlier about the addition of Rossi and some of the roster changes that Leviathan have had to deal with. I mean, the man on your screen right now is another one who's been a byproduct of this rotating musical chairs type. Like, what's the right piece that we need to fit together to make this thing work? And Brock being the most recent addition, he's had some pretty strong performances on the stage for NRG, but this
You
is
can do it
again,
because Eggman and Brenda. Bren does it all the time. Dude, I love when the thing that I love the most about plat chat is when like there's a Masters coming up.
Player, look at Com having some fun with it, the tech delay.
When there's a Masters coming up and we're doing like a top
Bunch of
15
wingmans coming out.
and
Brock-
Bren has
Brock
to
is a
do his
very
top
clutch player. I mean,
15
think of the
or
tier
like
2
top
experience
20
he's had.
and he
Brock
hasn't
took on
watched
the
like
reason why he was called that. He had
he
so many
hasn't
clutch
watched
moments
like
when he won
80% of the
bad
games
situations, and
there's just random
as
names
much
in
as you
there.
wanna see, he
That's
is a
the best
rookie.
thing
He does
ever.
have
And
a
he'll just
lot
like be
of
missing key
reps
players. It's
on
so
his role.
sick.
Now I will say, NRG have
I
clearly
think that's one of my favorite
been
things.
lacking firepower with Verno being gone. It's no question asked. Everybody has seen it in the server. Brock isn't really a player that, when you looked at him joining this roster, be like, okay, he's going to be the guy that steps up and he's going to be at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, sure.
But he can bring other things with phenomenal utility. And this is something that NRG were talking about was...
Bren's top 15 is
they're
pure
gonna start
content, it
playing a little
really
bit more
is.
loose.
Dude,
These
every
songs
time
gonna
I just want to
be willing
hear
take a little
I
bit
just
more
want to
risks,
hear
not be
his
so
top
readable,
15.
Not play by the book.
I don't care about
But the
anyone
problem
else's.
is Rossi, his addition to this Leviathan squad has been so impressive to me with the fact that his IGLing is actually like really in depth. Like he's got layers on layers. I mean, if you watch their Icebox games, if you watch the way that they use their utility, he chains it together to set up either King or Demon 1, whoever's on the duelist role, and really make their lives easier.
Yeah, I think Rossi has been an exceptional addition to the recipe for Leviathan, if you will. I think something that you were talking about earlier that I want to quickly go back to is the addition of Brock.
Didn't start the serve yet. I'm not sure, man. We get a lot of tech pauses this week.
Part of the conversation. I think the man that you see on your screen right now covers a lot
no
of
audience.
Sins,
Maybe
right?
that's what NRG needs, man. Maybe they need no crowd.
Exceptional.
This is the closest you can get to playing in your bedroom.
Earlier about his firepower and having to face off against one of, at his prime, the most feared players in the entire game in Demon 1. Take a listen.
Streamer setup, yeah, exactly. It's like they're just streaming.
In the league, probably, as far as raw mechanics go.
Camera, that's it.
You can never like underestimate him. You can't really solo peek him, but yeah, it's good to still try and play confident and play together to shut him down.
I mean, confidence is often a part of the conversation in a game like Valorant, and you know, something that you were talking about earlier, Dre, is confidence and getting into deep playoff runs, right? You go through the history of Valorant, and obviously Crew is one of the big ones that comes to mind, but
yeah,
you have these teams that catch fire, and it's just at the right
no
moment.
Audio.
You're willing to look past some of the issues and some of the problems.
Someone's just like, mate, you want to hear? You want to do this? Wizardly 999 with the tier 1. Thank you for the 10 months, mate. I appreciate that. We've got Mud Skipper King as well with the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that also.
I think specifically NRG need it because
only Twitch streaming a sub to. Damn, I appreciate that.
As good of play as Leviathan have as of recent. And
yeah,
you were asking me earlier, how much of this is mental? Because when you look at the actual gameplay, I feel like NRG set up some really nice rounds.
Getting up tomorrow is going to be so rough.
It's the execution that's lacking. I mean,
okay, hold up.
Out a missed alarm bot from
was that a yawn from Mike?
When you're in the moment?
That's a good sign.
Like, okay, like how am I making a mistake?
That means he's been working hard.
That's small, you know.
He didn't get much sleep last night.
So massively.
That means he's out here working.
And I think the mental part of the conversation.
Still selling tickets, by the way. Just want to say, honestly, we might increase the price after that. I've seen a yawn.
I mean, I think in a lot of ways you aren't necessarily.
The price has gone up by 10%.
In a lot of ways, you're playing against what's going on up here.
Shiro_Cage with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you.
An alarm bot miss, seemingly insignificant, costs them the round, you know, mistake. But when you compound that with everything else, you compound that with the fact that at the beginning of the year he said this is
NRG pick Fracture,
right? You
LEV pick Icebox, Lotus remains. NRG pick Fracture.
Relatively unlikely.
LEV beat G2, but G2 looked rough.
All of that stacks in a unbearable way.
I can't remember. The only thing I can remember about NRG's Fracture was the
family conceded play
was the miss shot.
Been able to go and watch a game
of
it. So Toronto meant a lot.
Was the miss shot from FNS?
Imagine that feeling.
No, I can remember a little bit. They didn't have certain strats in the strat book, and then they got certain strats in the strat book.
Okay, we finally
the
made
FNS moment,
dude. You just get another reality check.
The short came up on my YouTube of that, of Bren reacting to it. It's so funny,
makes it even worse than
it's actually so funny.
Yeah,
Bren's reaction to that clip is one of the funniest things ever.
For sure. Rossi, how you doing, buddy?
We have
we might have to find it. I shouldn't be doing this on stream, but it's so funny, bro.
It tells me that we're not any closer.
How do you find shorts on YouTube, man? Where is this?
That's why you should never.
Oh my goodness! It just randomly starts playing stuff.
Once we get it fixed, we will keep you all informed and get you into it. And just consider this a way.
How do I find it?
A little suspense, right? get you all hot and bothered for again. What is the most meaningful match for both of these teams of the entire stage, the most meaningful match of the day and really of the weekend.
Go to Plat Chat channel.
2 teams enter the stage. One walks away with a ticket to playoffs. The other's sitting at home watching.
And you know it's going to be just so bitter for whoever loses this match. That feeling, can you even recover from that? Is there something more that happens? Do you make another roster change? We've seen teams hit the panic button for less, right? And you just can't help but feel like this is a make it or break it moment for either of these teams. I think
nothing's coming up, chat.
Moving forward, this match means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the implications of it, not just in the short term, but in the long term too, as you take stock of what the rest of the stage looks like, what the rest of the year looks like. It all really does kind of come down to this.
Such in
It's just a tipping
shorts?
point,
I
a
thought I
breaking
was,
point,
but
depending on
mate.
how you want to describe it, how you want to call it. It doesn't
why
get
did you just randomly
much
play it?
bigger than this in this point of the year that we're in right now.
You
I
remember
am
the
being
clip?
told that we're still working on the
Dude,
tech
it's so
pause.
funny.
I believe it is still an audio issue. And we've got the outrageously good-looking comm.
Is it this
who
one?
still
Okay,
doesn't
two
even
of
have
you
his
have linked the same
on
one.
the
I trust
screen
in
right
it.
now. So we're going to throw it to a very quick break. And when we
FNS.
return, we should have a
Okay,
little
this
bit
is
more
it.
info on what's
Chad,
going on.
this
Stick with us.
honestly.
We'll be right back.
I'm sorry that I apologize. I apologize to FNS, first of all, for playing this. But this is so funny, chat. This is so funny, bro. How'd you make this full screen?
Slowly transforms into me.
Oh, finesse. You know he's in there, man. Oh my God, he's lost. He's geriatric. Geriatric! God almighty, man! Oh my God! They're getting paid to play! Jesus Christ! Oh my God, that was bad. That wasn't even just a whiff. That was like one of the worst.
Dude, Brent's reaction is so funny.
Walking into greenery of the White House type shit. Like, God almighty. That was a bad
Oh
round.
my goodness,
That was
it's so funny, dude. It's so good. It's his reaction's so funny, man. I can't. Dude, it's a tech pause. FNS will understand, it's fine. You're getting paid to play. It's an outrageous line. It's such a good line. God, man. It's so good. Do you think you would say that on the cast? Of course not. Timeout for being toxic. Dude, that was toxic. That was bad. Oh, dude, we're getting no sleep tonight. Is G2 the best team in the world right now? I think they are the most consistent top team at the moment, yeah. Does that mean they're gonna prove that they're the best? I'm not sure. But I think they're the most consistent top team, yeah. I think that's hard for anyone to argue against, really. You gotta then think that there's a couple of teams that when they get onto the big stage can actually just perform to a crazy level. To Same with the Prime as well, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime. Yeah, give me some good news. What time is it here? It's 1 AM, so it's not too bad now, but...
Welcome back to VCT Americas.
Oh,
Thank
boy.
you so much for sticking with us. As you heard by probably the most infectious laugh in all of the Americas talent team, Vansily is on the desk with us right now.
Emily, she left too. I thought you were talking about her.
No,
that was gonna
your
be
laugh
rude,
is
dude.
iconic.
Brother,
You're gonna do that to our guest analyst?
You take the cake on that. But we have been joined here on the desk again. There is an audio issue on the stage, is what I'm being told, and the fact that all the players are at least sitting in front of their computers now tells me that we're at least that much closer to getting things situated. I know you guys talked about it on the desk a little bit. There was a lot of breakdown around kind of some of the history for these teams and kind of the stakes as we're leading into this pivotal point of the season. I think, Vans, I would love to get your initial thoughts here. Excuse me. what's something that has to look different for NRG if they're for them to walk away with this one?
For NRG, it's definitely going to have to be, as I've mentioned on the couch before, was just clean out the little things. Like I said, I think the setup, everything that Mike's HD has been doing ever since he joined this team has been doing quite well in terms of preparation on the defensive side. We always talked about very slow starts in the very beginning for NRG at the beginning of the season during kickoff, but things have been looking pretty decent in his first showing for this team as a head coach. Now, overall, I think they've been looking
Winner
pretty
to
good,
playoffs,
in
yeah.
terms of what Mata mentioned before.
Winner goes to playoffs.
Conversation around, you know, making sure that we figure out what's wrong in the execution. How come we're not winning rounds? How come we're not able to turn things over? Is there lack of communication? Is there one player that's not vocal enough? Is it what's going on? And I like that they talked that through.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to your point, like the whole setup situation, you can have the perfect setup, but it really comes down to those micro decisions that you make within the round, which I feel like NRG have been struggling with.
Yeah, completely. And Mata is one player that's getting punished because of it, and he's not the one that you want to not be online in these games. He kind of is your win condition with firepower being out of the mix, you know? I feel like
Surely we're good to go.
Succeed, they have to enable this man on the screen. They have to put him in good
Oldma, thank you
spots,
so much for the
get
prime. I
trades
appreciate
for him
that.
if
Thank
he
you,
is gonna
the
entry
7
in
months.
100%. And at least from what I've been watching from NRG's game on how they execute at least on Pearl, for example, is that he still has great initiator util that allows for him to get that dash. Let's talk, for example, a map like Pearl. When Ethan's playing the Yoru and you're trying to find space for Mata to dash in, even if his dash is not going to be as long as it was before because the jet got nerfed or
How messed up is your sleep schedule right now? See, I don't think it's that messed up, but
and also
other people might.
Yoru with the shock darts and the flashes for him to be able to
Honestly,
get space without
me in
getting
about
punished. I think
6
it really
hours
comes
will
down
probably
to
think it's
once
pretty
you get
messed
into
up,
these
to be
spots,
fair.
how do you fight through with that?
Yeah, I think you guys very eloquently went through a lot of the more technical aspects of the game. Emily, as someone who is very recently competing, I think one of the things I would love to get your thoughts on, they talked about it on the interview. There was a come to Jesus.
When was I
moment.
outside
There was a conversation
last?
that took place around,
Did
like,
I
hey,
leave the house
there's
today?
a lot wrong. How do we fix some of this stuff? How important is that as a competitor when it feels
I did
like
leave the
whole
house
is
today.
not going on well?
Well, I mean, when I'm looking at NRG, it's like one big problem, but they have to start picking those apart and really seeing what they can fix in such a short amount of time. Like throughout this whole stage, NRG, I feel like have been having new problems come up each week, and I haven't really been seeing them kind of like focus on them and fix them. And so I'm hoping
What's the
possibly
issue?
going into
Some
this
kind of
week they
audio
fix,
issue?
like, those micro things and hopefully have like more success.
Have you traveled much? Yeah, I've been pretty fortunate with my jobs to travel loads of places. I'm on the path of trying to not travel these days.
And I got to give a shout out to the Chosen and the content around NRG to be able to
Fracture, Icebox, Lotus.
be able to see and help NRG like bring back the momentum. And it looks like we have the maps coming through here in this series.
How do you guys feel about this map pool? Because when I'm looking at this, I'm kind of leaning towards Leviathan. I mean, Leviathan's Fracture, they beat G2. The Icebox looked really good against MIBR. And, I mean, NRG, they looked abysmal on the Icebox. I mean, I know you were pointing out...
Amy
like,
says good
really cool
NRG
setups, but
maps.
the execution
Okay.
wasn't there. NRG's Fracture
That's insider info.
What, they beat Furia?
Yeah, I mean,
Leviathan's the same thing. They also just beat Furia.
But I will say
They
this.
beat G2.
And Lev,
Yeah,
this will
I
be
will
good.
say
Oh,
this.
okay,
So
well,
you take a look at
thank
Fracture,
you for that one.
okay, they were able to beat G2 13-11, dope. But you take a look at Lotus, map 3, that's a map that they beat Cloud9 on. So there is a little strength on both.
But then then they lost the following match. So
I mean, both teams have lost a lot. Let's call it what it is.
13-1 to G2 right after that.
This does feel like it's a pretty,
trade-off.
Equivalent exchange in a way.
Yeah, and Vance, I actually had a question about this map because you were talking earlier about how Demon One was getting comfortable on like the dual.
Team Amy, you can't type that.
These maps for him.
I think this is good.
Can't be typing
if it
that.
actually goes to that third map on Lotus, we saw the highlight
God's
before.
sake.
He looks very comfortable on a Neon right now for Leviathan, and when it comes down to those moments where he has people to help him trade out, Leviathan looks actually really well composed on that map. And there's a possibility that we will see that third map because even though the loss on Icebox came on the side of NRG, again, it wasn't
In scrims he's shooting.
in terms of performances.
Yeah, you
on
can
that
say
side.
that.
Great preparation
The scrim
came through
demon.
for NRG in terms of that matchup on Icebox. And I don't think that their execution wasn't like the worst, They still had great phase 1, phase 2 execution. You're looking at how you want to take control of A site on Icebox. You have to be very explosive at the very beginning because you don't want the opponents to get early aggression on A side. And they're doing a great job doing that on their attack side. And their defensive setups, they've had good reads. They just couldn't complete the fights in the trades.
I mean, somebody to worry about on this map, though, specifically.
Oh my goodness, hold up, chat. We're in agent select here. We're actually progressing. We might get a map soon.
See, right now he was floating some deadlock, but I think he's going to lock that down. I mean, he was so good against G2, anchoring these sites, oftentimes alone on that defensive side, whether it is towards A, towards B. And the aggression on the other side of the map was very impressive as well. I mean, King was using an operator on the Neon, floating
ISO
around.
nice, it's floating.
What I like about Rossi's ISO,
floating,
I don't know
ISO.
if he's the one that does most of the defensive side calling, is the fact that he masks where the Neon operator is. And that's so important. It makes it so hard to contact in, which is so good to do for attackers on this map of Fracture.
I mean, you mentioned it, you addressed that elephant in the room. It does seem like the players have already gone through Agent Select, so we'll get confirmation on what that is here in just a moment. And then, if all goes well, barring any sort of nonsense or shenanigans, we will be starting off this best of 3. Again, if you are just joining us, welcome. Thank you for sticking with us through the extended break. The stakes could not be any more simple. You win, you're in playoffs. You lose, you're done. You're sitting on the sideline watching through the rest of the playoffs, watching
Here
through
we
Toronto
go.
as well as we're finally getting Agent Select come through.
Yeah,
Okay, so we get
side. So we're gonna get some bread and butter
Neon,
right here.
Neon Vice.
I'm curious from
I mean, this comes nice though. Again, I will say on attack, it struggles a little bit if you go super aggro on defense. But it's also, it's pretty hard to play against.
Demon 1 is not on that duelist role, but I've seen, like, we watched him play the same map and still frag out.
Yeah.
Well, we do have all of the stages set. We can finally
It's
get into it.
especially when you use a brim against this, like when the brim smokes go down and you're meant to hit over towards the site, it's very easy for LEV to be able to drop their own brim smokes, have forms, and then smokes run out, and then we're in a weird situation because they got no kind of re-hit with the
And I think
the
this
raise.
is the case for everyone who's
We'll kind of
invested
see
in
how
this.
it goes
We
down.
hope it's needed. Will be Lotus, the decider of it all, to see who advances into playoffs and who goes home empty-handed. You take a look at it on your screen right there. Seems like Leviathan is going to be
Is
starting
this
off
a
on the
Demon 1
defensive
revenge
side.
match? Yeah.
And it's going to be on NRG.
That
to
as
set
well.
the pace. Dre, you imagine if this
Okay,
day
LEV on
confident
defense,
the fact that
NRG on
Nod has been
attack.
so damn explosive
We're
on the
finally
release.
here.
There's going to be a lot of giddy up. There's
We
going
go
to be a
for
lot of
4-1.
Yeah, they are
Drone
opting to just
fake
go for some
over
vision control right here.
towards B. And this is nice from Lev though. King's insta walk down. He's going to clear all of under and you would imagine all of B.
Trying to jiggle, catch out anybody here, but Tex was so good at anchoring. A bait out of a wall early on here. And I wonder if there's going to be a pivot now from NRG, understanding that
Dude,
maybe the
4
rotations are coming
passing.
through after that wall is going
4
up.
passing pivot.
You mentioned how good Tex
You see
was
Demon
as
1
an
ready with the
anchor.
smokes as well. As soon as these smokes come down, this is getting smoked.
For that here in just a moment, you see the salvos go out, the satchels go through. Mata already behind enemy lines, and the defense is holding strong. Finesse overwhelming calm. Demon 1 on the counterpunch, and now keep
My
a close eye on the
goodness, this
minimap.
was
King is
absolute
rotating
chaos.
in, but it's going to be a little late. A lot to do for the duelist.
He still has a slide right now. If he could try to get a quick pop shot with that, maybe onto Sam. Ethan is stuck in a corner right now. There's the first.
It's going to fall down to a 1v1.
The misses, great shot from Som. Okay, so NRG went for their old school pistol where they try and double satchel over towards site and they just play the big delay. But then obviously Spike went down and they all had to send it through the smokes and then it got really chaotic. Yeah, the original idea is plant top of site, salvos, aftershock, just everything. Just all the delay. They did this before. Great run for some.
It does really come down to execution on both sides.
Execution becomes such an important part of the conversation, and when the pressure's so high, that gets
Oh boy.
it's harder to do.
Yes, and
The 4 pass and stack and we're going to be... Oh, dude, they're actually going to swing into this.
On some of these
Well,
rounds, they tend to lose them a lot. And when that happens, it snowballs out of control. When stuff like this is happening to you.
Boy, you could not have set the stage any better. Already looking a little messy now. No weapon upgraded.
Okay, now this gets a little bit weird. They leave one of the guns down there to sting us. Some...
just follow
Okay,
utility as
instant
well.
reaction
It's that layered
is
approach I was talking about.
swings.
And you wonder here if there's a little bit of fear of a crunch coming
Oh, look at the HPs, 31 and 41. My goodness, they go close though. They go close. They still managed to keep 2 guns. It's not too bad. We've got 1 regen armor.
On their anti-eco. It was a flood towards the actual A bomb site. NRG, they didn't
Like the
want
idea
to
from
go
LEV.
plant the spike. They decided to just sit there, fight fire with fire. They knew they had the better weaponry. They wanted to take those shots.
Was that pistol not EDGs? They started using that this year. I think the first team to do it was Fnatic. They did it pretty. They did it in 2023. I want to say it was 2023.
He's gotten punished twice in a row. When is he going to be in?
You're talking about this one here with the afterplant?
Well, so early days.
Yeah, they did it
Plenty
ages
of time
ago.
for that to come to fruition. For now, round 3 NRG looking to convert a bonus. It's a formidable
Okay,
purchase. You got 2 stingers,
big
3
round.
rifles.
Got bonus. We also have enough money to buy an op early if they want it. Not saying they will on attack. And reaction to a bit of pressure over towards Arcade is to push out, and that is it. Lovely shots, man.
What a monster.
Filthy out from King, and now Tex is going to find a window. Put a bullet in Ethan's ear.
Tracty, thank you so much for the 8 months as well. Of course, dudes. Of course. Thank you for the prime.
Leviathan are in such a comfortable position right now. NRG, the best they can hope for is getting
Yeah, NRG want to try to do some damage here.
Get a little bit closer to that.
As we can see, they're
showstopper.
probably going to get a free plant though.
Spike planted, get some of that spike money down, but Leviathan, what makes their fracture so strong, what made it so good against that G2 was the fact that they're so confident in their retakes on the offensive side. They're willing to play retake. They're okay with playing 4-1 setups, playing aggressive, flanking you.
They try to dictate the pace, and you mentioned it. It was very effective. It was very successful against the behemoth that is G2. We'll see how it fares against NRG, who currently is just sitting on finesse in a 1v5. Can't find any value. So Leviathan will get on the board.
Real nice round from Lev.
I believe a lot of members are going to be able to carry
NRG can at least get a little bit of information from this, right? They pushed over towards Arcade, and there was a 3-person push from A. So they might be doing that again if they create some kind of pressure. So they can at least learn from this.
But I think he just needed a little bit more time to cook. He just looked uncomfortable. We know King can hit crazy shots. We've seen him basically play a pseudo. We've basically seen him play a pseudo duelist style on Omen all of last year. He's got that dog in him as well.
Okay, Som has the ult. That's the only ult that we have at the moment, unless Tex wants to go super aggro and get his. Probably don't advise it on advice. Money, 1, 2, 3, can't buy next.
Light armor on 4 members of NRG and the regen
This is the better thing that the Cypher can do, and something that Lev won't be able to do on their defense is kind of get info if someone aggro pushes, right? We've got camera. The only thing that might be happening at the moment is smoke to block camera, and they could have gone underpass. I want to say the C's over it, but I'm not entirely sure.
Mid-round reclear of the stealth bot into A main. It does get broken, but
okay, NRG picking the right side at the moment, and you would imagine with the round we saw behind before, once they take over towards site, they're going to push out. But this trip is going to be key.
Retake on the site.
NRG should know that there's a Vice wall here. It was here the last round.
Right. Also, quick note here, so going around 4, Som has his ult. Keep that in mind.
Oh, no, my goodness.
That was not part of the plan.
Oh, God.
Is that going to be the difference maker, Doug? Do you think that's what is going to set NRG off? I mean, can they bring it back?
It's certainly not going to help.
Fawns into their own salvo.
Another domino falls. 5v3 for the defense as they start to
Holy
close the walls
shit.
in. Remember, Som has his ult, but there's so much to do, so much
There's
riding
no
on that
way.
utility. First barrage.
There's
all
no
the way
way.
out. King on the swing. Ethan dead. A bullet between his eyes, and they still invested Som's ult, but this feels well out of reach, Trey. It's gonna take a miracle. It's not coming through. The defuse for King. Leviathan, tie us up.
I can't help but feel like this might be a moment where
And
you
the,
need an early timeout if you're Mike's,
and they
because
used the Brim ult.
a team kill into a misused Brim ult in a 2v4 is less than ideal, and we've seen NRG in these
Bro's
moments
just laughing
get
at them.
completely snowballed out of control.
Oh,
and Leviathan,
no.
I mean, you could see it on their coach's face. He knows that
How much damage did he take from
it's
Fawns?
affect the minds of NRG.
Dude, he tanked 2
Execution
hits
just
from
not
it.
There. We were talking about the little things. I mean, look at that reaction.
2 hits.
King sitting at 5-2 with his ultimate online. Tex also at 5-2. Vice ultimate online. And another thrifty type buy from NRG. What can they make?
Okay, LEV decides to go super aggro. Not sure about this one against the eco. I would not suggest this. I think you want to save that for the big Byrons.
Off the second swing, Rossi trying to connect, will succeed.
Oh god, it's one of these games.
Looks like a great round for NRG so far.
You need a round like this if you're NRG after what just happened to you. Your mental would have been shattered. It's not over yet, though. Spike has not even been planted.
Yeah, still 2 rifles, though, in the hands of Brock and Mata. Tex has his ult as Mata tries to creep forward, slip the net, and maybe catch something. They've all worked their way into spawn. And now it's going to be LEV to try to clear out anything that's happening on the site, peek under the reg, find whatever it takes, but you're not going to find anyone there.
Yeah, you got Salvos, then you got ult. It's a good plant for them as well. Is it a good plant for them, or can you defuse this from behind the box?
Just try to build your ult if you're Demon 1, I would say.
Tex the first to tap out, Salvos will follow. And Demon 1 gets his one. But as the spike ticks away, you're absolutely right. It's going to be all on him to get a little bit closer, as close as he can.
Okay, well, it's damage done, but a round's a round for NRG. They'll take this.
Some nice shots too.
Yeah, they invest in the stingers, and they win out. They decide to go aggro. They got a couple of gun upgrades. They got space.
Here's that little exchange around arcade. Leviathan trying to take the fight to NRG right there. Unlucky, bro. But now, here's what I was talking about. This operator on the side of King, the way that Leviathan uses their utility to set him up with it is very nice.
Okay, NRG win the round, but obviously everyone dies into this one, so everyone's got to rebuy, so their money is low. They get reset if they lose this. King gets the op out, and they have no idea about it.
Finesse, I guess, unaware, leaning into the confidence of the nade, and King punishes.
All into the rounds. I mean, they are all off site. They're going to get a plant here. If Mata gets a kill, he gets his ult. Brock has his ult. Do they want to, like, double invest?
They're going to scale. They're going to try to take the fight into them. Ethan finding the first.
Dude, you can fall back now and use Teo ult for sure. Dude, they're gonna have a lot of delay, no? Molly, Teo ult, Teo salvos.
As King's ult pops out, they're going to try to
Yeah, there goes the Teo ult. I see some lining up his Molly.
The spike continues to tick away. Leviathan are going to have to.
Here goes the Molly. Does it land? Okay, they got half. Which means that the salvos might not. Unless hopefully he doubles up the salvos. Okay, he doubles up the salvos. Very, very nice. Seen a couple of teams at the moment. We saw in the last game where they don't double up the salvos and teams get a chance to half. So very nice that we're doubling these up.
But when you're down 4v5, sometimes you need to slip in and slip out just like they did. They avoid Demon 1's ultimate in that moment. They get out unscathed.
Good post plant. This was nice from them.
Something that was haunting them.
They wanted to go aggro as well. They didn't want to sit back and get wrecked by some of the ults.
They barely won any post plants. Let's go. Confidence brewing right now for the side of NRG. Leviathan, they're still very healthy in terms of their economy. King still has an operator. He got a first blood. Not going to get matched by anybody here. And you see the adjustment already from Finesse, putting a cam there, not wanting to get picked off early.
I imagine part of the game plan moving forward will be to sniff out
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count by next.
And then decide to play around it.
What a timing right there.
Or you just accelerate towards B.
Uh-oh.
Be damned.
Damn, dude. These damn fawns are wrecking him.
The problem is here, you're right. Leviathan are going to be.
I mean, the problem is for LEV that they got to go fast. They know they're up against a lot of afterplan util, which means that NRG may be making a change up on play site a little bit heavier. Yeah, they want to fight over towards arcade. Look at this. Contact into swing. Wait, why is he swinging fast?
In the series so far, Finesse once again taking the knee to the op, taking the knee to King. Dash away as he tries to stay alive. You heard the Visalt use the flash out from Ethan. His mod.
Yeah, and we just straight up defusing this one. Salvos.
Rocky's gotten the defuse all the way through.
Well,
right under their noses.
A beautiful retake from Leviathan.
I like the idea from NRG. They're trying to take underpass. They're trying to get proactive over towards here. They just pop the Visor and most of them tank it.
That Vice ultimate hit all 5 members.
I think they thought the LEV were gonna push aggro with Vice, try and prioritize going underpass, use the Visor foresight, and then flood sight. So they tried to prioritize taking under. Rex, they think they're gonna try and do this with the Visor.
If not, we're willing to play retake on A or B. It looks like Leviathan are putting techs mainly towards that B side of the map, though.
Okay, drone goes out, top side, doesn't see anything.
On the northern side of the map.
Op holding this as well. There's a chance that they have a Cypher in this corner.
Rossi's too. That smells like trouble.
Yeah, all signs showing towards an A hit right now for NRG. When was the
Okay,
last
LEV have a great chance to start getting some rounds in a row. If they lose this, 2 can't buy.
And I mean, even if they don't, they have these 2 massive ults.
Rossi has ult, but unless we're Teo ulting on the back of it, I don't really think they're going to get too much. Yeah, they are ulting on top of it. Okay, that's nice.
Destroys the rest of NRG. Ethan and Brock claimed.
I know exactly.
They're going to flood out behind the site, sure, and they may be able to get the spike down, but there's still so much behind the punch for LEV.
Yeah, it's going to be a double approach through this door right now in sand. NRG are going to try to take a timing here on audio cues.
Juggling the weapons. King will be the tip of the spear, already finding one.
Great stun.
The stun to secure the second.
Oh!
And Sam. Clean shot, still more.
Damn, he crossed over as well.
He is left alone.
Oh my god.
He's got it down to 1v1. It's all
Oh, that's a really unlucky round from Som. That was impressive to make that even anywhere close.
Proactivity in the post plant again for NRG. Every single time they're down numbers, they try to group up, make a play. I don't know how the hell Som hits that shot.
It's gonna be an important buy round here.
But Tex, he comes in clutch and saves that operator into this next round. Another wonderful retake from Leviathan. And look at this
lovely little combo here. As soon as they tank this breacher and they're not taking the space with it, as in they're not like riding the wave, I guess, of it backwards. Like as soon as they want to try and fight it and go forwards, they just eat the ult. Like they have no idea. This combo is always gonna work. First time you see it.
By NRG, Mike's getting involved in the conversation. See what they can do, what sort of adjustments they have on the other side of this. I think, Dre, all things considered, this has been a really
very close.
Yeah, very evenly matched up map so far.
Yeah, I think this time out, I don't know how much exact strategy is going into this. More so just, hey, from the side of Mike's, hey, these rounds are coming down to the wire. Let's try to clean things up a little bit. Maybe
well, I think this is a good timeout though. Anyway, just purely because of the
on the side of Leviathan, it's how can we
like whoever wins this, they force him down to an eco, both teams. So
I feel like they've gotten the first blood a
this is
lot
the swing round
on this defensive side.
Should carry it into the next round. So you know, yeah, that's going to be part of the conversation. Yeah, and maybe for NRG, a lot of it is baiting out some of that early utility, finding where that trap is, which is so formidable when you're playing against.
See the interview at FNS is talking about how bad their post plants are. No, but he's not wrong.
We'll see.
That Haven was.
The cool thing about Leviathan on
it was
just
rough.
the way that they play is the change of pace. You know, they throw in aggressive rounds, then they're doing trap plays, then they're playing full retake on a site.
Okay, King still has the op out.
Medley.
And 1, 2, 3 can't buy. 1, 2, 3 can't buy.
In the hands of King.
And they go for the absolute classic. Molly over towards heaven. You got Salvo. Salvo. Not sure about this one.
Miss, but Demon 1 doesn't. King feeling some of the pressure, but finds a brief moment.
You can still play heaven.
And now the orbital strike in play.
So what's the point in the?
So you're gonna get challenged. Finding 2 with the shorty.
Flawless round from Leviathan. And I'm not sure what NRG were trying to cook up right there. I don't know if it was Satchel's missed, but that shot on Mata is just too easy. Yeah, King, he gets a leg shot there, but it slows him down enough for Demon 1.
It's not how most people play this round.
Oh, destroyed. I don't know if there was supposed to be some follow-up utility there, but it wasn't.
What are they doing? Yo, running through a drill. Yo, wake up. You're running through a drill.
He's right, though. I mean, he's completely right. Right after the timeout. NRG just running through a brick wall.
Man.
And King again
Oh
with
boy.
an entry. This man's on fire today.
It's falling apart.
11 and 6 for him so far. And I do not see that slowing down anytime soon. Yeah, it's Nico for NRG.
King hasn't really had a moment this year where he's truly taken over a game, whether that's on Duelist or when they were mixing up the roles. And I feel like today is the day.
I mean, it has been so far.
When his team needs him the most, too,
Why
right?
don't...
Elimination match.
This, dude. I'm trying to remember the last round, but like forget about the last round even. The thing that annoys me about this round that we just seen is if they literally legit copy every other team, Salvo, so you go Salvo, Molly, the Molly lineup that they did over towards Heaven, so you can't play Heaven. Then you drone here to make sure that you can actually take some pathing so you can't get owned by this. You also stim back. No way, you don't stim back, you stun off the drone to be able to clear the corners. You don't path like this over towards site, you path towards Heaven. You can't get shot from sight. And then you go heavy Heaven. But I don't get their version of what they're doing. They're salvoing close because they think the op's close, maybe. But then why don't you drone? I've got so many questions, man. Nice run from Demon 1.
Make them commit into sight. NRG aren't running the neon like Leviathan are. There's nothing to scale in with. I mean, yeah, you have some flashes, but it was way too late. Demon 1 just isolates all these fights individually, and he's able to connect on every single head. And he has his second Brim ultimate online. And look at this, the cycle of the operator, something that Leviathan like to do, Tex. He was so good on that chamber. He can op on whatever character he wants.
Doesn't look like he's going to get challenged early on. Is there a little bit more behind this?
What is this one?
This Brim ult's going to cook NRG, man.
Oh god.
If there's enough for them to decide
Oh boy, it's like the Fnatic, but they're going a little bit aggro with it.
What's the spark?
Look at this.
What's the catalyst? There it
Yeah.
is. Brock's the only one who will fall though. And now they rotate off of this. NRG might contact their way back in.
And now you can play in spots where you wouldn't be able to otherwise because that Teo is done. Those missiles are not going to have any effect on this round whatsoever. Thorns to the lay at B.
I'm not convinced that that's where they're ending, though.
No, they need to contact. They need to work the map, try to even the score.
Oh, it's a bad little jiggle from Rossi. Gave him a heads up.
A little bit.
The problem is NRG didn't bait out that Vice wall earlier. Yeah, they showed some pressure being made, but it's still there, so...
You're right.
It's nice from Com, he's got a good read on this. And I'm looking at King reclear all of this info over towards A so they can stack over towards B. This is very nice. I still like that NRG are going down towards Arcade, but I will say I would like them to have about 20 extra seconds to do this.
Leviathan members are already in these unconventional spots.
15 seconds. 14 seconds. 2 on site. Someone over towards Heaven. 10 seconds.
There's still a lot they have to get by. And Calm has not been cleared. The stun, the swing. And Demon 1 will help it out. Ethan's left
And
alone.
Ethan didn't plant as well.
Time is not there. Health is not there. Leviathan get to 7.
Just a hard read again.
Ah, no, you gotta shout out King here. King did great to reclear this info.
In these weird off angles, Calm goes completely unchecked into Heaven. That's a spot that would normally get cleared out by those Teo missiles, by those salvos. But there's that trap play, and yeah, NRG.
He tried to satchel him out.
Brock, but it could have been way worse.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, it could have been. You're absolutely right. For as much as was behind that, getting away with just losing 1.
Yo, Demon 1 making a statement. 14-4. Sami's trying to hang in there with him, man. But
Still selling tickets for the train? Yeah, new discount. 80% discount.
Again, no early challenges. It's going to be a mad dash back to B, where Tex is currently holding. Demon 1 has put the
Bring a friend, 90% discount.
But Tex will be the first to fall. Note, Ethan has his ult too.
Topside aggression, though. Dish has been pushed again. Ethan, he kind of knows.
I mean, that's going to buy a little bit of time, but they're not really in a position to follow up behind it. Instead, deciding to scale up into spawn. Ethan close by, finesse. Nicely done to get one onto Demon 1. A 5v3 for NRG. Will they let this one slip? Only 1 kill found. So much on the shoulders of King and Rossi to make this thing work. Rossi will fall. King a 1v4 to close out the half. and they're just playing with them. I don't know.
Would PaperX beat NRG? Mate, PaperX are going to beat everyone in the world. What do you mean? What's this question? Honestly though, 5 against this comp, I think it should have been better, but it's not the worst.
Risky round, honestly, win from NRG was what kept them in this thing, man. Had that not happened with those stingers pushing into B
Itchy Van Dorn, thank you so much with the Prime, bro. Thank you for that. Appreciate the Prime usage.
And with how King was shooting, with how effective the op was, I absolutely agree. That was their lifeline. To 7-5 half for Lev. We'll
Prodigy, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, man.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The pick'ems, mate, you went to see my Pacific playoff pick'ems.
Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Backing them all the way. Is this one doable for NRG? Yes, it is. Especially if they decide to throw in a good amount of aggro rounds on the big buy rounds. Because again, this Vice comp, you know what I was talking about earlier, right? If we're just drawing up the map, right? Mid, this is top, this is A, B. This is probably wrong, but the camera spots like info over towards here, right? So you can normally do like a 4-1, be relatively safe. When you have this, you kind of have to gamble when you don't have the Vice. You don't get the info. So a lot of times you're doing like 3 2s or you're doing like 5 0s. It means that pushing, you're normally overwhelming and you have the advantage when you push against the Vice comp. Until teams start like purposely having, or like you start forcing teams to purposely have their Vice fawns down, I think you can normally do like late or early pushes against the Vice comp on defense. Because it's very hard to play against as well, especially when they're on attack and they're execing down with smokes and they put fawns on the other side so you can't flood through. You kind of have to go aggro a little bit, in my opinion, against this comp on defense.
The defensive side looked really good. It seemed like Lev were going to run away with it. King was not missing. The op was causing serious problems for NRG, but it was the thrifty round win. That was the lifeline for NRG to keep them in this thing.
And you can't rely on that, not against a team like Lev, who has full momentum, full confidence, especially knowing the opponent that they're up against. They understand that NRG are beaten down.
Score feels a little bit worse when you think about the pistols. 1-0 for NRG. Dude, Demon 1 is
aggression for the side of
putting up a performance. This is what I was speaking about, right? We've got a little 1-4 and he's committed, right? He can't get the early info to get out of there. In theory, he just gets overwhelmed.
Which they might not. Now
like that. So this is a good sign for NRG, that good understanding of the comp they're up against. Oh my goodness. King is whoa. What's going on? Well, at least they all went in together.
A gorgeous hold.
A Money Surfer, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you. Brook did unbelievable to survive all of that, by the way.
A very difficult spot.
Unbelievable. Good sign for NRG. Double pistol obviously is going to help them out. A little bit embarrassing if they lose this one with double pistol. But good sign in terms of the actual push as well.
Considering all the utility that Tex had to deal
with. This was a great example of what I was speaking about.
That was the game plan, but you can't account for Ethan hitting a shot like that.
Yeah, that shot from Ethan was
I'm glad they
My new hiding spot. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm glad they gave I'm glad they gave me a good example of like the thing that I was talking about. Like one of these is always going to be relatively weak because you can't safely get the info, get out of there. Like the Vice, all the numbers have to be committed. We've got an Outlaw that can farm everyone, watching over towards Dish. At one point can turn away and watch this also.
And Drone will spot them. Mod finding a little bit of value with Outlaw.
Oops.
Almost the timing.
Yeah, this will be tough for Lev to work their way back into.
Okay, very nice. Brook getting kind of close to that ult.
Carry over a Vandal a Guardian, and a Bulldog.
Okay, I like this. So they get rid of the Outlaw because they know the pressure of the Outlaw is going to be here anyways, and they're all going to be buying heavy armor.
Just a game plan thing, understanding that Leviathan like to take that spot, set up tech.
Especially if they want to go aggro now on this round. It would make a lot of sense.
Getting close to that ultimate, man. Getting 3 in the first round.
Yeah.
2 in the anti-eco. And he brings forth that Vandal into this next round. Let's see if there's a change of pace here on the bonus for NRG. It's a full buy from the side of Leviathan. 5 towards the bottom as well. There's that ice wall on top.
Yeah, insta smoke goes down. They break the
and yeah, another B main smoke.
dude, and we drone as well. We see pretty much no one over towards top side. We don't know about Dish, but
so much value with against G2.
They might. There's a world where I don't know what kind of reads they have in terms of demos watched. It's a world where they know that all 5 are at the bottom right now.
A little stutter step from the drone. Not going to tag anyone.
Util for util here. It looks like Leviathan don't like what they've seen. They're going to go fishing.
It's a weird one right now. Some is committed underpass. They both are. Committed underpass watching all of this. Oh, dude, this could get interesting. I don't think Tex is going to fully expect someone here.
Almost gets timing.
Very nicely done by Finesse.
That was very quick. Tex usually gets the head-to-head on.
Yeah, it's still another kill trip. As soon as they see that trip, you can see him being careful now for the kill trip, especially with the smokes up. Might be one here. Salvos go in. Oh, dude.
You gotta get out of there.
Okay, all good.
And they got the spike down.
This is a nice reaction from NRG. Also push over towards A main, so they're now pinching on multiple angles. Damn, bro. Shots were hit.
A lot riding on Mata right now, going underpass. He's going to try to make it up for NRG, but he peeks the one way.
The one way there.
Just not ready for that. Now, if you're NRG, 2v4, you have a Vandal, you have a Bulldog. You're going to have to save one of them, that's for sure.
Yeah, you look at Finesse's money. It's not great if you want to full buy into the next. So yeah, I think they're going to try to preserve whatever weapons they can. Meanwhile, for LEV, full armor on 2 members. They're not going to have to purchase that at all.
Brock has not slowed down. I know it's just
you can go for it if you want to. No?
Very
okay.
impressive stuff from him. I have to say, I really like the way that Leviathan approached the site, even being down 4v5, right? I like the way that they slowed down, and yeah, King
I like the idea from NRG.
But they were able to still get the spike planted, dodge those salvos, get out unscathed. Yeah, that was a nice shot. But here's where the ties were turned. The triple peak arcade. That was a
it was a nice call from LEV.
The teamwork is really reigning supreme for them in that
FNS
round.
buys the judge on this. And, okay, well.
No, man. Surely not.
Quick tech pause.
Surely not.
Again, once we know
not
what
even
the delay
surprised
is,
at this point.
We will keep you good people at home informed. But if you are just recently joining us, or you've been tuned in from the beginning, I think you all at home knew what the situation was coming into this weekend. They knew what was at play, you knew what was for stakes, and so far this match has delivered to the hype.
Yeah,
not sleeping tonight,
lives.
yeah.
You know, I'm impressed
whoever wins this map
sitting at the top
really kind of need him to 2-0, I'm not gonna lie.
So much against MIBR. A performance that I didn't expect out of him, to be fair.
I mean, I think a lot of people struggle against MIBR, to be fair.
Yeah, that is very true.
But you're right, him sitting at the top right now for NRG, given the dogfight that they're in. I mean, we talked about him at the beginning of the cast. We talked about him at the top of the match. He's held up very well so far.
How many tech pauses has it been? I don't know, I've lost count at this point.
I do want to point out that NRG, in past matches, bar Furia, their defensive side has not really been pretty. I mean, a lot of punishment towards that B side of the map when Cloud9 specifically identifies, okay, Finesse is playing here. We can go and bully him. But it looks like he has more support now, more backing around him, more ideas, you know, getting deposited into underpass. I think that's very unique, but that only works for a couple rounds. You can't do that all the time. I mean, he almost got timing. He goes on cam, happens to pop off at the very perfect moment. You can't rely on things like that, though.
Rossi's keyboard, yeah, it's basically at 90 degrees.
I mean, maybe on a long enough timeline it doesn't work out, but you just need to take the wins. You got to take the rounds however you can get them. Players are back into.
Okay, that wasn't too long. We're okay. Still got the judge that you would imagine goes over towards heaven. Maybe they've noticed they don't put enough util over towards heaven. Maybe has some cages to play around on site itself.
this time. Adaptation from Leviathan, just trying to abuse that B main smoke. They know it's fake now, but they are running into a bit of a stack. No trip here, though.
No, but there's a cam and
there's a judge.
Yeah, and there are a lot of guns close by.
Finesse is gonna get stunned, but he's in an incredible position to farm this.
That molly's gonna hurt, weaken him up a little bit.
Oh boy.
Them, but he doesn't connect onto anything. Meanwhile, Rossi cracks the site wide open.
Just instinctual turn of events. It's a flood out though from NRG. Can they even the numbers? It's a 2v2.
Ethan doing well to get him to this point. What do they have? Ethan doesn't have a stun up yet. No smokes for Sam.
We've seen Calm in this position so many times before. He's so clutch for this Leviathan roster. Salvos will come back online soon.
It's such a hard retake on this one. They get half, dude. He might. Oh, it's close. Oh my goodness, he actually got it.
I didn't think he'd be able to.
He actually got it. That was insanely close. Dude, they snuck in. Snuck in, got a defuse insta.
Rossi, he did God's work on the B site. That flick on to the judge of Finesse. He's gonna replay that right here. I mean,
like I stand off his head.
But it was the flood from Ethan and Brock. They understood exactly what they had to do. They understood
oh my, that is close.
So dire.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Gosh, that one doesn't get any closer than that.
Talk about hanging on by a thread.
And as has been the case,
okay, we go aggro.
These tiny micro moments. Meanwhile, aggression towards Arcade.
Damn, imagine a breach damage in that corner if this was a little bit earlier. Holy, it would have been nuts.
Meanwhile, Texas found a timing.
Dude, Texas is gonna clean this up.
He's gonna be able to do this on his own. He finds one. Not able to connect on the second. But it's a slaughter again.
What a crazy play from Tex. No cares in the world, just knifes out into Arcade. Really good communication from the members of Leviathan.
Got him after he died.
Saw that fight. I don't know if it was King or who it was.
Hey, everyone was there.
If they don't give the confidence, though, to Tex that he can make a play like that, that timing never happens. This is a lot of success that Leviathan has on their attacking side, though, is Tex finding those timings.
Yeah, I also think, again, we've touched on it a lot, but I've got to set the stage for everyone. Like, when your backs are against the wall, when it's win or go home, you're more willing to make decisions like that. Yeah, maybe there's somebody holding you, and then if you do, maybe you get the 1v1, you die, you win, whatever. Or there's nobody there, you get a play like that,
let's
you secure the round.
Let's talk about the money for a little bit.
Yeah,
playing to
they win one with no one surviving.
What an answer
and
back
we got
as well
1-9 loss bonus.
Around that should have been yours. Previously,
we got
right?
1-2, they can't really buy.
It's not looking too pretty,
and then FNS is going to have 2k, so they also going to have to
you
low buy in this one.
Showstopper coming up online if you can secure an orb. But your buy, it's scrappy, man.
Oh, he did get the second.
Man, Tex had a nice read here. Does he run all the way through site?
That takes...
Also, amongst all that
there's
chaos,
no way they force buy this at 9-8.
Brock, who was trying to pinch. I mean,
double stinger
doesn't go his way. If he's not dialed in, ready for that, maybe a different type of round.
Currently double positive for the controller. Great start to the series for him.
Yeah. It was a main aggression to get him out of Showstopper.
It's a force
online,
buy.
But wisely slow Leviathan.
Okay, this is insanely important round. Drone clears all the way towards here, so they might be late clearing top side, which is going to help them a lot. Smokes for smokes, that's nice though. I tell you what, they're up against a couple of ults now, but in terms of the actual smoke game, they've only got one smoke left.
There's only 2 spots.
Madder pushed over towards here, picked up his ult as well. This is a nuts round.
It's interesting.
They cleared pretty much all of
they saw the cage,
north
didn't
side
find
as
any
well.
of the trips, but now we're gonna have to wait for a little bit until Calm gets his missiles back up before we go.
What is the timing like on Ethan here? Does it keep going? Oh, dude, it's so insane.
He can't die here. Instead, he gets 2.
Oh, I did it. Unbelievable. Got great timing on this as well. I like this from NRG though. I got to compliment them again here. They're like, they still want to go aggro, but it's late. Right, they're clearing this late. We said they need to kind of be proactive on this defense. It's very hard for this comp to get information if you are pushing. It's a lot of teams that like to do 4-0, so there is weak sides.
But they're gambling in these right situations, and yeah, it's not a fully complete blind gamble. There is a little
And
bit, there is info that's informing
the
it.
buy,
They're taking chances.
the buy really pays off.
Yeah, it's something that NRG has failed to do.
Everyone low on money, they will get
Previous
3K.
matches and previous even rosters, right? They're kind of a team that you expect to make the calculated play most of the
Yeah,
time.
they got
don't
that
wanna go
upgrade
for
as
these
well.
random
They
tiny
didn't get the
plays,
AWP at
from
the
what
end,
we've
but
seen,
upgrades
it
there.
looks like there's a lot more freedom in this NRG roster. They're a lot more willing to take those risks, willing to be unpredictable.
The train now, they're back to normal price. The discount's
so
gone.
heavy with utility, you're kind of
They
forced
got,
to do
they're
so,
doing some
and
good
they're
stuff.
behind on that.
Back to normal price, yeah. I can see it. People are getting interested again.
Are up for both teams. I think we're in for another one. Ethan getting that 3K was, again, perfect.
Look at the ults on both sides. It's going to be a dish pop here. After a bit of info, use that arcade. No trips here on the A side. All trips for B side.
I don't think he's going to clear that. Yeah,
Okay, drone goes in and they... Ooh, we're insta-clearing? Hold up. We're going to get a lot of information for this. Yeah, a lot of information. Dude, look at this. They realize it's fake pressure. They're gonna have 4 people here. 4 people here with ults. Dude, also, I cannot believe that LEV default over towards Dish with 4 people against a Teo ult. That is criminal. How are they getting away with this?
Now we see the first bit of utility to Finesse, keeping things back. Yes, it was by the cover of all of the ults, but
The shocker of a call.
exactly what his team needs him to
Can't
do.
do this against a Teo
A
ult.
beautiful counterpunch from the
They
defense.
got a little bit lucky that NRG didn't really have a good setup for this, but...
On that exact either from Leviathan. NRG were just too quick on the trigger for that. And now you have to save.
Shout out to Brock here, he did good. Insta drone to clear the fake pressure. Saw that there was no one here. 4-person stack over towards site. Made sure that the Teo was ready to go. Teo behind them, force some into sight. Some go behind, split them up.
I think this is a lean towards A site. Let's have our protocols.
For people that are wondering what I was talking about earlier, if you watch, I think Talon maybe have some of the best setups that we've seen for this, but the Teo ult literally covers like all of this. You can basically cover every single bit of this up with Teo. So if you have like a camera that spots, or you have some kind of wall if you're the other team, like you can't go, basically you can't go Dish against the Teo ult. It's just a no-go. Most teams, especially in like a month's time, will have some kind of info into Teo ult play.
Notices, yo, this guy's not always playing on his trips. We can't punish him as much. And when we think we can, all of a sudden there's these ultimates in play.
Unless you're like a Euro baiting out, yeah. Unless you're like baiting out, but going like with 4 people, it's not a thing.
Rossi, he calls a very methodical style. He really thinks about the way that he uses utility, the way that he approaches the space that he tries to take. And I feel like that kind of plays into Finesse.
There will be enough by them. Yeah, but honestly, I'm not sure they'll go for the ult.
Playing those longer rounds. He's comfortable in that area. I feel like Leviathan need to really up the pace and put pressure on NRG.
Also, we don't know for sure. Maybe that nerf will take longer than we think.
Show them disrespect. Every team that has done that to NRG has kind of just taken the game for themselves, and it hasn't even been close.
Etho calling a timeout for Leviathan here, getting involved in the conversation. Just one round between these two squads. On the other side of the timeout, we'll take a quick stock of what the ultimate situation looks like. We talked about how NRG had a couple. They managed to preserve Ethan's, and Sam is 1 point away from his. Meanwhile, again, you look across the stage.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to work with.
4 out of 5. And yeah, Demon One's just 1.
There's a lot of ults for LEV though, like they should be okay. What is this push from NRG? 3-person?
There's no way you win.
They might try to disrespect the smoke again. And there's a lot behind this.
No, there's a lot of people here. Yeah, they can just back off. They're going to hear the drone over towards arcade, so they don't really know about numbers right now. Visor goes in. Let's hope they got the backup guns. Nope, they're just straight up leaving the site. Teo ult goes in. Keep an eye on this double push behind though. This is nice reaction from NRG. But they do know about it because of the wall. Salva goes in to stop the plant. A little bit too late. Ooh, not too late. Nice timing. What's a great ult. Oh my goodness. Oh, no, it's so unlucky. Wait, who's this? Dude, Com's gone for the round the world. He's taking Taking the rope.
King trying to clean up finesse
King.
and Will. A
Nice
great
shots.
round from Lev.
What a heads-up play from Com, though.
Yeah, dude, the Com's
started
flank was
Arcade,
awesome.
He droned it. He takes the rope silently back and flanks that breach ult that Ethan got onto 2 members. If he doesn't make that play, if he's not that aware of what's going on his minimap, maybe the round goes the way of NRG.
Swing it. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh boy.
Dagger.
Boy, that's going to be on Reddit.
Oh boy.
Again, big ults for Lev.
Breach ult.
That's so funny, dude.
Stealth bot again. That's back-to-back rounds that Arcade has been sniffed out and B-main has been taken under control. NRG now.
Oh, that's savage.
What's their response? They're left to try to re-clear something, but it's going to be a retake again. Top side push right now from NRG, but there's a Vice wall waiting for them.
Lots of questions around where Sam pops this ult.
Breach.
And what he pops it for. Do they flood him behind
They don't have the
this?
stun here.
Oh,
It's not going to
spike.
connect. Yeah.
Yeah, you
I mean,
gotta
you're
combo
guessing
that.
on where that spike might be going down because you had no info on the site.
Ooh,
Misses
Mada though.
the mark, but Mada does not. 2 kills
Demon
found.
1 has
Now they can fill him
his
behind
molly
this.
and he has his ult, so they actually need to go
So much
relatively
utility.
fast
Mada
over
just
towards the
needs to hold
site.
for him here. Mada needs to have his back, maybe scout out where these
The great
post-mine
stun.
positions are.
They still need to be a little bit fast on this.
King popping.
Does
his
Demon
ult.
1
It
get
doesn't really
tempted?
find
Yeah, here
any
comes the
add
molly
value out
lineup.
of it
Can
at all. Meanwhile, Mada
they
gets the
half
start on the
body
round.
block? Oh, he's missed his molly.
Oh,
he
molly missed.
Oh boy.
I think even if it does connect.
Yeah, I think even if it does connect, he probably doesn't have time and he might have just saved his ult here.
But
That
you're
topside push.
But you're stacking that molly with his
Yeah,
ult.
take it from the
And all of a
reaction,
sudden,
Mada
that
dies at the
time
end.
window to defuse gets real
Maybe,
small.
yeah, maybe there was a chance there, maybe. That's a rough one though. Does he even know that the molly missed? That's the question mark, right?
Oh, for sure he does now. They
kinda
defused
think
it.
He did because he didn't pop
That's
the
why he
ult,
didn't go for
and
it,
he
huh?
stepped back. Yeah.
Let's see how much that misses. Oof, that's a rough one. Small mistakes make the difference in matches like this, Doug, when you're on elimination.
And it's been those small mistakes that have kept us in such a tight fight.
Yeah, from both sides.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
It's going to be a dish pop. Or so it seems from Leviathan.
There certainly is a lot of presence here.
NRG willing to go util for util here, but I don't think they're aware of how close the opposition is.
And all they saw was techs, dueling drones, and now they're going to speed up behind it.
5 retake.
NRG take a step back. Wait
Another
for
one.
strength in numbers.
Every single time NRG have been doing this though, right? Some kind of push. Some kind of push. Other way around. And it looks like Lever on top of it. Double hold here. Oh, dude, these two should. If they commit to this corner, these two should be fine.
Finesse is not far off. Calm stun at the ready. The swing behind it, the wall's gonna push Finesse off, and it's all gonna be under
No
Mada.
way!
Stand
Dude,
strong
Mada
in front of the left.
back-to-back rounds.
Brock's gonna have to do a little bit more, and so far so good. But again, Demon 1 has his ult.
Really nice from Brock
King
there.
getting 2. Mada with 3, and now the ult's in play.
We can't even get half. Wait, this is
There's
done,
no
right?
end. That should secure the round.
Yeah, nicely done.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, how did Mada get 2 there? Oh my
Down to
goodness.
the wire
It's
again
wild.
this time,
Dude, money's
not
incredibly
having
low though.
to use the molly whatsoever.
Yeah, much more secure.
Good delay. Good delay from Leviathan on that post plant. Maybe something that they really quickly talked about. Hey, like, buy me a little bit more time next time.
Yeah, we take a look at the Red Bull clutch one more time. I mean, Mada getting 2 back there is unreal.
Yeah, he's online right now. He was kind of quiet on that defense, on that attacking side. Kind of getting punished on some of those entries early on. He kind of looked nervous, I would say, even.
He was a little quiet to
Right?
start, for sure.
Oh, I mean,
yeah.
getting team killed because he's
No
running through
timeout.
the razor. Right.
Well,
And so now the
there's
second
a lot to
timeout
talk
called
about
from
for both
NRG,
teams at the
last
moment.
of the
So,
map.
if they are going to play this whole retake thing, they need to be faster.
This
That's for sure. But at the same time, I'm not sure they can keep going for these flanks. So maybe NRG, if they want to go for the retake style, they start all going over towards site because Love's going to be holding the sides, or they just fight site heavier, or they could go aggro. They got loads of options of how they want to handle this.
NRG, the most amount of rounds
And Lever probably just going to be pushing, talking about the fact that they keep reactively pushing behind with numbers. But I think if I'm NRG, I go for a risky one here. I think you still play to leave a site. Like say you leave over towards B, but instead of pushing behind, I'm just 5-person fast flooding. Because in theory there should be people like watching these sides, and the side should be weaker.
From the attack, and so you wonder if that's going to be the same idea.
Razor? Razor's the only ult here for a
And a
while.
wall from Vice on the northern side of the map.
Sands control being a little
Hey,
bit
no rotate on this one. They try and fake it a little bit.
The plan is for them to go under.
There was a... Ooh. Drone goes out. This might change the calling on this. We'll see. Drone clears all the way over towards A main. Yeah, and King pulls them back. Tells them to come back. They know this is the weak side right now.
Identify where the defense is set up. They understand that there's
Okay, this is going to be interesting. I think it's very hard to flood through heavy here, but...
I mean, the spam trips, you mentioned it, but also the defense is speeding up here as well. They're all here. And so again, as has been the case, this
Here comes the
map,
Razor.
it's going to be strength against strength, fire against fire. Text perched up. There's the ult, and it's going to
What? He killed the higher and the lower.
I'm putting him out. But there's already so much value found.
Ooh,
King
okay.
getting bested by finesse.
When it matters.
And now a confident call to arms from the captain. As they flood him behind this, Calm and Rossi trying to keep them back. Calm's one off of his ult. Position's
The
now
great
given
stun.
away. I mean, if they want a shot at this, Calm has to find a
Yeah,
kill.
Finesse needs to make pressure now.
Oh, makes it 2! Forget about the ult, it falls into 1v1. Finesse is 30 HP. Rossi's just trying to hold it back.
Holy hell, how did they do that? I think Finesse needs to create pressure faster.
The new beats the old in the 1v1. What a clutch though from Calm. That spray
The
down
new
was
beats
so
the
sick for
old.
Lev. NRG had that one. They had that in the books, but the lineup,
Oh boy.
it wasn't good enough. Mata got so much value
He
from
got
that
so lucky they killed the guy heaven here.
and that's painful for
Dude, he had to
NRG.
open the door when they were crossing.
What a clutch.
Okay, one chance for Lev. And honestly impressive they got here, seeing as we had double pistol for NRG.
Calm with his ult, and Brock will join him. And again, very quickly, Rossi's one off of his. There's so much on the board
All
here.
over
First one
towards
already
heaven.
invested.
How does FNS want to react on this? Oh boy.
Tex is in a
Gonna be pushing Tex.
Tex is in a dangerous spot here.
Dude, Tex is in a really weird spot because look at this guy. He's satcheled over the wall. Dude, they go early, even though he's about to turn the
The
corner.
reaction. Look at the call from Rossi. Okay, it was a crunch on the bottom side. A is free now.
And he would be right.
They're going to have a free site again, and the retakes for NRG.
Look at how careful they have to be about making sure heaven they didn't deposit someone heaven. They're going to be so late on this rotate because of that.
Okay, they stop the
That ult is
plant.
gonna buy time. That's going to buy time
Yeah.
for the rotations to come through.
Gets him a little bit.
They're going to try to rotate out, and Ethan's stun is going to keep them back. This tit for tat.
It's weird, and you gotta look at Mada thinking that he's about to be in the best pos in a bit.
Rossi committing
They
to
are
getting the spike
actually
down.
locked in, Lev. They have to shoot. And to shoot heavy.
A settling of the tide for just a moment, and now NRG look to push the pace. No ultimate to speak of. The flash out, Som doing so well to get this far. It's a 3v2 now. and
Oh,
Rossi's on his
Ethan, my
own.
goodness, what are these shots?
Can he 1v3 here?
Doable.
Spike's been taken for a little bit. Time is on his side, but he's so heavily outnumbered. Rossi's gonna have to be a hero.
Dude,
and
Ethan
it's
hit some
Ethan who
lovely
stands tall
shots
for
in this
NRG.
round.
We're going to OT.
Ethan was the distraction. He was the one that gathered all of those kills. Som, yeah, he takes out King, but he didn't look confident enough to actually take that wide swing on the rest of the members there that were fully blind.
Ooh.
But it's Ethan who takes things into his own hands on the retake and takes us to overtime. Like you said, he is currently sitting at the top of the scoreboard with Mata.
Oh my god!
He's feeling it, man.
And so it's fitting as you take a look at the timeline with how back and
The
forth
hero
this map has
op? I
been
mean, they
that we
might not
go into
expect
extra
this.
innings.
Wait, no camera?
Who's gonna make the most risks here? We've seen them pay out.
What is this, fake
King,
fake
he has that
pressure?
operator online again. Is he gonna take an aggressive angle through this door? And, yeah.
21 and 17 for him.
Yeah.
We talked about how successful he was with that weapon, and they're going to get him into an aggro line. The missiles were used, but Rossi's stun was not.
Well,
So there's a second layer to this. There's a little bit of cover.
they have no idea about the AWP.
And they're going to test him. They're
Did
going
he
to push
see it?
him. A lot riding on this. Rossi's stun timing has to be good. The cage, the only thing keeping them apart for now. Off the flash, he drops the stun, takes a step back. Can't see a damn thing, but
Damn,
it's
bro,
Rossi who
the
delivers.
stun was sick. And the
Now
extra
the
shot on
second
top.
set of utility as NRG are left in scattered spots with nothing to speak of.
Oof. Dude, the support Neon is pretty good
in
here.
that moment, using that Neon stun, that is the difference maker. Neon versus Raze. You can get bailed out. And Rossi just got set up for the freest kills of his life. Look at this trap setup, double stun.
Yeah, it's double stun on it.
Nobody able to react from the side of NRG. No trades to be found.
Nice, nice, good shit. Nice, Rossi, let's go.
And it did look like King was going to get punished in that moment.
Big timeout.
But NRG, they don't jump the gun.
Well, it was what we talked about at the beginning, right? They used the salvos to get King on that aggro line, but they held on to the stun from Rossi, and that was it. I mean, that was the difference maker there. Without the stun, he's, what, facing 2, 3?
Yeah.
Who knows what he gets?
And speaking of making play, like playing to win, right? That little microsecond of hesitation that we witnessed from, I believe it was Ethan and Finesse who walked all the way up. Whoever was close by that sand door, not taking that timing peek, not going for it, allowing King to actually get that stun off, allowing Rossi to connect with those shots as well. That is something that just cannot happen when you're trying to close out a map.
Okay,
Now
let's see
Leviathan are sitting at match point.
what they want to do after this timeout. Been doing a lot of pushes behind.
In all of this Cypher
Looks like they want
utility
to
here?
fight sight.
They've done a great
Double
job of
kill trips,
navigating
nice
through it,
though.
So I don't blame them. They're going to disrespect this smoke B main again. And if NRG speed up, they're going to get met by that Vice wall on the bottom side of the map.
Gotta go.
Oh no. Vice wall's top.
No smoke. Footsteps made.
Okay,
and
set
now
up
they're
over
thrown
towards
out.
main.
Smoke a little bit further back. Spotted 2 there.
Yeah, I'm not sure they can go for this.
clear out a little
So, gonna come up to Madder maybe? No, they're not going back. Wait, they had double trip though, right?
Here comes the actual hit though. Oh,
the trips, but he's got utility out. Brock does not.
Holy bro, they got so much.
3 kills found for the Tejo.
It's just this straight up
And now
spam
Demon
as they
one
were coming up
attacks.
here. I think one was a
alone in a
trip
2v5.
kill, but the other was just a
couldn't be
spam.
further apart as well.
And if that doesn't make, if that's not bad enough, Mada's going to be on this late lurk. Tex dealing a little bit of damage, taking some in kind though. He gets his 1. The math doesn't add up though in a 2v5. It's just not enough. Mada will secure the round.
let's
We're
go
tied
again.
Saw
Dude, it's
almost
2
the
a.m.
timing
already.
being
Oh
on that
god.
iPad. Thank God Brock was there to bail him out if you're an NRG fan. And we're going again. Leviathan, they did a great job in regulation of avoiding these Cypher trips.
Oh my goodness. Well, the trip
more
kind
than
of got in
ideal.
too, and then
Taking
what
out
is
players that
that?
weren't even hit by the trips. Bit of fortune on his side, huh? Here comes that operator again, though, this time in B main, but everybody from NRG besides Ethan
again.
towards that top side of the
Drone
map.
goes out. This
saw
is
the
interesting.
damage
Drone
that
goes
they were
out,
able
so
to
they're definitely
inflict
going to
here
think that the
on
op
the breach
follows
in
the
A main.
drone. So this is kind of smart as we can see though, peeked over
Leviathan
towards
haven't
A.
had a single player close
Does
to
this
zero.
camera not to see it?
Oh, but I mean, they may not
I have no
any
idea what
experience
this
out,
camera
they
is,
are at the
but
right side.
okay, yeah, camera spots 2 pushing. So they know where the neon and the vice is, so they know there's no vice util
They're
here.
guessing the right place too. If they fight main, they're gonna find a very light part of the
Okay,
energy
they know where
attack.
so many is now. That stun was incredible, by the way.
The crutch is coming through. Look at the utility
Dude,
on
look at
site.
Demon's HP.
Rossi and Calm both fall. NRG looking to push the pace here. And they've got
Dude,
Demon in one
Ethan is
corner,
playing
they've got
this
him surrounded.
so well.
And now he falls. Another
Yeah,
explosive
that's nice.
round.
Mada gets his ult as well.
King never had a chance
boy.
with the op.
Especially when he misses.
Gets him with the showstopper. 5 members alive for NRG. It's as clean as it gets.
This was nice from NRG though. They got all the info. Late check of the camera spots them here. They then saw 2 over towards here with the stun. Like they instantly knew where 4 were. Did Madden misses satchels onto site, or did he land top of site? It looked like he hit his head and then he went down to the bottom. Oh no, I think he did perfect satchels top of site.
That's going to prompt a timeout from Leviathan. This back and
He hit the ledge. He hit the ledge and went down. Because it looked like he was going to hit it.
NRG in a position to put them away again. As you mentioned, Leviathan calling a timeout. You wonder
First match of Pacific? What is the first match of Pacific?
For NRG that hasn't really been a part of the recipe.
No, and with the way that they've been playing
Boom
as well,
DFM.
they're not really taking too much of those deep lines.
Is Boom secured first seed, right? DFM are out.
Defensive side, in OT, it could
We could
work,
miss
right?
that.
Catch your opponent off guard.
Sure.
But I mean, you can
You're
get
right, we
punished
could
by
actually
neon
miss
stun,
that.
big
It's a game that
stun.
doesn't mean
You
anything
don't
other
really
than
have
points.
the mobility to get out of utility like that.
Right.
I do wonder here for NRG if you still try to commit to this retake.
I do like watching Boom though. That's the issue
a couple
here.
of those rounds have been pretty close, but I feel like Leviathan's post plans have really been shining through. A lot of trips towards this B side of the map once more. It looks like a run back from the previous round of Leviathan, the previous attack.
It's almost identical.
Right?
I mean, the same wall, the same flash.
Missing what should be the best game of the season. That's true.
This time, though,
Yeah.
back towards the A site.
I'm sure there's a decision tree in
That's
here
true.
somewhere.
Yeah, show some of the similar utility.
Okay, NRG.
Cypher Cam could
How's it go
pose
with
some
it?
problems for what Rossi is cooking up here, though, if toggled on late.
Cage triggered.
And it gets cleared out, gets no info.
Yeah, it was a little too close on
This is
that
nice.
wall.
Drone
They're joining up on this.
spots.
They're gonna hit B.
Well, dude, I don't know if they know for
they
sure that
still
he
have
took
the
this
tricks, you
away, but
mentioned it.
they at least took the orb on Som.
Ness is in a cheeky little head angle. Takes a step back.
Okay, they didn't commit any smokes though.
Bait out of utility.
Keep an eye on
clearing
keep
out
an eye on
underpass, but look at Mada
Matter
at
at the
the top
moment.
side
He
of the
found the
map.
wall.
He hasn't
He
broken that wall.
satchels
He's
over.
jumped
There
over
is
the
a
vice
flash
wall
to
with
get
the raised
information if
satchels.
he's here.
And so they have no
Dude,
idea.
they have
It's a
no
gap.
idea he's here though. Matter might have just
How
owned
much
this.
damage can Mada do here?
Ooh,
Oh, that flash will confirm it.
lovely
What a
from
shot
him.
on the King.
Really nice from him.
When it matters the most, the young gun steps it up against King.
Dude, FNS clears all of the information. They know
And
they've
with
gone
that
from
Brim
underpass
smoke being
now.
used at B main, Leviathan has
A
to set
lovely
their
late
sights
cam
on
from
A.
him.
Calm. Solo crept up here all the meanwhile. Tex is a late deposit. He's going to be the person that tries to shoot everybody in the back. It's a lot of fake
30 seconds
utility. Oh my goodness.
That's all a fake. Com's gonna make as much noise as he can, and they've spotted Tex. Is that gonna be enough to manipulate the
Do they
rotations?
over-rotate or do they stay
Oftentimes,
strong
that's
with the
what you will see
two?
on the lurk. They're not biting on this.
This is a
Molly
great
buys some
molly,
time,
man.
sure, but look at how
They
far
got no
Com is.
time. They got to
Mada's
force
waiting.
through the molly. Dude, Rossi's on 4 HP, forcing through the molly. Damn, dude. Not G, man. This was a scrap. An absolute fight. They got double pistol to help them do it, but
NRG, that
yeah.
A main attack.
they had some nice stuff on defense though. I felt like they played their defense really well with the aggro pushes also.
24 and 18.
Mada was a beast, man.
in
Like
overtime as well.
they actually played
That
against the
last
Vice
round,
comp really well.
heads
Like they were
up
very
play,
proactive on
understanding what the
defense.
defaults
Always
of Leviathan
pushing
are,
behind.
where that Vice
They
wall is
double
at, being able
satcheled,
to
or they
satchel
satcheled
over
over
the top.
the
Look at Rossi
wall
on your
twice as well
screen.
to win big rounds.
He looks beaten down.
You gotta have the memory of a goldfish in positions like this, man. You can't let that one stick with you.
I mean, it slipped right out of their hands. It felt like they were in control of this game.
The nice thing for us is that we can think about it and think about the implications of that as we think about the rest of the round, the rest of the map too. Up next is Icebox. So NRG have gotten through what in theory should be Leviathan's strongest position here. They bested G2 13-11, one of the arguably the best team in the world. They got through that, and now the road gets a little bit easier. You've got Icebox, a team that neither team has found success on, and then, if needed, Lotus, a map where they bested Cloud9. This is a huge win for NRG.
Massive start for them.
And to do so in OT fashion, to do so the way that they did,
Is the NRG
was
pick?
exactly
Yeah.
what they needed.
How's the
Basket
NRG
throws for
train?
Leviathan.
It's getting
We'll
pretty
see how they
busy.
respond on Icebox.
Quite a
We'll be
few
right
people
back.
bought some discounted tickets, but people are coming in. We've got no more first class tickets anymore. Only economy. As a LEV train, I don't know, dude. I don't know about that train. It's gonna derail from map 2 and map 3. That's crazy. Can't be saying that. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. Usual stuff.
allí con Demon One.
Man, oh my god, alright. You even used the lock. Oh, what? Through the wall, that is hard! Som cleans him up very nicely.
I'm here with Mike's HD before the next matchup, a nail biter and some overtimes to start the first one. What are you seeing that's kind of different from the guys that's allowing them to push forward more, and how much did kind of the talks between the weeks have to do with this success?
Yeah, I mean, all we really focused on was just keeping things as simple as possible. I feel like in our previous weeks we had a lot of almost too many ideas going on in the round and not committing to any like one certain thing, so that was something that we put a lot of emphasis on going forward.
Awesome. Thanks for the insight. Good luck in Map 2.
Man, kills and heroics being traded by those two teams, taking it all the way to the distance. That's the match we wanted to see, with everything on the line. Like, we're playing here for a playoff spot, and both teams have showed up today. Every single player from both of these teams.
Yeah, great game so far.
Yeah, no, dude, NRG. I like what the coach actually said there was, you know, in the past weeks, they may have overcomplicated things, and this week, they're coming in, simplifying it down a bit, and going back to the fundamentals, which is, I saw it here, like, their execs, they were focused on trading, they were fighting together, and it was like, sometimes you have to go back to those basic fundamentals of Valorant.
Yeah, and simple things on how they approach the map for NRG on the attack side, too. There was a lot of these rounds where you didn't see too much crunching coming in from Leviathan or getting too much space. So Finesse had a lot of these moments where both trips were up on both the top and the bottom south side. The camera was never challenged, so they could just go for like 5-player sight hits every single time, and sometimes it's successful on pulse plans, sometimes it's not. I think there were 4-8 overall, but I think it's still good enough rounds that they've had here on their attack side. And then the defense was just amazing. It looked like really Leviathan had like these hero moments where they're winning 2 versus 4 that NRG was going to lose grasp of this game. But I think just so you mentioned here, Emily, it's a lot of hero plays that came through.
Yeah, no, for sure. And even like just watching their defense, or like a lot, oh my gosh, a lot of times on their defensive rounds, they were having good reads. Like they were able to like fight Lev as they were trying to exec.
Exactly. Like, for example, Mata, when he comes out with a double rocket, has a perfect read on 2 players on Sands, kills them, but somehow they still lose, what, a 2 versus 4 when Common King goes, like, nuclear in the game. So, overall, I think you need these type of, like, hero plays to happen in these games that matters the most, because the macro could always be the best for both teams, which I believe that I saw that from both NRG and also from Leviathan. But you need those players to step up to the plate. And I like to highlight as well, Brock. So far, like Brock coming into this game, or coming into this season late in the season, has done a good job here to bring back the Broctagon in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit more about Brock. Obviously coming into such a superstar-studded lineup of energy. There is a lot of expectations, a lot of pressure, I presume, as well on the player. As a player yourself, how do you deal with a situation like that? Like, how do you make sure that the pressure doesn't get to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just specific pressure about being in this league now, you know, coming from Shopify. Yeah. It's like transitioning to a whole new team, a whole new playstyle, and a team that's not even, they didn't really even have a set playstyle. Yeah. You know, they were swapping around IGLs, swapping around roles. Like, that's a hard environment to come into anyways. But it really seemed like he kind of found his footing here.
For sure, for
sure. And he had to, like, that was from 0 to 100, right? Like, it's not like there was a honeymoon period of some sort where he can kind of get used to the new system that is set up there. No, he had to turn up, and that's what he did today. So did the opposition, though. So let's hear what LEV coach Itopata has to say ahead of map 2.
I am here with Itopata before map 2. First, I want to pick your brain on kind of what were you liking, what did you like that you saw there, and what would you like to see more from the team heading into map 2?
I like some of the rounds, the proactiveness that we showed and the aggressiveness that we showed. So I would like to see that from the team going into map 2 and map 3. Awesome. And now knowing that it's such a close game, does the use of timeouts change, or are you just getting in there when you want to talk to the team? No, it doesn't really change. Okay. We're still doing the same timeouts, the same ideas that we have. So.
All right. Thanks for the insight. Good luck in map 2.
Okay, so he wants to see more proactiveness in this upcoming map. Something we have discussed whilst we watched this previous map was the teamwork we saw on display from Leviathan. Because quite frankly, just when the roster was announced, so many individuals, like high caliber players, but we couldn't quite see the vision of how they come together. Today, we got to see that.
Yeah, no, they really had a hard time early on in the stage finding their kind of identity as a team and how they wanted to play. But, I mean, this was a really good, close match of, I guess, what they're trying to go for.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to highlight that TK that happened there where Mata just died to the salvos of his own teammate. And that was also thanks to the util that's being put out by Tex. He's done a great job, done his role on the defensive side, as does Vice, but overall it's definitely been like a team effort when King pulls out the op after the timeout of Itopata, understanding that you're playing this breach Tejo on the side of energy and you could leverage a little bit more of some op aggression, and he did a great job at that. So both Tex and King, if this continues forward here onto the second map, I'm looking forward to potentially push this onto a third. But again, this is a tough one because going into Icebox is also a game or a matchup where they had 0 rounds on their attack side against MIBR. But MIBR was also playing a double controller. It was hard for them to find an answer out of that one, but something has to change for sure, and you got to know what it is. What are they cooking up here? Why did they choose Icebox to play against Energy?
It's very interesting. So it's going to be exciting to see what plans are coming up with. Both of these teams have been exposed by MIBR on this very map. Exactly. So there is tape on both of them. Can this one go the distance? Well, the scriptwriter certainly wanted to be the case. Let's find out if it will be after a short break.
Dude, that was a banger map, so fair play. It felt like it really could have gone any way. Or either way, it should be said. Valorant Mobile coming to China? Oh no, dude. That's not good. What? We just get more Teo agents, I guess. I thought it was bad enough with console. I think the more they do stuff like this and simplify it for the bigger audience, the more we're going to see agents like Teo. It's good for the, I mean, it's good for the masses and getting the game really popular. So that's all really cool. But there's definitely some cons. Pros and cons. Plot twist, there are mobile only agents. That would be cool. Teo would probably be the first one. Teo, Brim. Yeah, they got to create. It must be crazy task trying to balance all of this stuff. I think you just got to keep it separate. Pick your jungle champ. You got to play Nidalee. Sorry, mate. Zafs with the Prime. Appreciate the 11 months. Thank you, thank you. Am I a Brim hater? No, I'm not a Brim hater. I think Brim's okay. I'm only a Teo hater really recently. I just wish it had a bit of thought behind it, of like skill, of like when to use the salvos. Like I just want a little bit of thought process in terms of instead of spamming 3 within a round.
Welcome back to VCT America's.
Dude, if that kicks off though, Valorant Mobile, this game gets a little crazy.
As they're staring down.
Mobile games in like China and stuff are just so insanely big.
With me on the call is Dre. We have Icebox up next, and we turn our attention over to what the compositions will be there. I think, Dre, given the situation, are you expecting something different? Well, all right. Well, that answers that question.
Okay, Demon 1 Jet. We got Mada Reina as the solo duelist on this map. It is doable. It is okay.
And honestly, the last time that
Let's see if they
played the Reina on this map was with
it seems odd to not play a Jet here when you got double flash anyway, but
obviously different caliber of opponent here.
Do we have some kind of tech with this and this?
But very comfortable on this on these characters.
Dude, the A overwhelm. Oh, the A overwhelm is disgusting.
Being able to play a little bit more loose. I mean, you have Ethan on the KO. He's known for that. Everything else is staying the same.
Liquid come from last year? Nah, they had a chamber.
Though, is the way that they approach Icebox with the Tejo specifically. They have really good setups on the utility being used.
Okay, we got LEV. LEV on defense. You got NRG on attack.
NRG will be attacking here first.
She played Nidley. Go Q fast.
It's gonna be all sights geared up towards
That's
A.
all I can give you.
Meanwhile, aggression from LEV towards B. They've taken all that space already. Passive info.
And it might be a different comp, but it's still the same approach in terms of strategy from NRG. They didn't really have many mid or B deposits.
Okay, well, they get info that they're behind. There's a lot of teams that will go clear this as numbers. There's a lot of teams that would instantly react over towards A.
I think they
How do they want to do it?
Faked a bunch of sound up mid, and now they might turn back. Double. A little pump fake Tex, having to take a step
Wall
back.
gets committed over towards A. That's how you know they got no backup plan. So we are for sure just sending it in for this one. Wingman gets shot, so we got no plan. And that is a big flash though. Oh my goodness, this flash.
A little bit of help done as Demon 1 not able to stand up, not able to deliver. Comps left in a 1v4.
There are some members low. If he can isolate this first pick, Spike is not planted.
Yep. That's going to buy you a little bit of time.
If you
It's
look at the
doable.
positions from NRG right now, though, no one's here to help Mada either. This
And
can
it is
easily
doable.
turn
We got a 1v1 right here.
Has to deliver here. Can he pull it off? He's gotten it down to a 1v2. Bullet between Mada's eyes. 22
There's no
HP
way he
though.
goes around the world.
Still time to think this one through. Plays cards perfectly, and that's exactly
And he's
what's
going for
required in this
around the
situation.
world.
Not afforded.
They just cleared this though, so they might start expecting it at one point, especially when it
Missiles
doesn't
back up too.
run through heaven.
He's flanking all the way around, Doug.
And he's quiet about it.
Of course he's flanking any
By
opportunity.
process of elimination, you have to understand where he might be. Rock and Sam playing together. Waiting for the space to be taken. Missiles first out. That's going to buy a little bit of time, but they're trying to face out behind it. And
Like the
Rock
idea that
wide swings them and secures
he
the
might have got a
pistol
kill
for
earlier.
NRG.
Okay, nicely done on this. Mada was dropped a ghost, right, by FNS. Enabled the raid boss, I think someone said in chat.
In the post-plant scenarios, and we almost saw that happen here with Ethan dropping in a 1v1, Mada dropping in a 1v1. But the approach, honestly, like, I feel like that was a sigh of relief laugh from Finesse. I'm gonna be honest with you. He kind of felt that as well.
Outlaw for Mada. Couple of Vandals too. Decently strong eco for NRG.
The cool thing about this NRG composition is the
Okay, what do we got on this? They're allowed one death.
Not Dizzy being able to use back-to-back, but again, running into a stack on the anti-eco. Let's see.
Big flash.
Oh, they've got the guns though. Mada gets his 2 dismisses away. That almost doesn't feel fair, but it hasn't been flawless. It hasn't been clean. Finesse
take
providing
this, though.
suppressive fire.
So they got a Neon ult for fast. Sorry, a Reina ult for fast rounds.
The alarm bot will betray his position. That's tough with the stinger. I get it. I get it.
FNS, man, you gotta show me some confidence some rounds. I beg you, show me some confidence.
Find this kill. He has something to prove to himself and all the fans out there. I can't connect though, man.
Dude, Com's just cracking up.
Stinger you probably wish you would have had in the following round, but hey, a round win is a round win, and NRG survived the anti-eco.
I like the idea from NRG because I think their comp is made for A spams, so they go B against the eco to try and make it look like they are hitting, or not just spamming A site.
Yo, Pujon is too funny.
Yeah, the bonus, so they try and prove that they can go B as well, and then honestly I do think when we get into the big buy rounds we start hitting over towards A. What are they trying to do over towards middle? Are we lurking? Yeah, we're lurking. We're early lurking. He at least gets them a lot of space over towards B though. They might be able to get a plant here. There's a molly to stop the wingman, but they plant a little bit deeper.
Spike will get planted, but let's see if NRG decide to force the issue. Mata has a Vandal, has that Reyna ultimate online, that Empress. He can do some damage.
Wait, he can do a lot of damage from here. Oh, dude, what is that, HP too?
That one feels tough.
If Brook gets a kill, he gets all.
Leviathan trying to figure out how they want to approach this retake attempt. Hear the Outlaw rattling off as Ethan's going to fall too. There's not enough firepower behind this. Brock takes a step back.
Hey, very, very nice though. Nicely handled from Lev.
Was a bonus round from NRG.
Yeah, here we go. We're going A
I would have
hits.
hoped that Mata would have connected on one of those shots. Once he falls, it's just kind of tough at that moment. I mean, you don't really have the weaponry. You don't have the utility. I mean, you had the Dizzy to go over, which is nice, but
controlling a Vandal Spray is difficult enough as it is. To do so when you're dealing with the increased fire rate from the Empress,
yeah, he even knows,
Bro, and that's difficult to do. That might have looked like a bad whiff, but that ult changes things.
Especially when you're ADS'd in that moment. I feel like it's such an awkward thing that you don't really get to practice, you know, having Empress popped and zooming in with a Vandal. Very, very awkward.
That's nice.
Dagger
Nice little bounce off the wall to make sure that's easy to pick up. And yeah, here come the A spams. As we can see, wall from Som is not invested yet, so it's a very easy job for King at the moment to be holding this line and hold down B.
See both flashes go up. The molly's not going to land.
Just delay though.
Yeah, a little bit. Thrash connecting Demon 1 from up top, dashing back, clearing the Dizzy, connecting onto one, but that's all it was.
Wow, they did incredible to
Rossi down to 6 HP.
did incredible to actually make sure that Rossi lives here, or lived, I guess, for a bit.
3v2, it's still been so difficult for NRG to punch through. Psalm's left in a 1v2.
Okay, this is doable.
With the spike.
Whoa.
Swings behind it.
What the hell? Well, let's get a little replay.
3v2,
I'll catch up in a bit.
So difficult for NRG to punch through. Psalm's left in a 1v2.
With the spike in hand.
So there's a shot at this. Quietly.
Timeline got reset.
There's enough time here. And he's quiet with it.
Toxins going up.
Not daring to make a peep.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're gonna high-low him.
Yeah,
That's
it's a nice
so
little high-low
difficult.
double
Very
on
well
this.
played from Lev. They're tie us up
Yeah,
at
let's
2.
catch up.
Something that Lev really liked to do on this Icebox defensive side is be up downs towards that A side of the map, one heaven, one under. But this time, it was an aggressive forward fight. Even one was so confident sitting on pipes. This is something that was haunting NRG in their last match against MIDR. The disruption when the hit actually comes through.
Hey, you see that shit? Let's go.
Full disrespect of utility.
Hey, for some down to Nico.
That's what you have to do when you're playing Jet on this map. That's how you succeed. And just like that NRG, their economy not looking good. They're on a thrifty buy. Oh, it's done.
Yes, he is.
Easy for Demon 1 right there.
Meanwhile, a little bit of pace towards B on the opposite side of the map. King on an island. I mean, they know that no one's gone up because of the trip up mid, but long is not safe.
He's crept all the way back here. He's got a pop flash to set him up as well. There it is.
Not really finding it smart. They swing back yellow and they drop 2.
Spike down B.
Spike not down though. Now they're gonna have to wait for that Viper wall to come back up, and that allows time.
Waiting for the wall.
To rotate in slowly.
They pick up a gun.
Finesse dropping an alarm bot backside.
If Finesse can get
Covering
the
the
plant, he would have his ult.
And now a turret too. But you're right, the emphasis is on them. They're the ones who are gonna have to go. The wall goes up, the salvo's in exchange. They're gonna try to push their way up on this.
Yeah, they're going for it. They're trying to get that ult online.
Finesse will get the spike down.
Oh boy, doesn't he get the spike down? No cover on this one as well.
Oh, 3v3
Everyone's
now.
super low HP apart from Brock.
For the defense.
20 seconds.
And Ethan's got 7 HP. They're keeping this competitive, but it's just not enough, man. Brock's got it down to 1v1 though. He's got a classic in hand.
No time, man.
He's got to go take this fight. And I don't think he's going to get the shot to do it.
Yeah, Demon One's just going to slip on by. What a clutch play from
Oh,
Demon
this was
One,
close round though, considering it's an eco. Nice run from Demon One. Got the most important kill onto FNS as well, and obviously the one obviously played the 1v1 well.
We'll see if we can take a look at it again here in the replay, because you're right, it was close.
Finding the perfect window of opportunity. Denying that spike from being planted. Wow. Thought it'd be dropped.
Ooh, nice shots, dude.
In the last map, huh? I mean, I know Tex was still playing well, but geez, snappy with it. He's got that lockdown available. Same thing for Finesse. It's going to be a flurry of utility being used here at A, but Demon One.
I mean, they're digging their
It's a
heels
really
in on this
early
fight, man.
KO.
It's like NRG knows too, but what can you do about it?
Yeah. So far, this exchange has gone the way of LEV.
This is insane that NRG are not punishing Demon One up here.
I mean, they're trying. It's not from lack of effort.
Yeah, they are
They
trying.
just invested a KO ult and got nothing out of
Comes
it.
another flash.
And he's still up there. Finally, the swing is modded. Drops 2. Does Tex pop his ult here?
Gets the HP back as well.
Off-angle kill, maybe another spray down like he did in the previous round.
The
This
nade's
KO
good.
Molly could do some damage here.
Yeah, nade's solid.
Is that going to land? Yes, it will.
Wow, what a good counter from Rossi. Heads up play.
He's trying to swing him behind
So
this, though.
many people here. Dude, they don't want to. Oh my goodness, what is that one?
Drops Rossi. Kings left alone. A 1v3 turned into a 1v2.
Holy dude, these rounds are so close. Every single time it's a 1v1.
Much like the last map, it's the
Dude, what was
back
that?
and forth,
What was
never
that drive-by on
ending
the
fight
rope
between
that I
these
saw?
two. Just completely slugging it out. Trade upon trade, but the respect being shown from NRG, it almost doesn't go their way. Mata slips on down right there, but oh, it was too close for comfort, man.
Nice. Why would you, I mean, it's beautifully played from NRG. Why would you have 2 people standing back there, right? The fact that the third final swing comes up from the same spot you just
A lot of ults on this one. Insta pop of the
I mean, it kept King guessing. It was
of the
beautiful.
rain ult. Second one. Knife went over towards B and they spot a Gecko trying to make pressure over towards her.
Tex, yeah, he does have that Guardian. It's gonna have to be the Sentinel Duelist combo to try to carry Leviathan.
I wonder how many rounds NRG are going.
And we're gonna hit
A.
again.
Yeah, here's
It
the
does.
thing, again, with
I mean,
NRG,
it's where
they
they're
don't
having
show any
success.
pressure towards mid or B on these A defaults, and it just makes it so obvious. Look at the minimap.
That knife hit
members of
3,
the
right?
The Leviathan, it could get scrappy.
They know they want to take these fights. They know they have the gun advantage, and so far it's working to their favor.
Boards. Dude, Wingman.
Brock gets 3, NRG take the lead back.
Even
and you're right,
Wingman's
when you
getting
know that you're in a
involved.
position of strength,
I wonder if LEV are going to time out a little bit.
defaults and sending fakes and
They
whatnot,
might
just
want to
send it
start.
in. Yeah, just take the fight and it works out for them.
I don't know. They
What
can
the
either talk
calling
about
is.
butting
Ball
together
two
over
now, nice
towards
box.
A, and maybe they want to
Right
flash
there.
like through the
Forget working the
wall
map,
instead of
man.
flashing early. That's something they could do. Punch them once they get past the initial area.
You know how I stated previously
That's
about
a
how
nice shot.
Leviathan, they like to take these up-down fights in the back.
Dude,
They
Wingman got a
out of
higher,
that.
lower
This is something
stun.
that was lacking in this round, and I think that's
Wingman
why we saw-
actually stuns.
besides weaponry not being in
Actually
their
stunned the
favor, right? That's
person
why we
on
saw it not really get down to the wire like it
at
has
the
in
top.
previous
That's
rounds.
nuts, dude.
I think Leviathan, if they end up losing this next round, are gonna
Wingman is locked in.
resort back to
For
that
God's
maybe after a
sake.
timeout and kind of be like, hey, let's start swinging something
KO's
like
getting
we
involved
have
over
been.
towards here. Might be able to flash for
Again,
Demon
the
1 to
majority of
swing.
the defense is in the
Here
right
comes the
side.
flash.
3 here this time.
Pop flash play.
Flash, and it's going to hit 2. Oh, but the
Dude, the
goop.
timing of that is insane,
Goop
isn't
in
it?
his face keeps him
3
back.
person yellow? What the hell?
And now the Thrash is going
I
to
saw.
flush him out even further.
But the KO knife gets him off, and Demon 1 sits Mata down. That's your Reyna out of the server.
Yeah, that's your main person.
Does not have a
Jewel
dash.
in her.
But it is Demon 1.
Zone is down.
Rash isn't done with you.
Is that nice
No
tag?
way again?
Yeah. I mean, insane value out of that.
I mean, unbelievable
Countering the
value,
Thrash
yeah.
2 times in a row.
Toxins going up.
Here goes the ult.
Surely NRG try to work the other side of the map at this moment. It looks like they just want to run into this brick wall, though.
Ow.
That's massive for NRG.
How's he getting that plant down? Dude,
Viper's
there is
pit now down as
nowhere
well.
to
Sam
hide for
getting
this
out of the way of
ult.
spam as well. He's going to creep back in here right
Someone
on
gonna
time.
try to get back in. He's going for it.
A lot of them are here. Finesse checking the flank. He might even be hitting a reflank of his own.
Surely
And
we
if
start
that's the case,
spamming
timing
this.
becomes a serious part of the
That's-
equation. Locked out instantly.
That's never gonna
Grapple
work,
fall.
but they got to kill off of
Finesse
it.
having to speed up a little bit here because it's on Ethan and Tom to try to keep them back on their own. Psalm slips the net, he gets behind him, gets his 1, Psalm gets 2. Still so much to do, he's got it down to 1v1.
Oh my god.
King swings out from the pit at just the right time.
It was almost insane.
Fuse.
Yeah, he's got
We're
it.
gonna tie us up.
Oh my goodness, that was
Down to the
almost
wire again.
almost
How
so
many
close.
times are they going to put us through this? Pandemonium in the server. Can you imagine how fast Sam's heart is beating after this moment? He almost 1v4s. That late lurk from Finesse. Getting no value. Leviathan shutting it down.
Dude, B again? You're having no success at
so
B.
much damage from that position.
I think you can just spam A
Great
hits the whole
awareness
time.
In the heat of the moment. Another B-side default this time. Only Rossi here, but he has
Knife hits
4
4.
with the dagger. Look at Demon 1 on the minimap. He's knife out, rotating towards this B side of the map. Let's see if NRG decide to try to work some of that A space.
Dude, Matt is here so early.
Concerned about having lost his space too. You see 2 of them back in spawn. Crosshairs trained that way. They're gonna hit B again.
Care
Lines up
flash?
really far. Flash on the
Ooh,
other
care
side
flash
of the
went a
wall.
bit
Demon
deep,
one not
but-
tagged. What? But still, a kill found for the duelist.
Jeez, Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan snappy with it as well. You're right. NRG in an
Yeah,
advantageous
it's a big
position
delay
here.
there with the ult. What do they got for after plant? Molly, Molly, Molly. 3 of them.
This time,
Knife and
outnumbered, though.
flash.
They're calling us. They're calling us safe.
And the
So
save
hard to
here is fine.
retake into.
They've already got like a
Pretty much
good
all
amount of
Molly's
rounds.
On play still. Yeah, you have Molly from Psalm. You have Ethan's KO Molly. You have Brock's Mosh Pit. Way too difficult. So it looked like Mata was going to get punished in that moment. Demon 1 was ready for some type of push behind that wall. The fact that he finds that opening on Arasi is kind of a miracle, I have to say.
I wonder if we'll get a timeout on the other side of this. Given the extended save, an opportunity to have a more of a longer conversation.
And I feel like NRG's game plan right now has just been show and go. They haven't really done any back and forth.
Yep.
I feel like that has to be something that is talked about.
I know
No timeout.
Yeah, they decided to press on. NRG winning 3 out of the last 4.
Placing swamp grenade. Bot coming back.
And even if it has been more of a brutish approach to taking the site, it's working for them. They're doing something well here.
Slowly racking up those rounds, coming back. Now they're in the lead.
A little bit of a
B-side
change up.
default. I wonder now.
Now got Killjoy trying to get info. Yeah, so
This A side of the
Lev
map. If it's gonna
changing
be a
up
call back.
Possibly.
how they're playing on
I do think
the
they've also
defense on
decided
this.
NRG have that they're not
And
interested in this 4-10 fight anymore.
this is,
They don't want to deal with Demon 1
it's
on
getting a
five,
little
so-
rough money-wise.
Again, the take of
This might be
Yellow,
the
there
first
still
time
is
where
a little bit of
NRG
utility
changed
here.
what they're doing up as well. Oh my god. Oh my god, the tail's good. Any salvos for this?
Yeah, they have a couple cubbies they can tuck behind here. They're safe. That'll delay. That's all it'll do, though, for now.
Yeah, no punish, but King's
Imagine a
on
salvo there.
Stagger's gonna get a lot of good info.
Now this is a
Good
play.
molly.
The spit, and they're going to swing it behind it. The flash, a little friendly fire.
What?
Leviathan keeping it back for now, and they're still going to continue to apply this pressure from yellow. There's no way for NRG to fight.
It's nicely handled from LEV. Dude, I thought NRG at one point were going to start like inserting, maybe going back towards here, but they're no joke, they're just committing to one side at the beginning and just dueling out.
And it allowed you
just the icebox.
This type of play with the pop flash coming over the top for King and just smothering everyone that's staying towards B. NRG, if they want to close out this
Dude,
half,
some really went for a play here, trying to pop open the wall and flank the two that were over towards yellow.
5 rounds is good on the attack, but
I wonder if LEV are going to read this. No early wall. It's normally when they try and go over towards B. Sorry, over towards A.
Get in here, maybe in the mid round.
Yeah, meanwhile, the rest of this fight is still towards A. A couple of flashes, Demon 1 down low, with Calm close by.
Fast trade from Brock. Surely you don't walk into this pit if you're Mata. This is so risky. I could see maybe if you flip through middle. This is that proactivity though from Leviathan that their coach was talking about. Let's clear out all of mid.
Wow.
3-person swing though, they get so much info. They know Viper's in the ult, they know there's 3 middle, and this is a free site. Everyone behind this wall no matter what. Wingman gets a good plan in, and look at what Mada's doing. He's actually going through it. They took the alarm bot back, so he has no sound on this.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's far away.
It's going to be a slow burn on that. Meanwhile,
they got good delay though, right? Molly? No, Molly flash.
You have 2 mollies to do so as well.
Mod is speeding up. And
King hears him, no?
Oh, he does, and he lands a shot onto him anyway.
I don't know how King knew.
Pressure valve released. And now they can turn their attention back towards the site. Remember the numbers advantage that they have. The spam not connecting. Calm is tucked behind the little corner.
Poorly just, it's half though.
He got it to half though. Oh, he can't reach it. Just on the outside of it. Trying to take this fight. The wall goes up. He's going to stick it the whole way. And the spam
oh boy. The huge wall. It's a huge wall. Nicely done from King. Calm on it.
Not opting to run through that.
Yeah, he went for the spray instead of running through.
That one slipped
you gotta go for that.
You gotta give praise to King. The intuition, the fact that they understand that they haven't seen Mata the entire round. I mean, he was in mid last, right? When he got that trade. For King to react and hit that flick the way that he did, he deserved it, man. He deserved this round win.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misplay from some. If he just doesn't spam and just commits through the wall, even if he gets him off the spike, he wins time.
Brock has his ult, you hear the Empress popped. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose.
Okay, Knife doesn't reach the fish this time. It's committed though, he ain't getting that one back. 4-person back of sight. They're gonna drop wall swing.
Dash Brock can't connect. Mata does though.
Right on the Calm. Versus on the cover, and they still swing behind it again.
Damn, dude. Oh my, that's a shot. It's nice to actually see a Reyna using the Reyna flashes right.
He's gonna get a shot.
Meteor could never.
Set him up, but King keeps them back. Still a 1v4 with 13 HP. Much like the first map, we're tied at 6.
Back and forth, fighting fire with fire.
It was just
we're seeing mechanics displayed,
good
use of strategy as well. But it was really
the stray, dude. His
Reyna
annoyed me so much.
That netted them a lot of their success.
I mean, again, think about how many times we were tied on Fracture.
Yeah.
It felt like, I don't know that the gap ever really got very big at all.
Not at all.
And so it was a 7-5 half on Fracture. This time it's 6-6 half.
Dude, I reckon if they just spammed A the whole time, they probably would have won like 8.
Of what we had on map 1. We're gonna throw it to a break.
Maybe even more. That A, like the overwhelm on A is so insanely strong. Like every round they lost was over towards B, right? Oh, dude, I was late in muting that. For sure, getting owned in that one. Good point. Let me look at the VODs. Loud. The VOD destroyed, yeah. VOD's gone. Icebox, I mean, majority of the time it's attack-sided, but it's just a weird map, man. If people just sight hits and they have good overwhelm, you can just snowball into any side, really.
Catch our breath, so back
just
into
the most simple map.
Go.
It's
Tied
just
at 6-6 on Icebox. Map 2.
spacing, jewels, flashes.
This ever important, ever pivotal as important as it gets. The stakes doesn't get any higher. Best of 3 to close out the stage. And both of these teams are pushing each other to the limit.
Yeah, both IGLs as well, sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for their respected teams. It's so hard to be able to focus on your crosshair.
I think Pacific has the least chance to win Toronto. Nah, I think it's China and then probably EMEA.
Back and forth, no one really taking the lead.
Because I don't even know like who I would back as my number one to take it in EMEA at the moment. Like it has to be Heretics, I guess, from what we're seeing. And honestly, they are kind of stage players as well, so maybe. Maybe it would be Liquid as well with how they're looking, but
in the last time that they played, but it is a different
I just feel like I have more faith in some of the other teams from the other regions.
Mata can't settle. But then a quick trade though from Ethan, huh?
Not a moment too soon.
Heretics can win everything until the finals, but at one point they got to win a final though, right? Surely.
I think that's partly because of the trading and the spacing from NRG on their
Surely Vitality locks in. Maybe. You'd say the same about T1 though as well, right?
A site is for the free right now. How far do Leviathan push up here? Do they try to go aggro all the way into CT?
I think
Will Finesse get caught out?
I think they hear all of his utility and they're just trying to play around it.
Trying to see if one of the defenders will try to walk into their crosshairs.
It's nice from NRG. Then use knife over towards B though, so they're gonna get an earlier rotate than they have at the moment.
And an aggro knife to push them back. NRG, do you try to flood behind this? Ethan doesn't have a knife.
Double flash though, but that Viper wall kind of blocks that off.
They're still swinging behind it. Calm. Inserted up in heaven, traded right back to those
finesse, that is.
Around the corner, 2 kills found.
Damn, that's an absolute kill, by the way. A big jump right click.
The duo that came back, the resurgence. Finesse and Som doing
they don't
it all
lose
themselves
pistols.
in that retake.
4-0.
Yeah, there was a pop flash from Ethan. Yeah, there was a dizzy from Brock. But look at this jumping right click.
Oh my.
Beautifully done.
So sick. Streamers.
Really well rehearsed retake for the pistol round of NRG. Now we're sitting at the anti-eco. 4 members on light armor.
They got one hero sheriff.
On the attacking side right now, he's gonna have to do the heavy lifting.
I have hope, mate. I was
NRG in this round.
I was at the front of the train to begin with, mate.
Knife tagging a couple.
Right here driving trains, selling tickets, trying to spread the word that they're back.
From Finesse, excuse me. Alarm bot a little bit further up. 2 mollies back.
Yeah, adjusting that second molly this time around.
We're doing the trains again. Yeah, we've got 2 trains. This is the thing. Sometimes you got to realize that when the tracks start getting made, you gotta get on early. Oh, by the game ecoed. Nah, they'll be fine.
Yeah, perhaps a little ill-advised, but he dealt his damage.
No way.
What do they get ecoed?
Really nice timing up the middle of the map, but he's about to get swung from there as well.
Oh my God, what a savior!
Could not ever have arrived at a better time. As the Lyra goes down, Tex is able to land a shot. You mentioned he was the only sheriff. He and Demon 1 trying to will their way back into this.
Easy.
And they cannot contribute. NRG get to 8.
A little bit of deja vu from
little bit close, not gonna lie.
Too much trigger discipline in that moment.
Jabungo, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 6 months.
He has found the mid gap. The problem here is that NRG know that he found it.
Trust me when I say Fnatic is going to win Toronto and then EG is taking Paris.
The lurks that Shenum was able to get against NRG. Everything was towards mid. Being able to get
Troy
3K,
473 with the prime.
rounds.
Appreciate the 8
It was
months.
a huge problem that NRG had to deal with in their defensive side. They weren't able to get anything going because of those
Bro's living in
timings in mid.
2023. Yeah.
All of the defense is A.
Okay, it's a nice little jump spot. 3 come up on the minimap.
Trying to min-max an orb? No, they just want to take the
Oh,
fight.
this
And
is
they win
nice
it
though.
as
They got
well.
to speed up here. Alarm bot. Do we have a molly to delay the plant? Yes, we do.
They're going to try to take Snowman here.
We got a turret to see if they take further. Wait, we have a turret to see if they go heaven.
Pushing a little bit
It's facing for.
You see it on the minimap.
Okay, no, it's
It's in
fine.
a really nice spot to be able to flood behind as soon
I
as
was gonna
there's a
say,
command.
it's the old school one
How do you deal with the crossfires?
to get info if they go
Snow
cheap.
and Main, though.
I like this from Demon 1 though. It takes a lot of space.
Looks like it's going to be
Wait.
penetrable.
Wait,
Getting the best
this is a great flash.
joining in as well.
Demon
Forget
want
about
us to
the
kill
crossfire.
everyone.
They have found an opening. Demon 1 with 2 on the round. Finally dropped. Comms left alone.
Dude, look at the rain of flashes though. Telling you, they're having good impact.
I don't know that he's even going to get a shot.
Damn,
at this. Yeah, he
dude,
tries to
those
swing out
nice.
for
The
stops
flashes
and
are actually
defuse,
really
but
nice. Rain of flash and broke
facing into
flashes.
3. A massive round for NRG.
Yeah, good load of bonus from them as well. Push over towards A. Brim at the gym. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that.
Goes wide, and you're seeing the power of the
Here's
Reyna.
the second
You're seeing the
train.
power of
We've
the
got
Reyna on this
Paperex
map.
and NRG.
It flashes both
Two strong
Snowman and
teams.
Yellow at
Two
the same
strong,
time.
sturdy
No one
trains.
breaks it. So Demon 1, although he hit some really snappy shots here, he gets blinded right there. That split
Top
second
quality,
allows Ethan to take him out.
finest trains.
And now the pressure for Leviathan is insurmountable. They finally use a timeout. NRG still sitting at 2.
Feeling like a roller coaster. It is like that
Someone has
sometimes.
to be
A little bumpy.
designated leader shooter for the side of Leviathan. And I know it sounds goofy. It sounds ridiculous when you say it. But if you don't shoot those Reyna leaders, they get so much value on this map. And honestly, when was the last time Leviathan had to play against a Reyna? Let alone a Gecko.
You wonder if Ito getting involved in the conversation can provide some of those answers. But they find themselves down 3 here in this second half. They find themselves just a couple of rounds away from potentially having.
See, okay, makes sense from Demon 1. He's gonna have his nice into the next round.
Toronto dream dashed at the hands of NRG as well.
Doug, Demon 1 is going to have to cook with this Vandal full armor. He has knives for the following round, but everything is riding on his shoulders right now. His team is going to set him up for success. Can he carry this round?
FNS gets out of there, planning ahead for the next round. Mada. Oh, he's isolated for a bit. We've got Wall to help him cross. They commit the smoke over towards here, so this turret's giving them full info, so they can pretty much have 4 people here.
So they still have a shot at this. Everybody here. And Mada's still alive.
Yeah,
They're
everyone's
waltzing
dueling
into the
together
tents.
though.
This has all the makings of a slaughter. And look at the HP of Rossi. Look at the HP of Com. Rossi's now dead. It's not getting any better.
Very, very nice from NRG. Everyone's fighting together.
NRG slowly chipping away at Leviathan. And it's adding up now. Yeah, it was a bit of a scrappy buy into that round. Now Demon 1, he will have knives in play, but what a shot from Mada to take out Demon 1 in such an impactful round.
I mean, the amount of trust they put on this kid's shoulders, and the fact that he's carrying.
They're just slamming me.
The fact that he's just carrying all of it the way that he is just really impressive for a rookie.
17 and 13. The last time he played this map,
Dude, it's good knife though.
23 and 11.
Spots 3 over towards here. They don't know about
They
don't. Oh boy, it's a really early on.
King is taking a step back and look at the crunch in from A.
They're trying to push them back into this, mate. Every single buy round, they're just aggro pushing over towards A. Knife hits 3 and then.
Expecting the aggression.
What?
And they've been overwhelmed. Sam is going to have to deal with a lot here. Has he bit off more than he could chew? Takes a step back.
Dude, Ethan's gonna get involved. And
everything
FNS,
slows down.
yeah. Oh, that's an easy
There
call
were the
for them
blades that
now.
you were talking about in the previous round. The B is theirs.
Last player standing.
Sharp with it.
Spike planted.
You imagine if Demon 1 can hunt down Sam here, get that third.
Flawless.
Damn, dude.
Maybe he can be
Nuts
the
with the
difference
nice.
maker for Leviathan in this
It's
comeback.
good round for Lev as well.
When
So
this man
much
gets
money for
online
them.
on the jet,
They needed something
we've
like
seen
this.
some of the most ridiculous plays of VCT.
That mid fight. I mean, it's a pretty good idea from NRG.
13.
They attacked 3 with the knife. They heard the knives popped as well, so Jet most likely is with the pack.
Shot just
And then
so clean with it. So precise.
they pushed over towards A in reaction to getting the info. And then
what
just
was
had
a
a
cool
good
crunch
flash
play
pop
in
for
mid and A for NRG was
like a push here and a
ever
push
so
here, and
punished.
in theory a pinch over towards spawn. They just lost
No
jaws.
killjoy utility here in mid. I wonder if Tex is going to take a quick timing instead, decides to group up with the rest of his team.
Yeah, the thing is though, because King hasn't invested his smoke yet.
Slamming their heads into this wall A. Off the
And
flash,
it's definitely
Brock
some
up top,
tells of when they
Fodder down
invest like
low.
this smokes here, they just commit.
And they're fully committing onto this. He's going to swing out behind it, tries to capture timing, takes a step back.
It's nice from Lev though in terms of everyone peeking after the KO to make sure that you can res it. Brock's done so much, dude. So much.
NRG get to 11.
Brock and Mata from Challengers bringing their composition to NRG on Icebox and doing it all in such an important round. Denying all momentum of Leviathan of a comeback. There still will be a bye. Leviathan are not out of it, but NRG are sitting
They got
nicely
insta reset.
at 11 rounds.
They're lucky they won the round before with 4 people surviving, so they can actually have a good amount of money on this. They got to go up against Fischl. If they can get a plant down, King can have his ult.
Towards his ultimate as
Yeah,
well.
I do hate those rounds where people
And a
don't
change
invest
of
the
the
smoke
setup now.
over
Mata
towards
the
middle.
east side of the
Makes
map.
it so obvious.
3 there.
Like, so all you have to do is just get a little vision over towards middle. No one's going to be trying to cross. We got a little bait in over towards B. We've got a jump spot, and then we have Mada hiding in the corner.
Pressure. Leviathan didn't push further enough to see if anyone was pipes. And now they're running
Here we
into a
go.
chop.
Let's see it. That's an incredible shot. That really sells it.
Back and again, all eyes on Mata. Gets his 2 and then dismisses away.
Damn, he used the double orb. Wait, that was sick. He got double orb to get out of there. Double orb for here, then jump picked up the other orb. No way. Oh my god. Oh, it's actually a Reyna masterclass. It's a Reyna masterclass. The double orb to get away was sick.
On his face. He can feel the wind. What a bait setup.
Dude,
but
look at
what a
this.
read.
Ah,
They
dude,
didn't
should
move
have
an
played the whole
inch
thing.
on the defensive side, and that's all because Leviathan, when they did their A default, they didn't push up enough to see if there was any type of fight there. If they had, they would have identified that NRG were playing a retake on that side of the map and maybe been more aware of a potential trap play towards that B. And no ults were needed to be used for the side of NRG.
The lovely little bait setup. It worked
Leviathan
so
have their
well
backs
after some
against the
hits
wall
that
right now.
shot as well.
Against an NRG that looks like they've gotten their stuff together.
The train
Looks
is
like they're
smooth sailing. That's what I mean, dude. You know we've really made it when Mini starts joining. Mini's on the Paper X train. We need him on the NRG train.
Again, back footing. Now this timeout.
When Mini's out here just selling snacks to everyone on the train, cleaning the toilets,
This was a Leviathan that had such
doing
an
all
impressive showing against
the
G2.
jobs.
Honestly felt like this series could have even gone their way. For NRG to put up this much of a fight.
Okay,
NRG
5 chances.
put them to have their backs against the ropes. They were not expecting this today.
Tex no armor. Okay,
King
went
has
goes
the
for
Viper's
Guardian.
Pit available. Tex is one off of that lockdown. And NRG Mata, he's going hunting again. He's had full freedom on this defensive side. Mid reclear, double flash setup, trying to punish if King was setting up a mid lurk.
They're all here. Trey, they're all here.
Yeah. It's gonna be
They're all
proactive.
here. Okay, flash goes in. We have got someone playing anti-flash though. We actually got double playing anti-flash.
Again, looking to be the dagger, but King.
This is nice from Lev. They knew this was coming.
Finesse and Sam left alone. Can they convert this 2v3?
Oh.
Finesse so
One
far
goes down now,
Sam
though.
by himself.
This guy came up on minimap.
Do you invest the pit here? Look at the space Finesse is taking. That map is getting real small for the attack. Slowly starting to suffocate them out.
Yeah.
No room to breathe.
FNS
No
locked him
space
in.
given. Is this the last press for Leviathan? Song gets his one.
Oh, look at this guy go.
Tries to pre-fire. It's all on Finesse.
What a way to end it this would be.
Often the source of criticism.
Oh, okay.
He will fall. Not able to stand in the hands of Tex.
Well,
play on.
I was
staying alive.
I had to go for it. I had to go for it.
Using their utility to flush
I was
him
kind of
out.
feeling it as well.
Targets for him to connect
That was my
onto.
bad. That was my bad.
King, the veteran on this squad, he steps up huge
Get a grip.
in the face of what was real pro
That's
activity of
crazy.
NRG. The double flash setup,
Okay, 4.
dodging a bullet.
3 ults up for the defense here. This would require a comeback of epic proportions. Herculean efforts.
It has to be clean as well, because look at the economy. If you win, but one person survives, you don't really have a buy, a good buy.
Locating targets.
How do you bait some of these NRG How do you bait these ults out? If NRG just stack everything and win one round, it's done. You have to find
They don't get too much space here. They create a bit of pressure over towards A, and it's kind of looking like Mada might try and reclear this at one point, or are they going to use like a flash up to reclear this? Knife goes over towards B, and they're going to time it well, but...
Dagger shuffled towards B.
Oh boy, we're going for this again. Might work out well. 1. But he saw him running back. Dude, give me the Mada POV here. We got 30 seconds, 5 people running. He's going to hear them running early, so they're going to get an early rotate in. And...
He's popped the Empress. Hearing the updraft. He's not going to get checked.
Oh.
He gets his 1, he gets 2. And now
Oh my god, he gets the second orb again. 4 bullets.
King, common text. What can they do to stay alive?
Dude, he's delayed so much though. The spike's up in heaven. The spike's up in heaven. They can't win. They can't get the spike. The rest of the guys are running over towards the site, but they can't even get the spike. Damn, Mada, bro. Mada gave us a Reina masterclass. He really did. A 2-0. I get to go to bed. That's incredible.
Might just be getting started.
Get rewarded for creating the train as well. Okay. Sad for Lev, missing out on playoffs.
What a hard
Big for NRG, 4th spot in playoffs.
NRG, they took that defensive side with this new composition and ran away with it, man. Icebox was theirs for the taking. Demon 1 on his defense looked...
Is Reina? No, his Reina's actually nasty.
You saw the respect that NRG
It looks a little bit inflated because I've been watching the Meteor Reina as well, but it is nice.
Was on a
no, it looked really, really nice.
With this Reina pick today. Again, a composition that came from tier 2, Doug.
Yeah,
Shopify, Brock, like every character.
Sure.
Every character.
The way that they set up Mada, and honestly, how many times does he get 2 and then dismiss away? When it
No,
looks
the
like he's not
overwhelm
even gonna
flash
get 1?
with this is it's horrible to play against. His
much
Reina's
value
good enough that
out of
it
the dismisses.
then it makes this
Mada was just
a
unreal
valid
today
comp.
for NRG.
The triple flash comp, it's how many reps do you even have against that? At some point, you can't even blame Leviathan for getting caught out in these moments.
Not watching APAC, dude. Of course we're watching APAC, chat.
No one in NA is running a composition like this.
If anyone's up in 4 hours and a little bit, 4 hours and a half, we'll be watching APAC. We're gonna go get some sleep.
Mada and Brock. I mean, we talked about Mada a ton, but Brock, you saw
doing,
no highlights there. Brock was
we'll be
insane.
doing this
Per NRG,
all again. We've got no Americas tomorrow, just Pacific. Pacific into Plat Chat, which is in 12 hours from now.
I know that there have been a
well.
couple of
Chat, give me a streamer. Give me a streamer to raid. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining me on the train.
I mean, who freaking knows? We're gonna throw it down to Riv.
Track by track, don't know where we stop. Find out.
Take it away.
XQQ? Yeah, dude, let's raid XQQ.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am in the NRG camp. They secure playoffs. I think I'll
Let's wait. We'll wait for the interviews first.
Here, looking at how things have been, you join the team.
Jogan, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, how's it feel?
Feels really good, honestly. I mean, it was getting closer. We needed this win, so it's glad that we pulled it off.
What was your focus today so Brock could come out and get the win?
I don't know. We just came in confident today, and it paid off.
All right, very good, very good. Sam, let me get Sam up here. Let's go. I gotta ask you, what was the key to securing victory today? The vibes seemed to be a lot better, just the hype between you guys, the smiles, the laughs. What was that?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is like how hard we drilled in coming up to this match.
Okay.
For practice, us, like sometimes we would take it too strict. So like this week, obviously we were strict, but we also like let loose.
Hell yeah.
So we did whatever to make everyone just happy. And I think it really does show, especially today.
Yeah.
Obviously the vibes are good. If you win any match, vibes are good. But even in like the first map overtime, throughout the whole time, we thought that we were in control the whole time. Even though we threw a couple rounds, but the vibes are always good. So it's good.
Badass. I like that. Come with me. The finesse. Let me step in here. I know you guys are two person. I apologize. Mata talked a little bit about the tough talks that the team had. I just want to know how important it is for a team to be able to kind of reset and have those discussions.
It's pretty important, obviously. I mean, it definitely helped us like stay together through like a pretty rough split, to be honest. And we're still not happy with our overall result in the split, but today was a good stepping stone to like go ahead. And we have to improve for playoffs for sure, but it does help that we're like so close as a team and we're able to talk to each other.
That's awesome. Thanks for the insight. Ethan, you've been around for a long time, man. Mata, Brock here. What has it been like with these guys, seeing them play kind of under the Ethan tutelage of the world champ? What's it been like for the season, or what's the stage?
I just try to do my best to make everyone play their best, and it's pretty easy with everybody, so they don't really need me. I just do what I gotta do. I do my job, and they make it easy. So.
Perfect. And Mata, you make it kind of look easy, man. The history you have, the plays you make. Come here, real quick. Like, is that at any pressure? Does it hype you up to play better? Where's the power coming from?
Where's the power coming from?
Where's your aura come from?
It's just like all natural, I think. It's
damn.
No, I'm just kidding. My team gives me a lot of confidence. Like they let me do my own thing. They put a lot of trust in me, so it makes the game really easy.
Awesome. I love that. Mikes, before we head out for the day, I got one final question. Please stay seated. This team has come a long way. It's been an uphill battle. How proud are you guys of these guys for clinching playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty hard when you're like backs against the wall. I think there's a lot of pressure as well, but I think everyone took the last week pretty well. Especially, I think it's really easy for people to get like demotivated after the last two losses we had. So I think it speaks to everyone's character that we were able to actually like do something after and not just like give in.
Awesome. Congrats on the win. Can't wait to see the gents in playoffs. Congratulations, NRG, for making it and taking that final one. We are going to be taking a break. No break. Actually, we're going to the desk, and they're going to break down the day
chat.
before we get
Chat. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you all. Who did we decide on rating? XQQ, is he still rating? Is he still rating? Is he still streaming? Oh boy, we're tired.
What did you do?
What did you do?
What's his
Absolute clown show. Also, I'm not surprised to see Baby Bear hanging around.
Is this just his stream? Let's find out.
That's the only one that was right. The only one that was right. Well done, Chad. Well done.
Perfection. Yeah. Well, Baby Bear was
Invalid
right.
username. Oh boy. Maybe we just raid John.
And we have our standings.
I am XQ. That's his thing.
Our brackets locked in. So we have plenty to discuss
I am
as we're
XQ.
finishing off our days. So let's start with our standings here. The top four.
Thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I will see you in 4.5 hours if people are still up as well. Appreciate everyone. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day as well. Appreciate you being here. Prodigy, thank you for the long day, mate. Appreciate you. Bye, everyone. Bye.
What we have for the first games. Sentinel C9
See you soon.
might be our 100 Thieves as openers.
YouTube, subscribe if you can. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you in about 4 hours. Bye, everyone.
Honestly, I'm excited for Sen C9. C9 matches are always a blast, and again,